about farm stores and farmers markets. This has been something I've heard about by email, and my just completely coincidentally, Will Stevens reached out. Will, as you know, is a former member from Shoreham, and so Terry knows him well. But one of the concerns is whether or not our farm markets, our farm stores, our CSAs are essential. And we do know that agriculture has been deemed an essential service or business. And so I wanted some clarity about that. So we invited Will Stevens, who, as you know, is an organic farmer from Shoreham. He does vegetables as well as plants, but they also sell food, once their crops are in. And I also invited Abby Willard because she is the guru in all things about this. So, Will, I want to give you an opportunity to tell us what the situation is there and what could potentially be helpful for you.
Thanks, Carolyn. Good morning, everyone. My name is Will Stevens. My wife, Judy, and I own and operate Golden Russet Farm, which is an organic vegetable farm in Shoreham, and we also sell bedding plants to the public in the springtime. It's about a third of our total sales come from the months of May and June out of the greenhouses. As a member of the Vegetable Grower Listserv, there's been a lot of chatter on the listserv about kind of what are people doing and what's up and how is this affecting you and so on and so forth. And over the last less than a week, there have been, and others were interviewed, and Jack expressed the fear that the state was going to not allow the sale of flowers. And so, again, I reached out to Abby, gotten clarification. I think I'm pretty clear on what needs to happen, internally here on the farm in order for us to be able to, in fact, sell flowers and plants and non-food items, kind of as we always have, but not as we always have. So, in the good old days, namely last year, people would come to the farm here, wander through the greenhouses, fill up trays of plants, come to the cash register, pay, and leave. And that is not possible now, given the stay home and stay safe proclamation. But again, my understanding from emails with Abby is that so long as we don't allow face-to-face contact, essentially, with consumers, that, in other words, if we can set up some type of a process where we can, ahead of time, take orders, either by mail, by phone, or by email or online, we can pull the orders, we can bring them out to a parking lot, for example, with presumably a slip or a total, load them in people's cars, and either accept credit cards or check or payment. Again, whether we kind of do a handoff on the cart that we're bringing the plants out with, or how that works exactly, we have yet to determine. We still have a couple weeks before we would have officially opened anyway, to work some of these details out. But the whole point and goal is to not have the farm be a vector, for the virus. We don't want, possibilities of cross-contamination, and I think that's the whole goal of this whole thing in the first place. That we want to minimize contact with the public, and we want to both between kind of us, our farm, our staff, and the public, as well as between members of the public. So. What we're working on, what we've drafted internally, is kind of a policy that would kind of allow folks to come and be served kind of one at a time. by one of us here at the farm. Again, whether it means pulling their order ahead of time, wheeling it out to the car and loading the car, or leaving it for them to load themselves. We haven't worked that detail out yet, but that's my understanding of how we can do it. I think I've got that right, and I hope I've got that right.
All right, thanks, Will. Abby, would you like to comment here?
Sure. So Abby Willard, Ag Development Director at the Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, and Abby, Mike O'Grady had his hand up. Mike, do you think you want to comment before Abby speaks, or, okay, fine. Yep.
Afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is so complicated. Not only is this a really challenging time, it's also really complicated. And we have been fielding lots of questions from farms and food businesses, greenhouses and nurseries, landscapers, CSAs, farm stands of all kinds to try to understand where they individually fit into the stay home, stay safe executive order as of the 25th. And I will say, to your point, Will, information has been hard to receive because Agency of Commerce and Community Development has wanted to interpret guidance very broadly because that's the safest and responsible thing for them to do. And it's hard to give individual businesses very specific feedback. And so the Agency of Agriculture has tried to kind of thread that needle of sharing as specific information as we can about the interpretation of the guidance that Commerce is providing. So kind of I'll speak like in generality and then we can talk like very specifically. So as we understand, at least as things stand as of today, and that's prior to the press event today at 11, so things could change and likely will at 11, but on the 25th, when the governor ordered all businesses to stop in-person contact with customers unless they provide critical services and functions. Businesses that provide critical services can remain open, as Will was describing, and they still need to practice the social distancing activities and guidelines provided both by the CDC and the health department. If a business has been deemed non-essential, then the ACCD retail guidelines apply to that business. The retail, and so then you have to go back to the executive order. In the executive order, there's specific business types that are called out in subpart 6, F, G, and H, referencing retail businesses that are allowed to stay open. If they were not specifically stated in those subparts, then they're deemed non-essential. And they need to cease person-to-person contact. However, if they can do sales via mail, phone, online transactions, and then hand off some sort of delivery or drop-off location without any person-to-person contact, they can continue to do that. The other piece that was clarified from the executive order is that on those non-essential businesses, that is true. This circumstance of person-to-person contact also extends to their staffing. So that means there are certain types of nurseries and greenhouses that do ornamental only and are not, and I'll get into those nuances, but are not selling to a farmer or producing food that are considered non-essential. And that requirement would be they can have no person-to-person contact at their facility. So they can only have one staff person in a greenhouse at a time, and they can still do sales as long as they're online, but they cannot have person-to-person contact for sales. So the greenhouses and nurseries before I do greenhouses and nurseries, so CSAs and farm stands were both identified as critical services in the executive order. because they're based on farm and they're based as an activity of a farmer, CSAs and farm stands can continue, are deemed essential, and that would mean that they need to just practice limited person-to-person contact, but they can still do sales. Farmers markets were not deemed essential, mainly due to the fear of large gatherings in public places where viruses could rapidly spread. So farmers markets are not permitted person-to-person contact, but the individual farmers at a farmer's market can offer online, phone, home delivery, or pickup of product as long as there's no person-to-person contact. So then relating to greenhouses and nurseries, specifically, there were 4 different categorizations that Commerce provided in guidance on Sunday. And they said that if you are a farmer that grows and sells food, you are engaged in agriculture and you can continue sales with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that sells to farmers to support their, if you're selling starts to another farmer so they can grow food, that's considered agriculture, and that too is allowed with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse or a nursery that's selling to a non-farm customer, so someone like me who's not a farmer, that you can care for your plants in the greenhouse, and you need to avoid in-person contact, meaning having no more than one person in your facility at a time. And in that essence, you're not deemed essential, and you need to have no person-to-person contact for sales. If you are, again, are an ornamental or a vegetable retail operation that's selling to a customer or a group of customers, again, you're not deemed essential, and businesses must follow the retail guidelines, which says you cannot have person-to-person contact even for sales. ACCD did acknowledge that they understand that as the weather changes and we get closer and closer to the spring season, that this policy will likely have to be reviewed. So, thoughts on all that?
Okay,
Questions?
thanks. Yeah, I'm going to go to Mike O'Grady because his hand is up and see what he wants to say, and then maybe we'll have some other questions. Mike?
So that was exactly what my question was going to be about, because farming includes the operation of a greenhouse, and a farm is where farming occurs. So when I read the executive order, I said, oh, that's all things that are engaged in farming, which includes the operation of greenhouses. But then the guidance says that a start from a greenhouse is not farming. Well, I don't see where they're getting that legally. I think they're kind of making that up out of thin air. And what about a CSA that sells vegetables and starts? If Will wants to be a CSA and give a potato to anybody that wants to buy tomato plants, is he okay? I mean,
yeah, I think so. I mean, again, it depends on if Will's selling it from his farm, he would be considered a farmer that's selling food. And if in that food, there's also some starts, he should be able to do that with limited person-to-person contact.
But Will's entire operation is a farm by definition under the RAPs. So all Will really needs to do is give people a potato when they buy their starts.
Again, he can sell his starts because he's a farm. So that first kind of clarifying portion of the greenhouse and nursery guidance said, if you are selling and growing food, you can sell with limited direct person-to-person contact with your customer.
But every greenhouse is a farm by definition.
Right, but again, then the additional guidance from Commerce depended upon who your customer was. So if you were just selling to a non-farm consumer, or you only were selling ornamentals, and you were essentially just a retail operation, they were saying those were not deemed essential as of 325. My understanding, again, this is way out of my bounds, but my understanding is that they recognize that spring is coming, but it doesn't need to happen today, in their opinion. Same with landscaping. They're saying, wait a few weeks and you'll be able to do landscaping services once spring really hits, but you don't need to be selling ornamental starts or veggie starts with person-to-person contact right now. So a greenhouse close to my house is doing retail veggie starts, and they're doing it all without person-to-person contact. So she's going to make online ordering options available, and then either home delivery or a curbside pickup that doesn't involve someone putting it in my car or handing me the box, but it will be, maybe stacked outside the greenhouse, and a sign that says, if someone else is picking up their order, wait until they leave, and then you can go in and pick up your box. So it's not, I think that the clarification was that doesn't mean they can't operate. It just means they can't have person-to-person contact. And those are challenging additions for certain businesses to make to their operation, no question. But many are doing it. So.
Can someone still go to Walmart's nursery and buy whatever they want at Walmart's nursery?
As of today at 9:20 a.m., yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to continue. My guess is we will see that change very soon.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Great.
May I?
And Mike, could you put your hand down? Could you unraise your hand? All right. Who just spoke up?
Yes, Will.
Hi, Will. Go ahead.
So if I can try my hand at splitting this thing, and I don't know. So, and Abby, you can clarify for me, but my understanding is that according to the executive order, if food is involved, there is limited person-to-person contact, but if there is not food involved, there should be no direct person-to-person contact.
I think that is true in the example that you're trying to give, Will. The place that's not true would be a farmer's market. So even still, if food is involved, we can't have the community gatherings that a farmer's market might facilitate. So in that case, even if you're selling food, you still have to do it with very limited person-to-person contact via your farm, not in a community location like a farmer's market. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. There is one piece of the order as Abby's described it, and I got clarification from her on the weekend, but I just want to bring it up, and that's the one person per facility rule that I think, if I understood it correctly, the facility doesn't refer to kind of an individual greenhouse so much as it refers to a farm, and a farm, and that is only in the case of the care and maintenance of plants. Where it gets dicey from a practical boots on the ground kind of situation where we're actually trying to keep people employed, not lay them off, is when we have multiple greenhouses and or other kind of things going on in fields and in kind of nearby areas and so forth, for us to limit kind of our crew to one person because the farm is a facility, if I understood the interpretation correctly, that's a real problem. I can understand one person per greenhouse, and this is when it comes to just staff. I understand that it would refer to non-farm customers or for other farming customers who might stop by looking for plants for food production or something like that. But I guess it seems pretty extreme when it comes to actually operating a greenhouse / farm operation.
Yeah, so Will, I think, again, this is where everyone has a unique circumstance, and every business, or not every, but many, many, many businesses are wanting a very specific interpretation to their operation, which is difficult to provide. But I think my understanding, I certainly could be wrong, but my understanding of how this works is if you are a farm, you are deemed essential. And so if you are a farm selling food, you are deemed essential and you need to have limited person-to-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that is retail, selling ornamental and other veggie starts to an average consumer like myself, you have been deemed non-essential and you cannot have person-to-person contact with the customer at the drop-off or sale point, or in the greenhouse around the care and maintenance of the plants. So this is that differentiation that kind of Michael was referring to, is that they have taken a slightly different interpretation as of today, or as of the 25th, as to what a farm is. But they're saying if you are a farmer growing food and you have a greenhouse, you can do limited person-to-person contact.
Yeah, and again, just practically, and this is totally situational on our farm, but we have 2 greenhouses that have both our own field starts, onions, etc., and hanging baskets in them.
Right.
That we're not going to put out in the field, and they aren't edible. And so a strict interpretation would kind of say that, only one person can be there doing that. And I think if I understood your earlier email that I couldn't have one person in one greenhouse and one person in another house because the farm is the facility. Or maybe I misunderstood that, but
maybe I misunderstood. I think I don't know that I know how to exactly interpret that well. I think because you are I think that the challenge in that scenario that you're describing is because you are a farm, you should be allowed to have person-to-person contact. But what you have in your greenhouse has nothing to do with your food sales, because that's like a retail side of your farm business model, right?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with food sales, but it does have to do with the production of food, because the starts that are going to go out in the field in a month are there.
Right. I mean, and again, this is where I, personally and professionally agree with you and Michael that, even in the SNAP program, a vegetable start is considered food. And that's why SNAP benefits can go towards buying plant starts. And so intuitively, I would agree with you that that's food. I think I guess this is how I might do my best at interpreting it. So what the executive order, stay home, stay safe, does not want are customers coming to your greenhouse, walking around with other people, buying ornamental and non-essential items in the greenhouse. If they were coming to the farm to pick up their CSA share, and in that CSA share box, they had also ordered a 6-pack of peppers and onion starts and tomatoes, that would be no problem for them to have limited person-to-person contact to pick up those starts. But I think the feeling was they don't need a hanging basket today or tomorrow. It's not going to feed them. And they don't actually, they don't even really need to plant their tomato starts this weekend. They can probably plant them next weekend, when hopefully the flattening of the curve has occurred a bit more and we're less susceptible of spreading the virus. So I think it was trying to split the line of saying, we want farms to be able to grow and share food, and for families to be able to pick up their CSA share or go to the farm stand and get the food that they're going to feed their family for this week. But they don't need to do the ornamental and the retail greenhouse operations in full, like, public engagement right now. Does that help? Does that resonate?
Yeah, and there's, but I would extend it just a little further and say, but if arrangements can be made online, mail, phone, etc., for a pre-order type of situation, they can then sell those non-essential items as long as no person-to-person contact. Right. Okay.
Yes. And so that was really, I hoped that was clear, that it's not saying the business has to close. It's just saying the goal is to say we don't want people wandering around greenhouses picking out hanging baskets. And I can admit that's hard for me right now, because I too want to plant in the garden, and I can't go buy that in the normal way that I might, unless I wanted to go to Home Depot. But the greenhouse next to me is saying, okay, we will sell you starts, and we're going to do it without person-to-person contact, so that there's not a risk to customers or employees of the greenhouse. So yeah, you can still buy it. It's just how the transaction occurs has to be, because it's not food, needs to be no person-to-person. The part of your business that is food can absolutely have limited contact, and you can put the box in the back of their car, and you can take a payment if you wish via credit card or check, and that can still continue for the CSA side of things.
Okay.
So it sounds to me like this is somewhat doable. It just, and I think an argument can be made also that people gain a certain amount of mental health and sanity from gardening.
I know.
I think flowers and other things are important. I take your point, Abby, and I totally agree about people wandering around greenhouses. But it sounds to me like farmers at farm stands will be able to do their sales, but they just have to be careful about how they do it.
Right.
So I have another question along these lines. I just had an email this morning from a state rep who asks about someone who is doing maple syrup, and can they, let me see if I can find it exactly. What's your understanding of the status on sugar shacks? Are they allowed to sell on premise or curbside? I know there are many questions about what qualifies as essential, and that someone asked about farm stands, which would seem comparable to sugar shacks, but I wasn't clear on the answer in the FAQs that have been sent out. So my answer to him was that agriculture, maple sugaring is essential, is agriculture. Agriculture is essential, and that it seemed to me that they would be able to sell given social distancing, as long as they maintain social distancing and that sort of thing. But if that's not accurate, I'd like to correct that to him.
That is accurate, as I would agree with your interpretation, Carolyn. Agriculture includes maple syrup production, and so they can do sales with limited person-to-person contact because that's deemed essential.
Fantastic. Are there other questions? Will, did you have any follow-up? Are there any other questions from committee members about this? Have you all heard about this from various folks?
I'm perfectly satisfied with kind of where things sit as of today. Again, the idea that Home Depot or Walmart can be selling plants and we with full limited contact, and we can't, but I can get over that in a few minutes. I think we all have to kind of step up, do our best, and respect the fact that at the end of the day, it's not about any one individual so much as it's about the community, and I think this is what the governor's executive order is all about. And I think for me, it really just revolves around kind of what's possible, what can we do, and again, I think somehow word has to get back to Jack Mannix that in fact he can sell flowers so long as there's no person-to-person contact.
Okay, so I've been asked by someone on the call, how do you raise your hand? And so you click up above, and there's a toolbar at the top, and you click on more. And I can't do it because I'm a co-host here, but there's a choice there to raise hand. So so you can try that. Rodney has his hand up, and then John Bartholomew. So Rodney, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, on the maple syrup sales, we've contacted where we bulk out syrup, and they have it set up so that you can deliver your syrup back up to the loading dock. There's a buzzer you have to push, get back in your truck, and then they'll come out and unload your truck and weigh it and grade it and bring you out of slip. So that's how they're doing it there.
Okay, thanks, Rodney. Sharon, John Bartholomew is next. Sharon's having a hard time raising her hand. Rodney, could you unraise your hand? John first, and then Sharon.
I just wanted to comment on the on farmers markets, and it seems like as we come into that season, if we're still under this lockdown, we've got to find a way to get those functioning. And it doesn't make sense that if you think about it, a farmer's market, you're probably able to do more social distancing there than you could in a supermarket. There ought to be a mechanism in place where these can move forward in some way, because this is direct sales from farmers to customers. I just can't believe there's no way to do it in a safe way, and in fact, a safer way than in supermarkets. And I also have to say, I'm feeling right now pretty outraged that that Walmart or Home Depot could sell ornamental stuff, and we've got small businesses in this state that are going to be hampered and basically shut down. They've got huge investments in their plants ready to go for spring, and they're not going to have a reasonable way to sell them. So I have to express some outrage there.
So Representative Bartholomew, we did just put together some economic impact data for the governor's press conference today. And we looked at and made some gross estimations about farmers market sales in the month of March and April, were they to be operational. So there's normally about 14 winter farmers markets that would occur in March and April. And the total food sales that could occur over the months of March and April would be over 1.1, almost $1.2 million in local food sales. We also looked at estimating what the summer farmers market average assumptions of sales, and that's at the 67 farmers markets, and it would be 2.8 million monthly. So starting in May through September, let's say, or June through September. I mean, each market starts at a slightly different time. So at a time when all 67 markets would be open, it would be about $2.8 million a month, an aggregate of all 67 markets in local food sales. So we agree with you that there is significant challenge with this determination of farmers markets not being deemed essential. And we hear daily from markets that are frustrated by that determination. And as of right now, our strategy is to say the market is comprised of farmers, of vendors, many of which are farmers, and farmers, if they can, kind of divert their sales and their relationships to online and on farm, and they can continue those activities. But it's not the same, I recognize.
But certainly you can't do a direct comparison between sales at farmer's market and sales at a supermarket, because the percentage of those sales going directly to farmers is going to be much higher. And as you say, we don't know what's coming, but when we get into May and June, it's going to be much more important, in my opinion, to get these farmers markets moving in some way. And they ought to be able to be safe. As I said, social
Mm-hmm.
distancing becomes the norm. You're outside. It seems safer to me than a supermarket, and I'll shut up now. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John. I think those are good points. I mean, it seems to me that being outdoors at a farmer's market is probably, I understand the whole indoor farmer's market issue, but being outdoors where the virus doesn't last long in UV light and you can sort of step around each other. Although I've been to the Brattleboro farmer's market when it's been very, very crowded. People would have to be very careful. So I want to ask, Sharon, did you have a question? Did you figure out how to raise your hand? Okay. Carrie, did you have a question? Okay, good enough. All right, are there any other questions for Abby? Will, do you feel like you've gotten the answers you need?
Yes, thanks. Thanks very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. It's always good to hear your voice, and I hope that we're able to straighten some of this out so that our farmers are, are not as badly affected as some of our other folks are going to be. So any other questions on this topic? All right, I'm not hearing any. So I think
Representative Partridge?
Yes.
Would the
Abby?
committee be interested in the economic impact data that we kind of pulled together as of yesterday?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I would
I'm
love
happy
to, if you could, yeah, if you could send that to Linda, that would be fabulous.
Great. I would say
Okay.
it's incomplete, but it's a good snapshot of where we're seeing the disruption and the challenges, and it's great for cheesemakers to farmers market vendors, and then there's some really, I guess the last piece I'll just share, if you're open, is that there are also some really great outcomes that we're seeing. So grocery store sales are up 50%. So consumers, when we restrict their markets, they're just spending more money at grocery stores. And so one of our initiatives is to try to get all the product that was being sold at restaurants and institutions, colleges in particular, to have those vendors and those suppliers make their product available to grocery stores. We're also hearing some farm stands are having the highest grossing sales days in the last consecutive 2 weeks that they've ever had. So people are really reaching out to try to find local access to food, and it is having a really kind of positive, if not at least short-term impact on many businesses.
Yeah, I know. We've been trying to help out some of the restaurants, but even those, the takeout service is not enough to keep them going, and some of them are just shutting down. I have 3 hands up, John O'Brien, and then Carrie, and then John Bartholomew. John O'Brien.
Carolyn, I just had a tech question. What happened to O'Grady and Vicky? Do we only get a 3x3 grid on this? Or is everybody else seeing them?
So if you swipe over to the right, do you see the others? Have you gone to gallery view?
Yep. Okay.
I see Vicky and Mike. So can you go to gallery view?
Yeah, but you can't make it smaller. So it's like a 4x4. You always have to swipe.
Well, if you go to, you can either switch to the active speaker, or you can do gallery view.
Right.
So if you do gallery view, you'll get I get 9 faces at once. And since there are more than 9 of us, if I swipe to the right, I see the rest of our group.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, that's a limitation of the iPad. For users on the laptops or your desktop computers, you should be able to see everyone.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Ron. And Ron, I'll probably give you a call later to try and get this up and going on my laptop. That would be great. All right. So Carrie is next.
Yeah, thank you. It's really great to see everybody. All I wanted to say is before Abby joined the second time, Terry had asked some questions. And I think those questions are really highlighted in the document and summary analysis that Abby put together about the economic impacts.
In terms of farmers? Yeah, okay. All right, John Bartholomew, you're next.
This is probably a question for Abby, but anyone who knows, I'm just wondering what others are seeing and what's being reported from cheesemakers. One of our local cheesemakers has reported that they are all backed up in the cheese cave because their orders have really slowed to a trickle or stopped. Some of that is probably related to sales to restaurants not happening, but it seems like people are still eating. They still need to eat. So are all of our cheesemakers, local cheesemakers and artisan cheesemakers experiencing this drop in sales, or do we just have an outlier here in Heartland?
So I did just send Linda the economic impact data, so you all will have access to that, I hope, momentarily. There is a update from the cheesemakers in that document that was assembled by Laura Ginsburg from conversations with the Vermont Cheese Council and probably about 20 or so different cheesemakers in Vermont. And so the results are mixed, depending upon their markets, how their cheese is packaged. And so we're seeing that, for those cheesemakers that sold to restaurants and specialty shops, their sales are likely down 80% or so. For those that are selling to farmers markets, online, farm stands, the loss is a little bit less than 80%. Grocery stores are also seeing a decline in certain type of cheese purchases. They're really looking for, because they're trying to limit person-to-person contact in the grocery, some more effectively than others. They're really looking for pre-cut and pre-wrapped cheeses, not bulk cheeses that you then would cut in the store or whatever. So as for like economic impact, some cheesemakers are saying it's tens of thousands of dollars of loss. Others are saying it's upwards of $100,000 of anticipated loss over the past few weeks. There's some pretty bold projections. If the markets continue the way that they are, of upwards of $500,000 for some, and others that are really worried that total markets will collapse and businesses will not be able to remain operational without additional income coming in. It did sound like there's probably another few weeks before we'll have a real sense of what stores have for additional needs. So they're still working through their back stock, and whether they will reorder product or not. So yeah, a pretty grim, unfortunately, for many, many of Vermont's cheesemakers right now.
For cheese, yeah. So maybe we should move the cheese to the toilet paper aisles.
So I have to say, when I visited the Brattleboro Hannaford about 2 weeks ago, there was nothing on the toilet paper or paper towel aisles, and there was nothing in the cabbage cheese area. Every single stick of 8 ounce of up to 2 pounds were gone. Luckily, I buy it by the 3 pound package, and there were some of those, but it was pretty incredible. So I did include in my article a couple of weeks ago a shout out to folks who might want to order directly from farmers, and I think there are some cheese companies that do. Like, I think Jasper Hill you can order directly, and I don't know about the others. But then I wondered, Abby, we had talked at some point, maybe it was on a conversation that I had with you and Anson and Bobby Starr. There was a thought to maybe try and put up some kind of a website to help create a direct market for some cheese producers, farmers, with the public.
Yeah, my understanding, and I am going to look it up now because I I haven't looked at it myself, but my understanding is that the Vermont Cheese Council has done just that. And so
Okay.
they have created an online portal for folks to be able to order online
Okay.
through their website.
Okay.
And so it's a good example of kind of a resource that I should kind of probably know a little bit more about.
Okay.
But that was my understanding, is that they worked really quickly to kind of create an online. Yeah, so if you go right to vermontcheese.com, one of the top links is where to buy our cheese. And then they have it all set up as an online sales directory for Vermont cheeses and tell you exactly how it works, that you select what cheese you want, order online. Depending on where you live, it could be picked up from the cheese producer, from a farm stand, curbside pickup, or even have it delivered to your door. So it looks like they have a pretty decent system right now.
Okay, great. Thanks, Abby.
Yeah.
I have a few hands up here. John Bartholomew, did you lower your hand or is it up again? Okay, you're lowering. Okay, Terry Norris and then Rodney.
Since we're talking about the cheese, I noticed yesterday on the Jasper Hill Facebook page that they dispersed their Asher herd because of the potential downturn in the cheese economy. So I mean, I know that Mateo is pretty much into, financially being profitable, and he just felt that was not gonna, didn't see a future there. So it's kind of sad that they, that was their prime, calling card, sort of like, was that Asher herd. So I just see a future for Vermont farms is we're going to lose, I bet we'll lose half of our farms this year. Because, the price of milk is just like plummeted down to like $10. There's no profit there for farmers, and they can ask for credit, from their suppliers. But trust me, I just know that grain dealers will not hold farmers for very long, because it's, there's no profit in it for them either, and they have to watch out for their bottom line. And I just see a real problem for Vermont farmers.
Yeah, agreed, Terry. And Mike O'Grady, I'm wondering if you have any information regarding the stimulus money that's coming to Vermont, and if that might be helpful to some of our dairy farmers or farmers in general.
As I said earlier, it's really yet to be determined. Yeah. There's 9.5 billion that's going to USDA for agricultural programs, and then there's some smaller, more targeted programs. There's nothing specific to dairy. So it's really going to depend on what USDA does over the next week or so on how to move that 9.5 billion.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I have Rodney's hand up. Rodney?
Yes. So I was just wondering, we've been talking about how it's hard to get the cheese because of limited contact with people, but with people being laid off and losing their health benefits and stuff like that, some of it's probably because they just have to make choices of not buying specialty cheeses.
Yeah, I don't know. Abby, would you have a comment on that, or?
Yeah, I think all that I can comment on that is that during the 4 calls that we held a couple of weeks ago, hearing from producers and producer associations, as well as supply chain partners and service providers, it was very clear that the average consumer in this response to a time of crisis is returning to some of the basics. And so people are buying, big blocks of cabbage cheese, potatoes and root vegetables, more meat, milk, butter, some of those like very comfort related food items. And they're not having people over for dinner, and they're not, doing some of their same activities. People are kind of hunkering down and kind of relying upon some of the customary basic food groups. And so in some ways that's been great. And we saw like a real quick short-term surge in dairy product purchasing. But then, as Representative Norris mentioned, with the loss of the decline in milk price, where Diane shared some figures again in the economic impact data that you now have, that just the dairy industry itself will see 180,000 per month loss in income due to milk price decline. So, and it will, and Diane said it's going to get worse, throughout the summer. So, yeah, I think people's buying habits are changing, their socialization patterns are shifting, and milk prices are going down.
Yeah, it's really concerning. I'm wondering if there are any other questions, thoughts about this topic that we've been discussing. Rodney, is your hand up again? Okay, his hand is down. Thank you. Any other questions about this? Will, I want to thank you for being available today and to have this conversation. I think it's been very helpful. And Abby, I thank you too. I'm not trying to kick you off the call or anything, but I'm looking forward to Abby seeing your the impact study. I'll probably include it in parts of it in my weekly article this week, which will be in the Reformer on Monday.
Great.
So anything you wanted to add, Abby?
If there are suggestions that you as the Ag and Forestry Committee have for ways you'd like to see us as the Agency of Ag respond based on what you're hearing from your constituents, let us know. Our response efforts right now are focused on pulling together resources that are available for ag producers, posting that on our website. The economic impact data that you have or will soon see came from sort of relationships we have with different groups, but also from a survey that we received from ag producers that completed, answered a few questions, including their economic losses. We're still looking to do more calls like we did a couple weeks ago, if nothing else, to just give an update from the agency and for people to ask questions. We're trying to give the interpretations to guidance as often as we can to folks that reach out and ask. Again, we're trying to make supply connections to grocery stores for product that was originally deemed for restaurants and institutions. So we're trying to connect with producer association groups to sort of figure out what their needs might be. So if there's other things that you're specifically hearing that we could be helpful in supporting, please let us know. You can reach out to us by email, or we can have another call, or come back in to testify, whatever you need.
Great. Thanks so much, Abby. Thanks for and please thank everybody at the agency, both you and Carrie. Thank everybody at the agency for everything they're doing to take this on. Will, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, just again, my thanks to Abby in particular for sticking with me as I try to get clarification on this and all the work that they're doing there. And thanks very much for the opportunity. I see a customer's just pulled in, so I better go wait on them. Happy April 1st, everyone.
Could I say one last thing to you, Will?
Of course.
Plant
Yes.
nasturtiums in all of your hanging baskets because they're edible.
Okay.
Hey, listen, good luck.
I made a note.
Okay. All right. We'll see you. Take care.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, it is 6:30. We will call this meeting to order. I would ask anybody that is not speaking, please put your microphones on mute. That will eliminate a lot of the feedback. All right. So.
We don't have Mr. Dunkley yet. Okay.
Yeah, he'll stroll in. He'll be here. So additions to the agenda, I have two. One is another nomination to the Solid Waste Committee. And another is and Sandy, I'm going to ask for some help in bringing this one up so that I don't do it incorrectly, but just that concern that we sent out yesterday for the family in town and the use of that.
Right. It'd be AJ Brooks requesting you'd want to do that executive session.
Okay, so I would add that to the agenda. We will make that number 6, 7. That would be number 8 to the agenda. And that will be an executive session.
So to the select board, when you're sending those types of things out, if I could be CC'd on that so I know what's going on and can act accordingly, it would be helpful.
All right. Chair's remarks. I don't have much. The only thing that I will say, and it's troubling that we are here. However, this is where we are, but the recreation department, the playground, the basketball courts, the pavilion, as well as the playground at the elementary school, their basketball court, baseball fields are all closed to public use. This was a decision that the school, as well as the rec department, the rec board, I'm sorry, had come to that decision. I agreed with them, as that's what the majority of the surrounding towns were doing, and I feel that that is safe. What brought this on was a large group of kids that were in the pavilion, some of them on the roof of the pavilion, and that needed to be addressed. It's unfortunate, and I will tell you that the call that I got from Seth Dio, where he was very almost shaken by the fact that he had to close the park to our town's children, it clearly bothered him. So I don't want anybody to think that this decision came lightly or it was one that anybody really wanted to make, but it is for the safety of our residents. Additionally, I would like to note that the Holdbrook is offering deliveries. They're offering to pick things up for people. They're making bulk meals to go. They're really trying to help everybody out. So if people have not looked into that, I would suggest that they do. And other than that, let's just be nice to each other. We're all in this together. Having said that, open public comments on agenda items only. Anybody? Guests, I don't believe we have any other than BCTV. Am I correct with that? Jeff Dunkley's here. Brana, go ahead, unmute yourself. What do you got?
I'm a guest.
I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
It's a little bit harder when I have to scroll through pictures to find you. Did you have any comments on the agenda items, Brana?
No, unless you want me to tell you what the library trustees have done now, and then I could just depart, or I can wait to the agenda item. It's up
Sure.
to you.
Well, we don't really have you on there much, so I would roll into department and committee reports, and I would accept that at this point if you would like. Brana, does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
The trustees meet tomorrow on Zoom. So I took a straw poll last week, and we all voted to pay our staff and follow your example. And they're we're very grateful. And I did get an email from one of the staff who was very surprised and grateful. But tomorrow we have a formal motion to consider this, just to make it kosher, I guess. I've also let Cindy know that we are doing that. It seems a little bit like maybe overkill, but I think it really needs to happen to make sure the record is clean and clear. And that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And unless anybody had any questions or comments on that, I would roll into Mark Snow and David Emery with an update on the COVID-19 situation. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
All right, welcome and thank you. Unfortunately, I'm not clever enough to connect into the video part, so I'm on the phone part. Can you hear me okay?
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I know Mark also is connected by phone, but let me, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Mark. So first of all, I really want to say thank you out to all the first responders, the fire, the sheriff, doctors, nurses, you know, and especially all the extra support people, the housekeeping, food prep, you know, supply, secretaries, public works, you know, and the real heroes out there are not million-dollar athletes. They are the people that are the waiters and waitresses, store clerks, and the stockers, and all of them that come to work every day. So with that, I'm sure that you all get tons of emails, not only from me, but from everyone else that you're probably connected with. So I'm just going to reiterate some of the stuff that you already know. As of today, the state of Vermont has 575 positive tests. 7,129 total people have been tested. There have been 23 deaths in the state so far. And right now there's 29 critical hospitalized. And Windham County is sitting on 32. So with that said, the next 7 to 14 days are predicted to be the apex of this virus, and significant more cases they expect to rise. So really the worst is yet to come. So with that, Vermont has done a great job. I can tell you the Vernon residents have done a great job. The key to this is personal hygiene, the washing your hands, and the distancing. And that is the best tool that we have right now. And I'm sure you've all seen a lot of the stuff where they're working on antiviruses. They're working on everything that may or may not come about soon. However, what the concern is now is that once we reach that apex and we start coming back towards what we might consider normal, there's a chance of it resurfacing because people are going to not follow directions again. So that's something that we need to make sure we stay on top of. So as updates for the locals for all our stuff, as you know, the school is closed and will be for the rest of the year. The school is actually going to continue with their spring break from April 20th to the 24th. Meals will still be prepared and delivered every day that they are following up. They're keeping up with all the meals. Sheriff's Department, Deputy Whittle has reported that he's had contact with a single person that moved here from New York and needed some education on the quarantine process. And that's the governor's order. And evidently it might become more of a problem throughout the state because they're now looking at cases that aren't resolved will go to the Attorney General's office. The fire department, Chapin, says his call volume is actually lower than normal. The PPE that they have is still okay. The state has put a ban on open fire burning, so therefore I don't believe Vernon will be issuing any fire permits, but that will be a day-to-day operation. The reason for that is so that firefighters don't have to congregate and violate the 6-foot order, and that you have to do that when you're putting a fire out. You reported on the recreation department that all the programs are closed and the parks are closed. Vernon Green is talking with Skip Sleeper. Fortunately, that man is on top of everything, and he has been diligent in keeping everybody up to speed there. So far, they report no resident or staff cases. And he's working on the inevitable eventually, if it does hit in there, how they're going to deal with the deaths. I'll speak more to that in a minute. Town Clerk Tim Arsenal is our person for contact for volunteers. He has created a volunteer list, but is still soliciting for anyone that's interested in being on that list. What we're trying to do is match Vernon residents with Vernon residents to help them through whatever needs that they have. We have 3 people that we've been assisting so far with some volunteers, and that's worked pretty well. Tom Greeno is, again, doing the follow-up with all our healthcare people in town and our groups that have people here. He'll be calling them this week again and checking to make sure that they're all set and see if there's anything additional we can do for them. And here's the EOCs. We purchased some additional Field Tech Tyvek suits, and we're looking at maybe purchasing additional ones if they become available to keep in stock. And one of the things, mentioning that with Vernon Green, with Skip, and trying to keep up with could happen is there's a short supply of, unfortunately, of body bags. So we're probably going to create a little expense and try to get above the curve there and put some in stock. And again, those are as hard to get as PPE. So here's one thing I think that the select board might want to consider. That we declare, the town declare a full state of emergency. It would include that the EMP and the staff from the EOC would be active and activated, which they are already. They mostly we do it all by electronics. However, it would be the same duties for the town staff. Nothing would change, but it would give us the authorization to apply for federal funding if it becomes necessary available. I believe that we have everything in place through the years and through our LEMP, and everything is there. But I'm not sure exactly what we need to do. So I'll contact the state emergency management office and I'll get more information and I'll bring that back to you, Chris. But if you want to discuss that so that when I get that information, or wait till your next meeting, I'm okay, however you want to do that. Again, primarily, I think it will be for the ease, maybe federal funding that hopefully will become available if the town needs it. And I'll run it over to Mark Snow. Mark?
Good evening, everybody. I hope you are well and healthy. Thank you for this opportunity to given to us to provide an update for the board as well as the citizens of Vernon. I just have a few things. I'd like to pass along that the health department has expanded its COVID-19 web pages. And they've done that so that the content is delivered easier to specific groups. The new pages include frequently asked questions, long-term care and group living facilities, schools and childcare programs, coping with the stress, and more. All information and resources and guidelines on the website is continuously reviewed and updated as needed. So I would encourage folks to visit the webpage. It's healthvermont.gov/COVID-19. Couple other things is in regards to face mask. I'm sure everyone has heard a lot on the news about that recently, and the state of Vermont is encouraging and saying that Vermonters should wear cloth facial mask or coverings if they need to leave their homes. for essential purposes. The advice to wear these masks is based on new data about how COVID-19 can spread before a person has any symptoms. Because people may have COVID-19 but no symptoms, wearing a face mask may help keep people from spreading the virus. Face coverings are not a substitute for physical distancing and other prevention measures. The most effective way to slow the virus spread is to continue to follow the governor's stay home, stay safe order, respect social distancing, and be vigilant in washing hands and not touching your face. With that being said, you can still enjoy the outdoors, but there's some precautions that you should take. What is being recommended and encouraged is to stay close to home. Find areas where you can walk or bike to, but if you must drive, please limit the distance to from home to 10 miles and only drive with members of your household that are healthy. Practice social distancing outside. Again, that's that same message that we've heard since the beginning. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. Keep your dog on a leash and close to you. Be cautious in choosing low-risk activities to avoid injury. Because if you are injured, then first responders are required to come provide medical attention and take care of the situation. So you're actually putting those folks in harm's way or possible harm's way. The last thing to enjoy the outdoors safely is to respect signs for closed areas, trails, and land. The state officials have analyzed projections of the COVID-19 cases and hospitalization needs. The current models project the peak of cases between mid to late April and early May. So the worst is yet to come by the prediction. The last thing that I'd like to say is that the Vermont Fish and Game announced today that the Vermont trout season begins this coming Saturday, and that it will be open to Vermonters to enjoy the outdoors and hopefully catch some trout. But they want you to take precautions for that. And again, use the outdoor safety precautions that have been outlined. For additional information from the Vermont Fish and Game, you can visit their website as well. That's what I have to update at this point. I think Dave covered everything overall very well. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Mark, I've got 2 questions for you, or Dave.
Okay.
Just it seems to be a common question, those cloth face masks, what is the recommended, if any, way to clean those in between uses? How often should they be cleaned, et cetera, as well as the use of gloves? We're seeing a lot more use of gloves. Everybody's wearing them, but you know, my opinion on gloves is you wear them so that you don't have to wash your hands and then you touch everything and you spread it everywhere. So could you guys touch on either of those?
What I can say in regards to the use of the mask and maintaining the mask is I would refer you to the CDC's guidance on how to use and make cloth masks. Also, I believe there are some cleaning guidelines on that website as well.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Hearing on VPR today, they recommend that they get microwave for 2 minutes, a mask in a plastic bag, microwave for 2 minutes, and wash once a week in a regular load of wash.
Okay.
And that comes with a huge caution, Mr. Chairman. We all know that microwaves have caused a ton of fires. And you
Right.
put a plastic bag and a cloth in the microwave, and you accidentally set that for more than 2 minutes. So people that are using that method need to be extremely careful and pay attention to what they're doing with that. The washing is probably your best option, is have multiple masks and wash them one day and wear another one and that so on. As far as the gloves go, I absolutely agree is that gloves were made to be disposable. And going back to the mask, as you know, the mask is designed to keep you, the wearer, from coughing anything or any fluids or anything coming out of your mouth. The cloth mask is not going to prevent you from getting contaminated. It's going to prevent you from contaminating someone else. So that's the other caution, is that it's not an N95. It's not the mask that you would wear in a setting where somebody's truly had the virus. So that's where I am on that opinion.
Chris,
Yes.
I have a question on the microwave. Many of us are putting metal in them so that they can close it over their nostrils. If you put that in a microwave, aren't you going to have a problem?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't try it.
Any metal object in a microwave is going to cause a significant problem. So if you have that metal nose piece that is sewn in there, whether, you know, one of the suggestions is that you use pipe cleaners or wire ties or something like that are in there. I will guarantee you that the sparks will fly as soon as you hit that start button.
Yeah,
Can we try that at the EOC?
I want to try. No, I'm using the pipe cleaners, and I just wondered about that.
All right. And then we're seeing a lot more questions as far as what is considered an essential worker, and we could all debate what's essential and what isn't. So that's not my question here, but more so these essential workers that are coming home and their families have been kind of doing the stay home, stay safe. Is there any recommendations for those people to keep their families safe?
Well, let me tell you what I know for essential workers that are coming home. And I can speak for some of the first responders as well. What's happening is they're having some places that have the opportunity to change their clothes at work, so that you can take the clothes off that you used at work and put on a different set of clothes to come home. Or what they're doing is they're changing as soon as they get home before they go in and greet their family. And some are, as soon as they're getting home, or if not before, are going to the shower. As we said, soap and water is very effective on this virus. So, you know, I would recommend any essential worker that is coming home, that's been in contact, or, you know, with the public especially, you haven't been able to do the 6-foot distance, I would recommend that you have a change of clothes, or you have the ability to jump into the shower immediately before you do your hugging and kissing with your family.
Perfect. Any other questions for David or Mark? Let me scroll through all the pictures here. I see no hands. Gentlemen, thank you. We always appreciate hearing from you and staying on top of this, keeping us informed, and always looking out for Vernon. We appreciate that. David, we will talk about the declaration of the state of emergency at the end of this meeting, and then I will wait for some guidance from you over the next day or so.
Okay.
All right, perfect.
I will hang in to the meeting in case you have any other questions.
Are you hanging in just for that, sir?
Well, primarily, yeah.
All right. Unless anybody on the board would have an issue with that, could we move that discussion to number 1 in new business, just so that Mr. Emery does not have to stay on with us?
Sounds good.
I see no objection. We will do that after the bills and warrants, which will be coming up. So, gentlemen, thank you. We are going to move along to the approval of March 17th minutes. Does anybody have any changes, corrections, any of that happy stuff? Everybody is good. Gene, I see you waving your hand. Where are you? Tom, can you unmute her or?
Everybody's unmuted.
She needs to click audio.
Yeah, all participants are unmuted.
Gene, it's always you we're waiting on.
Well, while we're waiting for Gene, I had a couple of hopeful from the board, hopeful amendments to the meeting minutes, as I didn't catch who made motions in a couple of spots.
No, we're on two different ones, Tom. We are on the March 17th.
Oh, 17th, not the 29th. Yep. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
But as we are waiting on Gene, we couldn't, well, Sandy, there's no reason we couldn't do the 27th as well.
No, you can do them. You can take them out of order while Gene connects.
Okay, Tom, go ahead. Let me pull that up here so I'm looking at it. So go ahead. We will switch over to Friday, March 27th. That was the special meeting. Can we look at those and accept corrections, please?
Thank you.
Tom, what do you got?
Well, if you look to the latter pages, I think most of the minutes are pretty good. I got the first set of motions, but there are motions on the last page for adjournment and paying folks, the motion on paying folks and reviewing it through the May 5th meeting.
Sandy's trying to chime in here. I think she's probably got that information.
I made that motion on the May 5th.
Okay. Thank you.
There's quite a few typographical things.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Clarity.
Sandy, I know that you've got a lot of notes on this. Tell us what page you want to start on and we'll all get on the same page here.
Well, mostly it was, let me get back to my notes here. It started on page 3. Is that Jean? No, on page 3. Did Jean just check it? We just lost Jean? On the first one, the first sentence needs clarification, Tom.
First sentence on page 3. It was noted by the interim administrator that Bratt had softened on the no reporting to work at all. That should be a comma there.
It should probably be a quote.
It was beginning to bring some recreation and DPW employees back to undertake tasks that require no other person-to-person interaction.
You know, Mr. Chairman, maybe we could write our recommendations and send them to him because I have a lot.
Okay, yeah, I spell checked it and grammar checked it, so
Your spell check is broken, sir.
Yeah.
That could be. But I'm certainly, why don't you send them to me and I'll make the corrections as necessary.
And then we can address it at the next meeting.
Yep.
Chris, would that be okay?
That's fine, yep.
I apologize, Tom, but you have to realize I'm correcting a lot of English papers right now and everything's jumping out at me.
Yeah, I just checked it. Spelling and grammar check is complete. So, okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm good with that.
What do you think, Chris?
Sandy, I'm fine with that because I've got a few notes here as well, so.
Okay.
So that's fine. Jean, are you on with us?
It says her mic's on and her camera's off.
I think she.
Okay. I'm at a bit of a loss here because she had some questions on the 17th meeting minutes. Did anybody else, Jeff, Sandy, Michael, anything on the 17th meeting minutes?
No.
Sandy, you were all set with the 17th?
Yeah, I typed it, so I should.
That's true, yeah. Very good point. I see Jean again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, there she is. Perfect. What do you got for the 17th?
I don't know anymore.
So I'll interrupt real quickly. I don't know if you heard us, Jean. We decided that we would table the 27th and we would email our corrections to Tom on the 27th.
Yeah.
We will look at the 17th right now.
Okay, so the 17th, the only thing I had was on page 5, paying the town employees. I had recused myself.
Right.
I don't know, maybe I did make the motion, but I did recuse myself.
Mhm.
All right. Any other corrections to that one? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept the meeting minutes from March 17th, 2020.
Make a motion to accept the minutes from March 17th, 2020.
I have a motion made by Mr. Root. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor of accepting the March 17th, 2020 meeting minutes, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? All right. Jean, we will run into the bills and warrants now, please.
Okay. Okay. I move that we approve payment of the following warrant: 20T accounts payable, $14,339.51. 11S payroll, $7,842.57. 12S payroll, $8,003.13. And 13S payroll, $8,083.44.
Second.
I just need to ask because those are published incorrectly on the meeting warning. Is anybody else seeing that?
Oh, yeah, the 13S is, got a typo. It should be $83.
So $8,083.44.
Yes.
So we have a motion. Sandy, are you okay with the change to the agenda on that?
Yes, sir.
Could I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So new business, the update of the special meeting, we are going to move that to our next regular meeting, and any corrections should be emailed to the interim TA. So we will go on to new business number 2, town policies update and review process. Truthfully, I have been meaning to copy the policy book so that everybody could take some time, familiarize yourselves with it. And then we could start to discuss making sure that that's up to date, makes sense, everything is still pertinent to the town, all of that happy things. So if everybody is all right, unless anybody had actually looked into that and had anything that we should be discussing. Anybody? Sandy, Jean?
No.
Jeff, Michael?
No.
Okay, so I will get copies of those and I will let everybody know when that is done. Number 3, Mr. Garino, would you speak to the deferring of the bid opening, please?
Mr. Chairman, when this went in the paper, there was discussion of meeting on the 14th. So the bid went in for the tractor sale for the 14th, but the board won't be meeting until the 21st, and I'm just asking that the award of that bid or the acceptance or rejection of that bid be put off until the 21st.
Any objection from the board? Sandy?
No objection, so moved.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
seconded by Gene Carr. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So next is the, oh geez, I'm sorry. Mr. Emery, you are still there, aren't you?
That's okay. I do
Look,
not
look at
mind.
how efficient I was. Hey, I'm actually going to ask you to stay for both of these because I think that you weighing in on the Windham County Sheriff would also be beneficial. So if I jump past that, please remind me to come back to the declaration of the state of emergency. So I had a conversation with Mark Anderson, the sheriff, and just discussing the potential increase of sheriff's department hours. We have to be realistic, in my opinion, that because of the stay home, stay safe, we are forcing people that might not be in the most happiest situation of their lives to be stuck inside with some people that are not making them happy. So now we have children that are home that could potentially be home with abusive parents. We have relationships that could be resulting in domestics because of this increased quarantine time. And that's obviously not the only thing, but that's kind of a big issue that it would be nice to have law enforcement a little bit closer in those cases. But I did speak with Cindy today, and she said that it's very likely, as well as Mr. Anderson said that it was extremely likely, that we would get a large reimbursement for these hours back from FEMA. And Cindy did say that for the current time, we could use the reserve funds, which currently has $50,282.10 in it. So the money is there. It seems like it would be reimbursed. Mark's concern was that as this prolongs and more people start saying that they want police coverage, it will then be kind of a first come, first serve, more of a as needed type basis.
Chris?
Yep.
Chris?
Yep.
Question, just so that we're clear, this is a concern about domestic violence?
Partially, I mean,
increased domestic violence?
Potentially, yes. Yep. That's one of the things that has come up. Certainly, we see it on the school side where it's a very large concern that students that would usually be able to escape the abusive parents, if they're in that situation, no longer have that safety net of school, so they're at home with it. And DCF is not making a lot of house calls now, unless it is, I don't want to say intimate danger, but I mean, they're being a little bit choosier on what they're responding to. That is my opinion from things that I have read. I don't know that that is 100% accurate, and I don't know what it is that they will go and won't go for. So I just want to be clear with that. Essentially, if we were to do this, we would have to amend the contract, and then we would be paying the same hourly rate that we pay now. So that this wouldn't be considered a call out. This wouldn't be considered really anything additional other than if we have 40 hours now and it costs us $70,000 and we wanted another 40 hours to bring it to 80 hours, it would be $140,000.
Well, I certainly am sympathetic, but we do have a budget, and state police, state troopers come. So unless that we're assured any extra increase in law enforcement expenses are going to be covered, I'm not really in favor of it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I'm in discussion today with the Vermont Department of Public Safety liaison to the towns on the FEMA reimbursement. If this was worded in such a way that it was specifically due to the increase in hours was a result of the COVID-19 emergency declaration. And I think what Mr. Emery brought up earlier about a municipal declaration as well. It could be put in for FEMA reimbursement of up to 75%. And it appeared that that was a legitimate expense in the broad discussion that we had. But it would be something that would have to go to FEMA on the forms, and the reimbursement, just so Mr. Dunkley is aware, if there were reimbursement, it's certainly, if it was approved, there's no guarantee that that's coming within a week or 2 weeks of the time you submit for the reimbursement. It can take a few to several months for the return, but if it's accepted, you'll get a check. If it's not accepted as an expense, you won't.
Okay. So I guess, Jeff, we've got yours. Sandy?
I think we should probably add them. This isn't something that we could foresee happening, and you don't want anybody hurt if you can help it.
Jean?
I guess in my mind, my question is, how are these families going to be identified? I guess kind of like, how are we going to know when they need help? And so how is that going to relate to what hours the sheriff is here? I don't know if I'm making that clear, but as opposed to responding when there's a definite need, even if it's hours that they're not here, which I think goes back to what Jeff was saying with the state police. I guess I wonder what they feel it does if they're just patrolling the streets. I'm not sure.
Okay. Michael?
Do we have any facts from the sheriff, or is he just looking for more money for his officers? Is what I'm thinking. If we have an upgrade in calls and stuff, then yes, we should look into this. But if nothing's changed, then why should we change?
And this could be a temporary situation also. We don't know.
Right.
Yes, so what would happen is we would have to amend that contract. And then if nothing changed from the governor at the end of June, there would be language in there that the contract would automatically extend. It would not renew. It would extend for a period of time. Keeping in mind that usually this is the time of year that we do hear from the sheriff about the contract, and we have that discussion. It's usually, I believe, Sandy, the second meeting in April. I think that we usually discuss that. So we will have to have that discussion still at some point, but I guess unless there's any objection, I would like to have Mr. Emery weigh in on his thoughts on this.
Yeah.
Well, I can probably assure you it's not because the sheriff is attempting to create more hours for his people, because I'm not so sure that he has enough people to fill all the hours that are out there. However, the concern is valid. There has been a number of different cases throughout in different towns that have dealt with the same problem and wrestling with the same thing. I don't think anyone can predict the time or the place or any of that. So I know you're in a tough position about that. The only advantage you have, and it's not 100% sure, is that 75% of that cost could be recoverable. However, again, that's yet to be determined. And I think anytime there's a government opportunity to recover money, that there's always a question mark that comes with that in my book. So I guess I certainly wouldn't say it's a bad idea, but it is a tough one that you have to wrestle with.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Is it my understanding, am I correct, that let's say the select board opted to increase the hours hypothetically to X number, let's say 60 instead of 40? It wouldn't be an automatic billing of 60. It would be a billing of additional hours utilized. So if they use,
That is my, yes, that is my understanding from the conversation with the sheriff, is that if we said, hey, it'd be great if you were here for another 20 hours a week, but they are spreading their resources around the county, that if they were only here for 50 hours, we would be billed for the 50 as opposed to just a standard billing. We were both during our conversation, the word fluidity was used a lot, making sure that there was give and take should we choose to go this way. And Mark also said no hard feelings if we don't go this way. He was just putting it out there because we are in his contracted area and wanted to at least make that offer available to us, so that it was made. He wanted us to have this discussion in a time where he still could say, yes, I can give you additional man hours, as opposed to 2 months from now, if everything is extended and we say, wow, things are getting bad, we could use some more coverage. State police would be tied up at that point more significantly as well. So the likelihood of him being able to say, sure, we'll give you an extra even 10 hours a week may become troublesome. I did not get the feeling that this was in any way Mark trying to twist our arm into this. He was very upfront that this is not a necessity, that there is no guarantee that we will get all of that money back. And he understood, much like Mr. Emery is saying, that this is a tough decision because it is different circumstances. This money wasn't planned on, but it is there. So again, I don't think that this was a pressure tactic on his behalf. This was more of a concern from the things that we see. I did get a email today on the school side of it, just making people aware that, you know, there are children that are stuck in these homes. Gene, I understand what you're saying as far as the times. I don't think that there was a desire to put times on that. I think it was more of a roaming schedule and give us the hours and just a better police presence. But again, that is entirely up to this board.
Well, if we're going to increase hours, then we should get a discount on the hourly rate. And again, if there's no quantifiable increase in calls at this point, I believe it's kind of a little too early to start making a decision like this. I mean, that, for example, today there were 2 state troopers running around the town.
Anybody else? I guess that on this, we are either at a point where we could make a motion on this, or we can just say that we will wait to see what happens and move on to the next agenda item.
I just want to move on.
Hearing no motion.
Yep,
hearing no motion. Mr. Emery, if you wanted to come back and just touch on the state of emergency one more time so that we could discuss that briefly here.
Okay, I'm back in, and I'll just reiterate what I said earlier, is that by the town declaring a state of emergency, I think what it will allow is that if you do get into monies that are recoverable, you know, as you were talking with the sheriff's department, or there certainly could be other expenditures that are going to come up where you have to hire different people, or let's say that you have to hire ambulances, or becomes fluid where people can't pay for funerals. So there's a ton of things that could happen. And the only reason I'm mentioning this is so that we cover our pay base for that. Operationally, I don't see it changing anything that we are presently doing. In my office, we're every day. I didn't sign on for that, by the way. But every day, I'm in my computer at home doing stuff with this. And so, needless to say, there are other opportunities or things that could rear head. And that's all. And I don't know, again, I'm going to tell you that I don't know what we have to do. I know other towns have declared emergencies. And that's kind of where the whole thing is. It's only kind of, being ahead of the curve if something happens, or it would give me the opportunity to spend, I think in our LEMP, that's the local emergency plan, it authorizes me to be able to spend $500 without select board approval. But that's not the reason I'm after that. I'm not at all concerned about that. More concerned about being able to recover if we do, and do mitigation if there's any mitigation that's out there.
I'm going to go around the select board here and get thoughts from them, but in the meantime, could we please add Martin to the guest list? I just saw that he has joined us.
Yeah, I have him written down, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, perfect. So Sandy, on the state of emergency, your thoughts?
I would defer to David. I think it's a good idea not to close the door after the horse gets out of the barn. So we need to do it. He will know. He will know when we should do it, I think.
Okay.
I would defer to him, but I think it's something we definitely need to look into.
And should we go that direction, would we have to reconvene as a board to make that decision, or how would that work?
We would, if it's an emergency thing, you can call an emergency meeting like very fast. And I think that would be what you'd do.
Okay. Jeff?
Oh yeah, I totally agree with David. I mean, at this point, it's not necessarily an emergency in town, but certainly if there's some potential in the future, yeah, we should do it, definitely.
Jean?
I agree. So David wasn't asking for it right now.
No.
Is that right, David?
That's correct. I was
Okay.
looking to see if you wanted me to, however, there's no doubt my recommendation is going to be that we take the advantage and do that. But
Right.
I think I need to do a little bit more homework to see how we do that in the process.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Michael?
Well, I agree then.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, Michael?
I trust his judgment.
All right, so Mr. Emery, if I may task you to gather some more information about that and get that to me, and at that time and at your direction, we would call an emergency meeting and declare that if that is your wish.
Mr. Chairman? Could Mr. Emery also look to see if you, when you declared that, if you could make that an effective date prior to the date of your meeting, perhaps to the date when the EOC first met down on Governor Hunt Road 4 weeks ago? That's when it really started to pick up. And if that was the case, you might expand your funding eligibility to a earlier date.
Good question,
I'm not sure
Tom.
you can, but it may be worth checking into.
I will do that.
Thank you.
All right.
And it's the recommendation from Mark. I don't think Mark's on the line anymore, but as the health officer, he was in agreement with it.
Okay. Mr. Emery, as always, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to hearing from you over the next couple of days.
All right, and you certainly will. Thank you to the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we will talk again soon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
All right, next up, as you can all see, we are on Zoom, and it seems that we're going to be that way for a very long time. I think that it is important for our town to continue to move, to have these meetings, and that would also mean that our committees need to be meeting. So the solid waste, who met at 6 o'clock today via Zoom, they're going to start having regular meetings. They're going to report back to us in May with their suggestion, and I would like to see that planning commissions and all of that stuff just continue to move forward. Having said that, this Zoom account is set up on Mr. Garino's personal credit card. And I would ask that we switch that over so that the town is actually paying for that subscription. And that would give us the ability to add multiple hosts so that Bob Spencer could be a host. I could be a host. Jeff or Martin, you guys could be, I mean, so that would open that up so that Tom does not need to be at all of these meetings to host the meeting. Tom, what was the price on that, please?
I think it's, if you hold on just a second, Mr. Chair, I think it's $15.49 a month. That's for the up to 100 participants at a meeting, unlimited time on your meetings. You know,
And
so if
would
you had
it-
a 4-hour meeting, that'd be okay. But I can
Would
give
it
you the
be,
price in just a second.
Would it be your thought that on the other side of all of this, that that subscription, when we no longer need it, could that be billed to FEMA? Because we had to use it for this.
It probably could be billed. There is a threshold that you're going to need to be able to meet to become FEMA eligible as well. But it certainly would be, you wouldn't do this, but for the emergency, you wouldn't be meeting this way.
Okay. Sandy?
Definitely.
Jeff?
And thank you, Tom, for taking the, start us on it.
Yeah, and you know, I told the chairman, just so everybody, for full disclosure, I don't know everyone in town, and I'm sure everyone is a wonderful person. But if someone got onto my
Thanks, Tom.
account, I'd be a little concerned if they weren't a wonderful person.
Jeff, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, you know, we had to enact a way to have a meeting, I think rather quickly, and I think if this is working out, and certainly Tom shouldn't have to pay out of his own credit card.
Jean?
Definitely the town should have their own account, and maybe it can go on the treasurer's credit card.
Yeah.
There is a card for that department.
Okay, Michael?
So I'm on Zoom's website. That is, the pro plan is $14.99 per month per host. The business plan is $19.99 per month per host with a minimum of 10 hosts, which brings it to $199.90 a month. So I just want to make sure that is all aware.
Yeah, mine was, this was $15.89 with tax.
And that's just for one host. So
Right.
I guess with that information, perhaps, do we need to look and see if they're, actually, you know what, I'm going to, Martin, I see you sitting here. I'm going to ask you to weigh in on this and your thoughts. I know that we had a discussion briefly about this, but I'm just curious if Zoom is the answer for us, or if you know of a different platform that we should be looking at if we're going to have to make a switch. You are muted, sir.
Here we go.
Okay.
I poked around a little bit. I saw quite a number of towns in Vermont were using Zoom. You know, so it seems to be a popular platform. There have been some issues with Zoom bombing and that kind of thing, but there are ways that the host can prevent nonsense and screen sharing, that kind of thing. I haven't looked around in detail at the price plans that are out there. But, you know, if there's a way to get something with maybe, you know, 2 hosts or something like that, that would feel to me like it would work, or we could just get started with 1 host and see how it goes.
Okay.
We have a number of administrators, you know, maybe not so many hosts, but a number of administrators. I looked at Google Hangout same type of thing. And then GoToMeeting had one as well, and they were more complicated to use, not more expensive, about the same price, relatively speaking, within a couple of bucks, but a lot more cumbersome to get up and running, at least to me. Other people may find it easier.
Even the post office is looking into starting to use Zoom. I've heard rumors already.
So, but that raises a different issue as far as, I mean, we're either at $15 to essentially stay the same so that there's only one host, or we are at $190 to have multiple hosts. So that's quite a price difference.
Was that $190 a month?
$199.90 a month, because the minimum for that plan is
Yeah,
10.
you don't need that big a plan.
No, you could get,
You're looking at the $14.99 per month per host.
If we added another host, it would be roughly $32 a month after the taxes and everything.
just a suggestion, is the school using Zoom for remote teaching?
I don't honestly know. I got something for my son called Remind. I have no idea what it is. The software looks entirely different than Zoom, so
Okay.
I'm not sure what they are using down here. I know that my other son, his school is using Zoom, but I'm not sure if they have multiple hosts or what's going on with that. So I guess I don't have a good answer. I'm curious if the board thinks that there should be some more research done on this. And then maybe
I don't see $199 a month plan.
Yeah, I mean, that would be overkill in any case. My suggestion would be just get the one host license right now and see how it goes. You can always get a second one of those instead of getting a 10 tripper, you know?
So I got a question. So regarding the free use of Zoom, what are the limitations?
The freebie is host up to 100 participant, 40-minute limits on meetings.
So you got to have a meeting in less than 40 minutes.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Unlimited number of meetings. That would, well said, sir. Limited one-to-one meetings, 40-minute limit on group meetings. You have an unlimited number of meetings, but there was something when I looked at it, there was up to 9 people, but this one is, they've upped it to 100 participants.
Because I mean, for the most part in town, committees are not more than 9 people.
No, but
obviously you want the public to have a potential
right.
involved, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they all go over 40 minutes.
When you
Now,
do,
go ahead, Michael, I'm sorry.
you lose the security feature when you do the free one. I know the VLTC, whatever, did a survey about all of them. Maybe we can get some feedback from how their survey went.
Yeah, I filled that out also, so we should get a response on that when they're completed.
Now, if this is on the town's credit card, then there's really no reason that you couldn't give out the host information for the chair of each of those committees, and they could log on. So really, we could just do one, and you just share that information at that point.
Correct.
That's what for the school board that I'm on in New Hampshire, we have it for that. And then for a couple other meetings, we just use Karina's account.
Okay. So, Sandy, do we need a motion for this, or are we good to just switch over to using the town's card? Or
I'll make a motion that we thank Tom for getting us used to using Zoom, and that we have the town now take over the cost of the Zoom for the meetings.
Second.
Moved by Sandy and seconded by Ms. Carr. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Tom, are you all set with getting with Cindy on that tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll get to her Thursday.
Thursday, sorry. Yep.
Yep.
All right. during our, oh, I'm sorry. Next on the agenda is going to be Cold Brook liquor license renewal. There is a copy, if anybody has the packet that I dropped off today, that is in here. I did speak with the Department of Liquor Control. They do not have any reason to say that we should not renew this license. Nothing that is concerning to them. So any thoughts on this, Sandy?
No thoughts.
Jean?
Nope, it's fine.
Jeff?
Oh, good.
Michael?
To go.
I would take a motion.
I move that we renew or sign the liquor license application for Colebrook store for 2020.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley to approve the liquor license renewal application that we will sign and send to the state of Vermont. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Yay.
All right. So,
Got it.
all right. And you did get the one nay, yes?
One nay, yes.
Okay. So this will be at the town office to get signatures on, please. I don't know if we could all accomplish that by the end of the week. Get that so that this could get mailed in. Is everybody all right with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, perfect.
Sure.
So next on the agenda, Sandy, I'm going to ask if you would get us to executive session, please.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into executive session to discuss an Alice J. Brooks fund request.
Second.
Moved and seconded by, I'm going to give it to Jeff.
Oh,
You
just
did-
barely by a nose.
And I am going to say that we are in executive session at 7:43. I'm going to say we are out of executive session at 7:49. Tom, all right. Sandy, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. What time did we go in?
You went in at 7:43.
7:43. Okay. So we went into executive session at 7:43, came out at 7:48. Sandy, where are we headed from here?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the expenditure of up to $750 for the A.J. Brooks fund request.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Jean Carr has the second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Michael and Jeff, have we lost you guys?
Aye.
Okay. All right. So that is all set there. I will notify Tim of that. Now we are on to old business. Town administrator recruitment discussion. Jeff, let's start with you.
Oh. I guess where are we at? We received some example copies of job descriptions. I don't know. The more that I looked over them, the more unsure I was as far as the direction that we should go. You know, potentially it could be not a full-time position. There are some certain responsibilities that do not necessarily have to be included in a town administrator's job description. Certain authority also. But I guess, well, I'd like to spend a little more time looking at the job descriptions, making my mind up. But, you know, as of right now, I guess I'd probably feel we kind of went with the same kind of job description, the same responsibilities, perhaps without human resource responsibilities as what we've had for the last few years.
And there are two more descriptions that need to come up. We just have to get down into the basement and pick up two from the 80s that I have now found where they are.
From the old Vernon town administrator position.
Yeah, Irene and Bunny. And that was Sandra brought that up to look at, but we had to find them where they were in the file. So we did find them. We're going to go down and get them.
Good.
Jean.
In terms of the kind of the HR responsibilities, I kind of liked that some of the others used a little bit different wording, because I think maybe the evaluation process still needs to be done by somebody, you know, and I think that could stay there, but some of them word it as assist or oversees personnel services to the town employees. Some are like review, but the administer is, I'd like that out. I think we wanted the discipline out. The dismissal, I don't see any of them. Well, they might have hiring responsibilities, but there isn't dismissal responsibilities. So I feel like those changes could soften this a little bit. And I also feel from talking to the town employees that they're not opposed to a town administrator overseeing them. I think that there just has to be a better match, and that hopefully going forward, the select boards will be sensitive to everybody's concerns and adjust accordingly. But I think we can soften that a little bit and take a little bit of the, I don't know, it's a harsh responsibility that's stated in the job description we have right now.
I agree.
And also under administer all town insurance policies. And I don't feel that's appropriate. I feel they're administered by the town treasurer because she has the relationship. She's really the money person. So I think if administer, again, maybe got changed to review, and certainly be aware of and work together with the treasurer, but the treasurer seems to be the one that has to do the reporting, and she has the financial responsibility to take care of, you know, the insurance issues. So I don't think administer insurance policies is a good word there. And that's on H.
Yeah.
And then the personnel, the HR part was on N. Otherwise, I feel like a lot of it was the same. The Grafton one definitely had, oh no, that's not the one. One of them had a whole paragraph about, no, it was Guilford, about the select board posting notices, preparing and distributing the agendas and materials. And although our town administrator did that before, it never really was in that job description anywhere. So that might be a good addition. And that was on Guilford's town administrator, A under administration.
Michael.
I agree with a lot with what Gene said. I do need more time to look over it more, I think.
Okay. Sandy?
Yeah, I want to go over them some more, but I agree with Jean. She's got a good handle on it. Thank you.
And I agree with both Gene and Jeff. I do think that we need some more time, but as I said earlier when we were discussing the Zoom, I think that it's extremely important that our town, despite this pandemic, continue to move forward. When this is over, we will still have a town to operate, and we will need all systems in place for that. So a couple of things that, to reiterate what Gene said, I would say the insurance and really any of that financial obligation, any of that kind of stuff should really remain in the treasurer's office.
Right.
There should be that overlap. There should be the knowledge of that department, but there should not be any taking responsibility out of that. As far as the human resources, I agree. You know, perhaps they're the ones that do the hiring, they do the background checks, they oversee those things. As far as the discipline, I do not feel that that is in a town with an elected select board. I don't feel that that is another hired position's responsibility to do the disciplinary action. Instead, I think that that position would be more of a liaison for our town employees to the select board, and vice versa. That would be, if there was things going on, that person would be bringing that to our knowledge, and then we would convene and make decisions based upon that. But I do not think that it should be another hired person disciplining another hired person.
Right.
As far as full-time versus part-time, or what we call this position, I'm not sure that we absolutely need a 40-hour-a-week town administrator. I think that there is potential that we could still function and do quite well and be successful if we did an administrative assistant. And that would also give us more, I hesitate to use the word secretarial, but certainly at our meetings, that would give us the note taker, that would give us all of that, the person that would be publishing those minutes accordingly within the timelines that we have. So
yeah, Chris, if I can jump in at that. I don't, if we're going to have a town administrator with limited hours, I don't quite agree that it should be an administrative assistant.
Right.
I think it should be a town administrator with limited hours, but with administrative assistant help. I mean, because there are a lot of routine things that a town administrator would be responsible for, printing stuff out and copying, that would in some way not best utilize the talent of a real town administrator. So coming back to, you know, if we have limited hours, I think it should be somebody, you know, with a talent of grant money and an actual town administrative experience, not secretarial.
Okay.
Right.
Do you think that that person in that role, because previously we had the secretary, Michelle was the secretary to the board. Do we need that additional position, or should this be all within that same contract? This person is at the meetings, and in my opinion, there's no reason that they couldn't take those notes for us, keep those minutes, and that would be a part of this position, that they would be required to publish those minutes within, what is it, 5 days?
Right now it's 10, but.
Okay.
Well, yeah, for
COVID.
What are your thoughts on that, Jeff, as far as utilizing that position to eliminate that additional, because I think that was it $3,000 or $6,000 extra in the budget?
Yeah, no, I agree that there's probably 40 hours of work, whether we want to have it one person do it or 3/4 one person and 1/4 somebody else. But I mean, to me, there is a full-time position here with the inclusion of administrative assistant, quote, secretarial work, quote unquote.
Okay. Anybody else have thoughts on that? So,
Well, I actually do. I think of the times when we've really been working on like ordinances per se, or some of these other issues where there's been a lot of research into the law. And I wonder how you have all that to work on with us and still be responsible for taking minutes. And I'm not sure. Because usually the town administrator has got a lot of information for us. You know, they're not just sitting there through the meeting. You know, as we get back into a mode where we're really cranking through some things, you know.
yep. Sandy, your thoughts?
Well, you're all right. I can see good points on all of it. It would be nice if, you know, when you did have a full-time administrative assistant and she had a secretary, we actually got copies, or the board members got copies of all the committee report minutes. So we knew what was going on with the rec department and the planning commission, and because we had their minutes. And that does take time. But then the board is really, everybody knows what's going on. But also at that time, we had Vermont Yankee paying the bills.
Sure would be nice to have them again.
Sure would.
So I guess at this point, what is because we are into April now. July is coming quickly, and I think that we need to move on this. What is everybody's thoughts as far as utilizing VLCT or somebody of the like to help with this job search? Jeff?
I think we definitely, whether it's VLTC or private headhunter agency, I think whatever money we spend in the job search is well worth it. I think as chair, Chris, you need to tell the rest of us what kind of time frame you want us to get back to you as far as our thoughts and trying to finalize a job description and what we feel we need to look for. So, you know, in a way, you tell us when you want us to finalize our thoughts.
Sure. Yep. And I just, I'm trying to organize myself and my thoughts as well. So that's why I just want to make sure that we're touching on everything as far as everybody's thoughts on the recruitment, kind of everybody's just overall thought of what this position looks like, so that then we can look at what that description should be and start to put some timelines in place. So it sounds like you feel that we should be using some outsourced agency to assist in this job hunt.
Yeah, definitely. But like I said, we need to figure out exactly what we're looking for before we make that step of contacting some assistance.
Fair. So go ahead, Tom. You look like you got something to say.
I think this is where we go back to perhaps we do a Zoom workshop. It won't be as fun as a regular facilitation, but really go through what you want this person to do. Get it honed down, because there's some differences on expectations just from listening to the five of you. There's a lot of common understanding and agreement, but there is some differing approaches to how you want to go after this. And I think that if you spent an hour doing that, you'd get it honed down. A new and appropriate job description could be written up for your review, and then you could go out to, and I'm talking within a week or 10 days. I'm not saying that this has got to be dragged out, but there is enough, at least from my listening, there's enough fuzziness, for lack of a better term, that needs to be clarified before you go out and hire somebody and figure out what you're recruiting for.
Right. So,
and there may be less expensive ways in the league to do this.
all right. So what does everybody, I'm looking at next Wednesday, the 15th. Does that evening work for everybody to have a discussion about this? That would give us all the week to look over this information. Tom, I would ask that we get those other 2 job descriptions this Thursday emailed out to the board. And then that would give everybody,
email them.
Perfect. So that would give everybody 6 days from that point to finalize what their thoughts are on this, and we could meet next Wednesday at 6:30 if that works for, and we could say that we're going to keep that to an hour. Everybody has their thoughts, and then we could discuss it and make changes at that point. Sandy?
Sounds good.
Jeff?
Yeah, no, we'll do it.
Gene?
Good.
Michael?
Sounds good.
All right, so Tom, if you would so kindly warn that meeting for next Wednesday at 6:30.
As a work session.
Yes. And then we will wait for the additional 2 job descriptions that are lingering in the town office. That will give everybody time to go over the ones that have already been provided, make changes. I truthfully don't care if somebody rewrites the entire thing on going a different direction, if that's the way that you see fit. I think that this is the time to do it. We've heard the employees' issues. We've heard the squawking around town from people. So, and then we all have our own feelings as well. So I think that we have enough information to be able to put something together that makes sense. And we can reconvene next Wednesday about that. And I just lost my agenda. There was one more thing on there, wasn't there? Oh, review of preschool and after school staff. We had said that we would readdress this at this meeting. Obviously, everything has been extended. It is still my feeling that that money is there. It is budgeted. It is what it is. My suggestion is that we do the exact same thing that we did in our special meeting last week, where we extend this out and look at it again. Thoughts, starting with Michael.
Sounds good.
Jeff.
That's fine. I guess one suggestion I would make, I suppose probably to the rec board, as they administer preschool, is, you know, maybe some suggestion of an online preschool gathering. Probably there's some parents that would appreciate their preschool kids being distracted for an hour or 2. So I would propose that if we're paying people, I mean, with high school, there's a lot of online learning that's still going on. So I would suggest that, you know, in preschool, maybe try some kind of online activities.
I like it. That's a great idea. I will reach out to Seth after this meeting. I like that a lot. I think that would, as a parent of a younger child, he's not in preschool, but man, I would take a break. Somebody could entertain him for a couple of minutes. That'd be great. So I will reach out to him for sure. Jean, your thoughts?
Yep, let's revisit it. Do we want to say when?
When did we decide that we would revisit the other ones? That was May 5th, I believe. Is that right, Sandy?
Yes, May 5th.
Yeah.
Well, do we need to do it on May 5th? The governor's decided that school is not going back. So I think that this one, we could almost decide that we're just going to carry this out to the end of the contracted year. And then we don't have to revisit this one. Is, Sandy?
I guess at that point, you know, as I think I mentioned the last time that we had talked about the after-school program, those expenses for after school are contingent upon budgeted income.
I do remember, yeah.
And there's no after-school income coming in. So I really wouldn't be in favor of continuing to pay after-school staff through the end of the school year, because there's no income.
There's no budget.
To offset their expenses.
Right.
Well, I think you could say the same for the preschool, because those kids are paying tuition, and the grants that they get, that all carries that program. So they're,
Yeah, but their grant money, there is some money coming in to continue to cover.
well, hopefully.
There's not an after school. I mean, that's totally funded by parents. There's no grants to run the after school program.
No.
All right.
No, but the kids are, you know, there's a lot of tuition coming into the preschool program too, so.
Well, yeah, I guess it depends on who you talk to. I don't think it's ever really covered the cost of the whole program. I mean, the tuition,
No.
I mean, you know, my daughter went through preschool, and frankly, it was a great deal.
Right, well, I know they get a lot of grant money.
Yeah. And again, the after school program, I mean, they have to be self-sufficient. So
Yep.
I wouldn't support continuing to pay the after school staff for the whole year. I got no problem to May, but.
So what if we were to continue this to May 5th?
Yeah.
But we ask Mr. Dio to join us at our last meeting of the month and have him explain the budget that you're questioning, Jeff, and just how the finances of that after school work, so that we would have that information prior to the May 5th meeting so that we could have and make an educated decision. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, but you know, if this situation, shelter in place, goes on for all summer, do we pay lifeguards at the pool? Do we pay?
They're not currently on our payroll. I think that's
No.
a huge difference.
Oh, but
I see what you're saying, but those are people that are going into the summer knowing that they have nothing right now, whereas these other people had their feet taken right out from under them at.
Yeah, I don't dispute that, but I mean, there are a lot of other people that they've lost jobs through no fault of their own too. I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of the life that we're facing.
Right, but those people are taking unemployment, and if these employees took unemployment, it's just coming out of another line item in our budget anyway. That's not coming from the state, is my understanding.
So I
Somebody
guess my
correct me if
question
I'm wrong.
again is, as far as the after school staff, these aren't
Right.
full-time jobs. I mean, so I don't preschool program, those are full-time jobs.
Right.
They have benefits, and I wouldn't agree with taking away pay for preschool. But again,
No.
after school programming, these are part-time jobs.
Well,
Yep.
and two of the preschool teachers are part-time. I believe one of them's only 10 hours a week. So does that mean that they're excluded from this?
Well, in that case, yeah, I would.
If there's
Now
a
that you bring it up.
Wow.
Michael, you were trying to say something?
if there's a time there's no kids enrolled in after school during a normal school year, are they not paid? Are they paid?
I don't have that answer. I think, again, this is where we may want to have Mr. Dio join us. To give us some answers at the next meeting, because these are all certainly valid questions and valid points.
I can tell you that in Brattleboro, they're interviewing for their summer help, but they also, it's with the understanding if they're able to do their programs, you know, they're not guaranteed jobs.
Right.
So, you know, they're not employees and they know they may not be.
Sandy?
I think we're going to revisit it, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I will speak with Seth this evening about the preschool, and I will also ask him about that meeting.
We get recommendations.
I've lost my connection.
No, you're still here.
Okay, my internet is unstable. It keeps going in and out. I missed that last comment of yours, Mr. Chairman. It froze.
I don't honestly remember. I was making a note over here, so.
I
Right.
think you mentioned you're going to talk to Seth about.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll
Okay,
reach out to Seth about Mr. Dunkley's suggestion about the preschool staff reaching out to those kiddos and potentially just entertaining them for a little while. And then we will invite Mr. Dio to our April 19th, 17th, 21st, April 21st
Yeah.
meeting. And we will, I believe we're in agreement that we will continue to do what we are doing as far as the pay for those two departments until May 5th, with further discussion on the 21st. Does that sound right to everybody?
Yeah, I've got that noted, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. So that I believe is, oh, wait a minute, there's so I guess at that point, town administrators report.
I'm looking at what there is here. Some of this we've already discussed. I think Mr. Emery went through the COVID issue very well. I'm working with him on those things as well. Tim and I are working well together on things as they came up. The tractor bid's been discussed. Trash and recycling was discussed at the last meeting, where the committee will be looking at the contract for Triple T and making a recommendation back to the select board. I don't know, my notes are buried on that, but they're also going to look at bag prices and things like stickers like Westminster does that the chairman brought up.
Could I jump in here, Tom? I'm sorry,
sure.
because we missed a agenda item. We need a nomination for Sandra
Oh,
to the Solid Waste Committee. Could I please get?
That's Ms. Rule, right?
It's Rulowich, isn't it?
Rulowich.
Yeah.
Yes. So
I
need
move
a-
that, whoop.
Go
I
ahead.
move that we appoint Sandra Rulowich to the Solid Waste Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Perfect. So Tom, if you could also let her know that she is now nominated and that her motion, or the motion to nominate her as chair to that committee this evening, will now be okay. And you can continue with your, and on that, yes, they did organize this evening. They are already, they will start meeting, I believe, next Thursday, or it's the 16th. And I have tasked them to get us their information and recommendations by our second meeting in May. And that way we could sign that Triple T contract as long as everybody is in agreement. And that gives us a little bit of wiggle room before July 1st. That would give us an additional meeting to discuss and raise any questions that we might have. So Tom, back to you as far as the admin report.
Yeah, I just wanted to note to you folks that North Star subcontractor contacted me, and again, this is more of a learning curve. You folks will probably already know this. They're going to start building on the property that they bought off of 142, where the substation was. They're going to have a garage type facility there. It's right by where the high tension, where the high tension wires come through. And they will first need to go to Act 250 relative to their, and to Agency of Natural Resources relative to the septic. I was checking with the assessors on some things on that. It's just a heads up, you're gonna see some work going on up there in the near future by the sub. In case there's no building permit necessary because of the, no zoning and things. And then I've been in contact with Representative Coffey on a number of issues over the past that have to do with COVID specifically. And she's been more than fantastic about responding to my queries, especially the Department of Labor stuff that I'm interested in, because we need to know how, if we're paying people that are currently not essential and they're at home, we want to see how we may be able to get that recouped. And there may be a way to do that.
That it, sir?
That's all, Mr. Chairman. The rest of it we've discussed.
All right, next meeting will be on next meeting will be next Wednesday at 6:30.
Right.
That will be a work session, followed by our normal select board meeting on April 21st. Could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. He won that one. All those in favor? Aye. All right, we are adjourned. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, I'm going to call us to order at 6:01 p.m. And Lyle, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Before we jump right in, I wanted to offer our congratulations and gratitude to Mark Spino, who has been named Vermont Elementary Principal of the Year. That's fantastic. I can see you all clapping and waving your hands. So, yeah. It's not a surprise to any of us, but it certainly is a nice honor and well deserved.
Thank you, David. I really appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Let's see, I think we're full. We have 35 participants. I'm going to ask you all to manage your mute buttons, please. If you're not speaking, please, you can mute yourself. Right now, about half of you are muted and half aren't, and it's nice and quiet. But if it, sometimes there's background noise and sometimes electronic noises. So if you would unmute yourself and raise your hand and put it right close to the camera, you'll notice I can see it if it's way up like that. So if you have something to say, please do that. As usual, we'll, the things that the business that we are covering, the board will participate, we'll hear presentations when appropriate, and the board will comment and ask questions, and then we'll open it to the public for participation as well. And there'll be the recognition of visitors and the communications and the public opportunity to comment on things not on the agenda will be at the end of this agenda. So that's the plan so far. If you're on the phone, Kate is at the moment, and Deb Gass and Christina Naylor and Ann Beekman. *6 will, let's see, what does *6 do? *6 will unmute you if you get muted somehow, and *9 will put a little hand waving over the dark panel where your name is. And Kelly, same thing. So without further ado, I'm going to jump into the first item on the agenda, which is discussion of the powers of school boards. And this is part of an ongoing series of educational things we'll do together to make sure we all have the same understanding and the same information, the same background around what it is we're supposed to be doing. And I'm not sure if in the future, if there'll be opportunities for the chair and the superintendent to do their duty of doing, I think it's 8 hours of training over the course of the year. So I'm going to keep track of all of these things, and we'll count this. And I'll take a look at the statute and regulation and make sure that we're covering most of the topics that are on there. And we'll see how that goes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen where I have the document that I sent to the board. And it's the actual statute from the Vermont statutes on the powers of school boards. And I annotated and I changed some things to red to sort of point out the language that specifies what the power is, or the responsibility is. And then I have to let a few more people in. And then we'll skip over all of the details in between. You're welcome to read that at your leisure. People coming in, please mute. Thank you. And then we'll just go through. If you have any questions as we're going, make sure I won't be able to see you, so you'll have to say something. So maybe the board might want to actually all unmute at this point. So if you have something to say, you can. If everyone else would stay muted, that would be great. So I'm going to share my screen, and you probably won't see me anymore. Okay, so you should have on your screen Title 16 Education, Chapter 009, School Districts. I hope that if you're a board member and you don't have that, please let me know. Okay, so the first power is the board shall determine the educational policies of the school district. And this describes about how to do it. We need to give, someone is, I'm getting some feedback on somebody's other conversations in the background on somebody's mic. So if you could mute, please, that would be great. The school board has to give public notice of its intent at least 10 days prior to adoption of a policy. And we have an extensive manual of policies that we'll be looking at. The policy committee is working on a sexual harassment policy right now. So we'll see that in operation fairly shortly. The second power enumerated is to take any action required for the sound administration of the school district. Any of the actions that we take can be overruled by the Secretary of Education with the advice of the Attorney General. But we're responsible for soundly administering the school district. The third one is we have discretion to furnish instruction to students who completed high school, who completed secondary education, and to administer early education programs, which we do. We have a number, I think it's 19 pre-K, private pre-K partners that we help with the administration. The next one, number 8, is establish and maintain a system of receipt, deposit, disbursement, accounting, control, and reporting. This is our warrants. This is the reason that we have several accountants in the central office, and this outlines the ways that we need to do that. The system of accounts is what you see in the budget, and it changes from time to time, and that comes generally from the Agency of Education, or the Agency of Education. We have to report on the condition and needs of the school system, and we do that annually at our annual meeting and in the published report. And we have to prepare and distribute annually a proposed budget for the next year. And some categories are prescribed, and some categories I think we get to add as well. But that's become pretty formalized at this point. The next two are the provide at the expense of the district, public to approval of the superintendent, all textbooks, materials, equipment, and supplies. This, we do sometimes have students pay for things, and that's something that we're going to have to be looking at some point. It's on the agenda of the performance and programmatic equity, the PPEC, and there are some courses and some participation activities where students are paying. So we need to have a look at that in terms of equity. But it's our responsibility to provide at the expense the materials that are necessary. And then number 15, which is kind of like the 10th Amendment in the Bill of Rights, shall exercise the general powers given to the legislative branch of a municipality. But this basically says, and I made this larger because this is really the catch-all. It basically says that we make the rules. It doesn't say we carry them out, which is an important thing to keep in mind when we talk about administrative responsibilities. And a little later in the season, we'll have a look at the policy governance model of operating school boards and school districts. And that'll make a little bit more sense. But basically what it says is that we have the legislative power, the rulemaking power. 21 talks about that we can borrow short term to cover projects and things that will be reimbursed by the state. But the state, at the bottom, it says the state will not pay the cost of borrowing funds under this subdivision. So if we have to borrow for something we're going to be reimbursed for, we can do that, but we have to pay the finance charges. Presenting information to the electorate, this comes up often, and sometimes some people have thought it means that board members cannot present information or take positions on political questions or questions having to do, my phone is ringing, so I'm going to stop that. Questions having to do with things that the board is doing. So let's see. And so we can present information and materials designed to inform, educate, and explain to the electorate the board's position on the matter. And 24 is adopt. We can integrate homeschool students into the schools through enrollment in courses, participation in co-curricular and extracurricular activities, and use of facilities. So that's a quick run through of the I got to admit a few more people. That's a quick run through of the powers of the school board. If any of the board has questions, please ask me now. And I don't know if I can answer it, but somebody might be able to.
David?
Yes.
So I have a question. I think it was on number 21, talking about the borrowing. My understanding from last year when we had to, we almost, there was a lot of discussion about maybe having to borrow the 87% of, to cover the budget into this coming year.
Mhm.
Since what my question is, if we had to do that because we were not able to, as this pandemic sort of progresses, and if it carries out further along than we are hoping or anticipating, if we're not able to make the budget vote in May, and we then have to go the route of borrowing the money, is it possible that the state would reimburse us for the cost? I mean, is there any leeway there? I don't expect that anyone would have an answer to that now, and it may be a moot point, but possibly if it does become an issue, maybe that would be a question that could be looked at.
Yeah, all of that right now is up in the air. The legislature and Lyle and Frank were in a webinar yesterday that they are, actually it was today, on that topic, and we're updated on what the Senate is doing as far as what will be permissible if we don't have a budget passed. I think that sooner or later along the line, we will have to have a budget passed. But, well, Lyle, do you want to, or Frank, want to say a little bit of what you learned today in response to that?
So I can start, and then Frank can talk maybe more about the 87%. Today, we learned that there are a couple of bills in the Senate. One would level fund us at the ed spending level from last year, which is a little over 40 million for us. And the other would level fund us with a percentage increase. So both of those are in the Senate. There's no time frame at this point. I am meeting with Becca Ballant tomorrow. I've sent out some emails also to some other of our representatives because it will go to the House as well, because that would actually be a help for us at this point if the Senate does state a specific amount for us to get the year started with before a budget is passed. Frank, I think Frank's here.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is regarding interest expense and borrowing money as it relates to 87%. Yes, that is part of a general ed spending amount. So there is no unusual payment process or liability associated with the interest expense on borrowing. That interest expense is just like any other expense that the school district incurs. It's just part of a total expenditure that is covered by the education spending grant, which is about 85% of what we receive, and then those other revenue sources that we talked about during the budget development. But as Lyle said, and David referred to, I don't think it's a particularly relevant issue for us today because there are these specific bills that Lyle just referred to that are being developed specifically to address the 18 school districts in the state that budgets passed. So it's definitely a let's stay tuned to the legislative developments. Great, thanks.
Any other questions from board members about I can't see every board member, so I've got about 25 of the 45 participants on my screen. So board member, if you have a question, please speak up. You'll have to unmute if you want to speak up because I can't see any waving hands right now.
There we go.
Sean, great, thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to say out of the 18,
9 were because of their budgets were not passed, and 9, of which we fall into that category, were because the annual meeting was canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Great, thanks. Any other questions having to do with the powers of school boards? Not hearing any, and I don't, as I said, I can only see about half of the people in the meeting. So you'll have to just speak up.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next topic is we'll hear, a couple minutes early too. Corey Frazee is here, and I think also, Nada Moline is also here from Building Green, and Corey Frazee from Stevens Associates. And Frank have some information for us on the Academy School project. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Very good. I'll just turn it right over to Corey and Nadeb. We've met. We have some follow-up points to review with you from the last meeting where we discussed school board goals as it relates to this project. And so they're ready to give you sort of an update and a follow-up to that last conversation. And of course, we all wanted to be sensitive and very upfront about the fact that we understand that there's going to have to be a very careful sort of step-by-step process in dealing with the financial concerns that obviously we all have, the community has. So we know that no commitments to a major project will materialize until the board feels comfortable with with our financial ability to make school improvements. So so I'll turn it over to Corey.
Great, thank you, Frank. David, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'll use you as my guinea pig. Great.
Great.
I'm Corey Frazee. I'm a principal with Stevens and Associates, and I'm a civil engineer. So we're talking about a building addition. So I also have with me tonight Diane Abate, who is a longtime architect, has worked on a lot of schools and works with Stevens and Associates, and Nadev Malin with Building Green. He is the president of Building Green right here in Brattleboro, and we reached out to him after actually at your direction or request a couple months ago. We've had a couple good conversations with Nadev, and he can speak in a lot more detail about the different ways that we could approach this project from not only an energy perspective, but from kind of the broader sustainability perspective, going beyond carbon footprint, climate change, but looking at it in a really holistic way. And unbeknownst to me, Nadev is also a facilitator. He does a lot of facilitating across the country. So he has added value to this conversation in helping us kind of ferret out what the appropriate goals and objectives are for the meeting. We have outlined a document which I believe was forwarded to the school board yesterday, and it talks about 3 specific discussion points for tonight. I wanted to check and see if everybody had that, because I think that could be a good guide. I haven't facilitated a meeting with 45 participants before. David, I'm not sure about you. Maybe Nadev can help us out in how to kind of navigate through this conversation. But do all the board members have that, that document from yesterday? David, is it agreeable to you to kind of move down through that?
Yep, that'd be fine.
Would you like me to read it?
It probably would be helpful. Do you have a share screen option there? Do you want to share it? Is that on your computer screen?
I'd be happy to do that. It says I can share the screen, so
well, let's see if it works.
let me give that a try. Yeah, give me just 1 second. All right, here we go. So this is an outline of things we thought it was important to talk about tonight, and ultimately goals. if we could move through these goals, it would position us to take the next steps in the project. And I want to reiterate what Frank said. We're very cognizant of our current kind of global situation. And so at the bottom of this page, we've identified that we think there's some good timely steps to take. It would kind of keep the momentum going on the project. But this would ultimately culminate with a bond vote, and the school board would set the date for that bond vote. So we are in no way suggesting that that should be pursued at this point. It would more be the work to get prepared for those public hearings, but not to actually schedule any public hearings yet. So first bullet point, confirmation that architect and design team will include an energy consultant for next phases of design. And we're going to actually propose to change some of that language, and I'm going to ask Nadev to speak to this. But Nadev has a great background in the sustainability side of things and can speak to the energy standards. And given the size of this project, we feel that if Nadev were to come on board and team with us, that he would play an important role, and maybe more as a sustainability consultant. And then we could use the mechanical engineers to do the energy modeling that would be needed for this project. Nadev, could you add to that, please?
Hey, sure, Corey. Hi. So first of all, really glad to be with you all on this, and I'm excited to be sharing a little bit about this project. David, one facilitation tip with a group this big, I think it would be a good idea. I think you as the host can mute everybody, and then just request that people unmute when they want to speak up. That would be safer in terms of.
That's the way we started, and it was problematic. So.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, so we're stuck with this for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
And okay, so yeah, in terms of the sort of energy consultant versus sustainability consultant role and the energy standards, what I understood from speaking with you all is the board and saw in the goals that had been talked about that there is certainly an intention that this project be as energy efficient as possible. But also there are goals in terms of water efficiency, in terms of looking at the sustainability of materials and where they come from. Certainly the indoor environment is a huge priority to make it optimal in terms of a learning environment for students and the connection to the community. And so that really almost defines what a sustainable building project would address is that whole scope of areas. Energy along with all these others. And I believe in your last meeting, you looked at, there's a number of different standards that were proposed that could be referenced as setting the standard for what this project should be trying to achieve. And some of them are more specifically targeted at energy, and others are broader. So we'll get into that. But from an energy consulting point of view, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an energy modeler, so it would be very important to me that there's somebody on the team with the project who has those capabilities. And what I expressed to Corey is I would be comfortable working with that person and trusting that that could work, as long as as the mechanical engineer that's selected is not somebody who focuses strictly just on mechanical systems, but really has experience contributing to and advising on energy efficiency of the envelope as a whole, and doing the kind of energy modeling that really helps inform the design process right from the start. So there's two different ways of thinking about energy modeling. One is energy modeling that answers questions and provides data to inform the design as it moves along. And the other is what we call compliance energy modeling, which is when you've completed a design, you might run an energy model just to show that you've met the code or the standard. And they're both valuable, but in this case, we want to make sure that we've got somebody on board who can do that energy modeling early on to really inform choices and make sure that we're optimizing systems. So with those two conditions, that whoever's doing the mechanical engineering understands the whole building systems and is comfortable talking about the entire building, not just the mechanical system, and can do that early design energy modeling to inform the process. I think it would be appropriate, especially for a relatively small project like that, to basically utilize them as the energy consultant, include that in their scope, and then I could help participate in those conversations and review what they're doing with that broader sustainability lens. I or somebody like me. It doesn't have to be. I don't want to assume it has to be me in this case, but that's the way I would think about that.
Great. Corey, could you unshow your screen now, please, so we can see each other again? Thank you. Great, thanks. Well, Corey, keep going. Do you have other points to make? I think Nadav raised a couple of questions that I think you'll want to explore and get unpacked a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I would just add that the mechanical engineer having that energy experience and ability to do that modeling is you'll see that in another slide. It was actually part of the documents that we gave you last month or 6 weeks ago, and we fully support that the design team should have someone with that type of experience as the mechanical engineer. So I think that really opens the door for Nadav to play an important role and a valuable role if that's something that's agreeable to the school board.
Great. I think we had been pretty clear in the last meeting, at least in my notes from it, not necessarily minutes, that we wanted to have an energy consultant. I think you're suggesting that we expand it to a sustainability consultant, and given the previous conversation, I think that's consistent with what the board is looking for.
Great.
So, is there other information for presentation, or can you take questions from the board now?
Well, there's kind of those 3 discussion points. Do we want to? I think it would be great if we pause there, see if there's discussion or thoughts from the board on Nadav's role moving forward.
Again, board members, I have to ask you to just speak up and hopefully do it one at a time, because I'm not in control of that at this point. Any questions or thoughts about this process? It really is consistent with what we talked about as far as the next steps that we wanted to take. I see Sean, but you'll have to.
David, there is a raise hand feature within Zoom. Have you tried to use that and found it not
Well,
working?
I only have 25 of the 40 some faces on my screen, so raising hand won't.
If people show the participant list, which you can do by going to the bottom of the screen and click on the little icon for participants, then you'll see at the bottom of the participant list, there's a little button that says raise hand. I'm going to raise my hand now. And then you can see me on the list with a raised hand, and I think you can see me in the window with a raised hand as well.
I can see you in the participants list, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so actually that's up. So yeah, that's very helpful now. So I hope everybody got that. If you go to the bottom of your screen, participants, and click, you have the option to raise your hand, and that would help me see your help me see that you want to speak. Although again, the list is longer than and I've got a big monitor here, but the list is longer than my screen can handle.
I learned today in a meeting, when you raise your hand, you actually get bounced to the top of the list. So
Well, that would be very helpful. So we'll see how that works. Good. I hope everyone is as patient as I'm trying to be with this process.
You're doing great.
Sean, you were muted when you talked before.
Yeah. You still are muted. Sean, try again, please.
Sean, press and hold your space bar while you talk.
Or there's the unmute button down the bottom over there. Just hit that.
So does that make a difference? All right, I'm sorry.
Yes, you got it. You're there. Thank you.
Yeah. So I went over the material that we received before, and one of the things I was wondering about is there were different categories. As an example, the stretch guideline categories. And was that going to be part of the discussion today?
I think one of one of those goals is to reach consensus on which set of standards we wanted to follow. That was what we asked for at the last meeting. So yes, hopefully we'll be able to find a way to do that through this online process. Other questions? Yep. Go ahead, Corey. I see your hand.
Yeah, that's a good lead in. I can't find the raise hand feature. That's why I'm laughing. So
well,
I'll work on that. But so I think that might be the next bullet point. And if it's okay, I'll toggle back to that and keep going with that. If there's not other discussion, Sean, that's a great lead in.
Yeah.
So, okay, actually, next bullet point I'll touch on quickly. That was consensus with the school board finalizing. These were the draft goals and objectives that we presented at the last meeting. And I'm going to see if I can toggle over to those now. Are you able to see those?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing them.
Yes.
So I'll just give everybody a minute to read through them. The fifth one, the last one, gets at this standard for, we're gonna continue to call it energy efficiency, but we know that we're broadening that up to a much broader discussion of sustainability and climate change, carbon footprint, and beyond. So design a building to meet or exceed an industry standard. So Stevens and Associates has prepared a recommendation, and I believe I have that recommendation available as well. Nope. I'll have to find that. Excuse me. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and read this, and then we can have more discussion about it. We took into account the feedback from previous discussions. We understand that it's important to broaden this beyond just energy, and I'm happy to hear that that's important to the board. One of the documents we looked at our last meeting with you had 6 overarching sustainability topics that Diane had identified, and LEED actually folds into those nicely. Nadav is very experienced in LEED, but it's worth noting that Diane and I put our heads together, and Stevens and Associates came up with this recommendation independently. And I'm going to ask Nadav to speak further to the choices and his opinion on using LEED as well. So briefly, we're recommending that this project utilize leadership in energy and environmental design, which is called LEED in the country, to guide the design and decision making for the project, to the extent that this standard can be applied in a fiscally responsible way. So we're trying to respond to both the sustainability goals for the project, but also the budget and making sure that we're fiscally responsible in those decisions. So we currently believe the project is going to be required to adhere to the Vermont Energy Stretch Code because it's going to be permitted under Act 250. And that's a great baseline for energy efficiency. Adding LEED to that will provide us with opportunities to look for additional ways that the project can reduce carbon footprint, reduce impact on the climate, and I will add to that, be more sustainable. We feel that LEED standards will address the necessary sustainable building design concerns for the project. So it is a good overarching standard for us to refer to. We think it's appropriate to use it as a standard to guide design and decisions, but we're not recommending that we try to achieve certification for this project. There's a cost associated with that, and we would suggest that rather than being attached to a certain level of LEED certification, that we open it up to looking at all the different LEED standards and all the different opportunities that that brings to us, and working with Nadev and choosing what's appropriate for this project. In particular, what can we identify through LEED that's going to have the biggest return on investment, either financially, as far as life cycle costs, or for an impact to sustainable impact. And sometimes if you're chasing the LEED certification, you'll be required to spend money on something to check a box, essentially, so that you get the LEED certification that doesn't have a large benefit to a particular project. It's worth noting we also considered net zero and passive house standards for the project. They focus largely on energy. They're not just limited to energy, but because of the Vermont stretch code providing that nice baseline, or that high threshold for energy, LEED provides a much broader platform for us to pursue sustainability. And I will stop sharing.
Thank
and
you.
If people want me to put that up, back up, I can. And David, I'd like Nadev to have the opportunity to speak to that, okay?
Yes, thank you. Great, go ahead.
Well, I'm actually really curious to hear what board members are interested in hearing more about, because there's so many directions, so many aspects of this we could talk about. But I totally support what Corey just said. I think he described it beautifully. LEED, of the standards, I know in a previous meeting you reviewed or shared with you a document that went through a number of different building certification programs. And they all have their place, they all have their value, but some of them focus exclusively on energy. There's also some that focus exclusively on health and well-being, which is great. And then there's a few like LEED that really cover the broad range of all of these different things, and let you focus in on the aspects that are going to be most strategically valuable to the project in terms of making it the best possible project. And I think LEED does a decent job of that. And I also support Corey's assessment of you could choose to actually try to get the project LEED certified. It wouldn't be, it's not like it would be impossible to do that. I think it's very doable, but it will cost some extra money, take some extra time. And the question is that the best use of that money? Typically what we've seen is that for small projects like this, that money it's a relatively big piece of the overall budget compared to a very large project. And so it's just not as good a return on investment on a very small project as it would be on a much bigger project. So as long as you all trust that the team is going to stick with this agenda and these goals and follow through on them, the only thing you'd be losing by not going for actual certification is you wouldn't have the plaque on the wall at the end from the U.S. Green Building Council saying this is a LEED building. In other situations where somebody is concerned about whether or not they're going to actually get the performance that they want, then there might be a value to say, well, get it certified, and then we know. So that's really the consideration there, whether to certify or not. Yeah.
Great. So we have a proposal which does what we asked, which is to identify, well, it gives us a way to do what we wanted, which is to reach consensus on a set of standards, and this is the proposal. So I'd like to hear from board members. Does this fit the parameters and the requirements and the interests and the values that we want to make sure that this project incorporates.
It sounds reasonable to me. It sounds like what we were asking for originally, and the LEED certification doesn't seem like it's important to me. Just means it's just important that we're getting the standards that we asked for. It all sounds reasonable to me.
Other board members? Sean,
can
go
have
ahead.
one-
Go
I can
ahead.
have one comment.
Yep.
It seemed to me that looking everything over, that the stretch guideline that Corey laid out in the previous meeting, and additionally what he said here, use the stretch guideline, but also delve into the LEED's playbook, and so not pursue the LEED certification. So that seems like a very prudent approach. I did have two specific questions. I don't know how much we should get down, but I was kind of wondering about the under slab insulation of R10, and then the windows. They didn't mention argon. They mentioned the
John,
low-
I want to ask you if you would please hold those sort of details for after we decide, see if we can come to consensus on this process.
Yes,
And
I'm
there'll be
sorry.
plenty of opportunities along the way for you to use your expertise. Thank you. Other board members, again, I can see Liz and Michelle and Thomas, and all the rest of you are invisible to me. So just speak up if you have any comments. Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion to approve the recommendation.
Emily has her hand raised.
Great, go ahead, Emily.
So my question is, so I know we were going through net zero and LEED and passive building, and I heard a little bit from, was it Nadev, I think, who said that, you know, this one was more all encompassing. So I guess, is it also the case that this one is more used than net zero and the passive building standards that we talked about last time? Is it like more common because it's more comprehensive, or harder, I guess, a harder standard to reach? That's kind of two questions.
No, good question. So LEED is, of all the standards you looked at, the most widely used. And I think part of that is because it's been around longer than most of the others, and it was very well, it kind of fit when it was introduced to the market about 15 years ago, actually almost 20 years ago now. It met a need that was it just seemed to hit a sweet spot in terms of demand. And part of that was, with any standard like this, it's trying to find the bar that's better than standard practice, but not so far out there that it feels unreachable or like it's going to, you know, throw people's budgets out the window. And so LEED seems to have done a good job of that. It's gotten a lot of market uptake. And so, yes, it's some of the standards on that list are more rigorous than LEED. Some, I think, might be a little less or more narrowly focused. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's pretty common. That's a common one for folks to use, it sounds like.
It's the most common of the ones that yeah, of all the ones that are basically out there in the US market. I mean, other than, of course, codes, right? Things like energy code is mandatory, so every project has to meet that.
And my second, I have another question too, and then I'll put myself on mute. But my second question is, do you know from the state of Vermont, other schools that have looked into this and are pursuing LEED certification, or is it kind of like everybody is in the same boat and really just some maybe being mindful, but not going for that standard?
Wow, I'm a little embarrassed here because others may know this. I would be surprised if there aren't other schools in Vermont that have actually pursued LEED certification and become certified. I know there's projects at University of Vermont, a number have done that. But because professionally, a lot of my work is actually all over the country and not local, I'm not aware, I can't tell you about a specific one. I do know, for example, that the state of Ohio, at least for a while, had a standard where all state schools had to be LEED certified. It was that, sort of ubiquitous there. And so schools in general are a pretty big market for LEED, and quite a number pursue certification, and many more do what we're proposing here, which is to use LEED as a framework, but not actually get certified.
David, could I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
And Steve, you may have a little more detail on this, but I know that Brattleboro Union High School, that major addition, has been qualified as an Energy Star rated facility, and Robert Clark has done a terrific job working toward that recognition. And I don't know to what extent other board members are aware of that. But maybe Steve is aware of whether or not the project followed a lead footprint from a design point of view.
You know, I don't know. I know that a lot of the work was done with Energy Star specs and with Efficiency Vermont, but I don't know that it was directly looking at lead certification.
Okay.
But I can check.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other board questions or thoughts about this? A couple of things I just wanted to mention. In looking through the descriptions that we received at the last meeting, the thing that stood out for me about the LEEDS project, aside from things like making sure efficient use of water and energy, and it also focuses on materials and resources, but particularly indoor environmental quality and regional priority. And I think one of the things that this region has become pretty well noted for is green building, is sustainable building, and a focus on sustainability. There are not many towns in Brattleboro that actually employ a sustainability coordinator. And I think it really, it sort of represents this community really well in terms of our values. And innovation and design is another appealing characteristic of it. So I'm not hearing or seeing anything, so I wonder if we would like to entertain a motion to adopt the proposal, the Stevens Associate proposal that we select the LEEDS performance standards as our goal in this project, following the LEEDS standards as our goal in the project.
So moved.
Huh?
Emily, second.
Great. Tim, you missed your chance. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was just wondering to know if you know about the chat function.
I'm sorry?
Jackie and I, do you know about the chat function that Jackie and I have used?
I do know about it, but I don't have time to look at it. Okay. Wendy, did you get you did? Okay, great. Thank you. You didn't get the names. The names of the people who moved it. Who moved it, please?
I think it was Jackie and then myself. Oh, Jackie and then myself.
Okay. And Emily seconded. Great, thank you. Okay, any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We found consensus. Good. Well, we've got one thing done. And I think probably, Corey, we could dispense with the second part, which is the putting together a team that includes a sustainability consultant. And I don't know exactly how you articulated that. It was a series of statements on your list. I wonder if you could give us a sense of how we might form a motion to approve that.
So you're specifically talking about including Nadev on the team?
Yes.
Yeah. So Nadev, I think we talked about the term sustainability consultant. And Diane, I'm going to look to you a little bit to make sure that we feel comfortable with this. If we're the kind of the architects moving forward. But I think just to simply replace the words energy consultant with sustainability consultant, and if the board wanted additional language on the reason for this shift, we could note that the mechanical engineer is going to be required to have the expertise to do energy modeling. And given the size of the project, Stevens and Associates is comfortable not having a separate energy consultant, but between Diane and Nadev and having a mechanical engineer with that expertise, we feel like we've got our bases covered.
Okay, let me just clarify, because I think we're going to look for a really simple motion.
Yeah,
Rather
so I
than-
can give it, yeah, I'll give you a simple one.
Yeah, but just to clarify what you're saying, the change is going to be that rather than have a traditional energy consultant, we will have a sustainability consultant whose responsibility will be to sort of monitor the process and make sure that we are following practices and procedures that are would comply with the LEED standards.
I think that's a great way to put it. Yeah.
Okay, right. So that's in our minutes, right, Wendy? And it's also in the recording of the meeting. So that's really clear. So I think we could have a motion to the board would like to include a sustainability what was it, consultant on the team with Stevenson Associates and our business manager to take this project forward. I think we're going into the design and modeling stage of it. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. We can talk about next steps. The design and modeling will be part of the final design. The third bullet point on that goal for this evening's agenda is the next steps, and that's kind of this piece of putting together information for the public. But I'll stop there and let you get through this motion.
Okay, so do anybody want to have a go at making a brief motion out of what I just said? Nobody, huh?
David, I would
Yes.
be glad to. I would
Thank
be
you.
glad to suggest that what we're looking for is authorization to engage Stevens and Associates and Nadev Building Green to move forward with the project as the project architect and sustainability coordinator.
Okay, how much of that did you get, Wendy? Not enough.
Not
Okay.
much.
Okay.
Maybe somebody could write it down and email it to me.
Or how about putting it in the chat?
Yeah,
Let's
let's
go in the
Sure.
chat window.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll send it to chat right now.
Great.
Thank you, Frank.
And in the meantime, Wendy's asked that people state their name when they move a motion or a second motion, please.
Thank you.
Wendy, can you read that back to us?
Not yet.
Oh, you don't have it yet. Okay, I didn't see it yet either.
Frank might be a fast typist, but that's
Oh, I
really
thought he had it all on his screen. He was just going to cut and paste it. All right, we'll stop disturbing you, Frank. Let you do your work.
Okay, I think I got it. There might be a spelling error in there, but let me read it. I have the motion is to engage Stevens and Associates as the project architect and Nadev, I've got /Building Green as the sustainability consultant for the Academy project.
Great. Would someone like to move that for us?
I know.
Was that Liz?
Yeah, Liz.
Okay, Liz, thank you. And second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Thomas. Thomas seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Great, thank you. That has passed as well. So now on to the.
So much.
Yeah, and that is the business that we asked for, and I'm happy to say that you want to step, not only did you prepare us really well for that, but went a step further with to outline the next step, which an initial viewing seems like a really good idea. So would you share that with us, please, Corey?
Yeah, so this circles back towards working towards what will ultimately be a bond vote. And so what we've talked with Frank about and what's been successful in the past is that we will work on what we'll call kind of a public information packet. And so we will synthesize a lot of what's in the feasibility study, and we will prepare documents for the board. Ultimately, and Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but ultimately the board holds the public hearing, the public information session that would be kind of preceding the bond vote. And of course, we'd be happy to be there if you ask us to be there and do the majority of the presentation. But the idea is that we provide public information so that we can bring the public into the loop, help the public understand what we have done to date and what the project is proposed to be moving forward. And so this is a kind of another opportunity to reiterate that we've done a feasibility study to prove out that there is a viable solution for this project. But there's a lot more work to do. So we're going to revisit a lot of design objectives as we move into the next phases of design. But this public information packet will provide the history of how we've gotten to where we are today.
Thank you. I would suggest that you do that, the packet in a series of steps, and with each step of the project, that you kind of put together a package of information to present to the board, and something in a form that we could put into a press release, or that could go into the paper or go as a letter to the editor about this project and why we're doing it, the way we are doing it, and why it's needed. Obviously, that's important. And another component I just thought of as I was looking at all of the parts of the LEED certification is how much value there is in there for Career Center students in the building trades. And so I would like you to talk with Ann and Nancy. Ann Beekman's the board rep on the Career Center Council, and involve them in the process as well, and see if we can't build some curriculum around that process, and maybe some student involvement as well in every aspect of it, but particularly the standards part and the sustainable building parts of it. I know that's not in the work plan, but it just seems for a school district that's something that we should try to fit into the process. And Ann and Nancy, I don't know if you want to comment on that or have any thoughts.
So,
go ahead, Ann.
Dave. I was going to, Dave, I'd like
Yes.
to speak on that. I mean, that is something I think is a great idea. I've done it on schools that I've worked on in the past. We'd be more than happy to go in and make it be a learning experience for students, whether we go in and do a demonstration or sort of involve and have students engaged in the process. I think is very important. So I'm happy to do that. And I think it's a great idea.
Great.
Nancy? I think it would be a great collaboration for our students.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Ann, I think you probably have the same view.
How could I not endorse?
Great, thank you. Good, and I don't want to sound too pessimistic, but it's entirely possible we may be looking for some off-site learning opportunities for students next year because we can't be on-site all the time. So we'll see where that goes.
I'd be happy to collaborate with teachers and get involved in a class situation. It'd be great. I'd love it.
Great, thank you.
We've started a little bit of that with Dan Braden and the STEM program. So we can broaden that out to more elements of the Career Center if there are other populations we should be talking to.
Great, thank you. Is there Frank, anything else we need to, anything else on your list that we should try to deal with tonight on this topic?
No, I think those are the key things for this group to move forward and keep the board posted on progress. So I would say maybe if the board has a general timeline, I don't think you want to talk about it now, but as to when we might start a conversation with the public around a public hearing, that will be helpful, but obviously there's so much to sort through with this pandemic before we get to that. You know, we'll take that as we come, but that'll help us outline, you know, a timetable for deliverables back to the board.
Great, great, thank you. Are there any other comments or thoughts from the board before I ask for public participation, if anyone wants to? Is there any of the public present? Feel free to unmute yourself and just start talking. I have to change screens to see everybody, and I can't do it quickly enough to see it in a timely manner. Okay, well, I don't see or hear anything, so I will move us on to our next next topic, and we're going to leave the land of somewhat familiar and manageable processes and get into the land that we're in now, which is running a school district in a remote learning process. So I ask Lyle to, this is the administrative report on how that's going. And thank you,
David. I just wanted to say,
yes,
on
Corey,
behalf of Stevens and Associates, thank you to the school board. We're looking forward to this. Thank you to Kelly and Frank, and we will be back in touch in the near future.
Thank you. And I was remiss in not thanking you and not even Frank for that, for having such a coherent presentation that responded so perfectly to our concerns and questions. So thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Great.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, Lyle, thank you for that extensive report. I hope it doesn't take you as long to do something like that as it would have taken me, because you wouldn't get anything else done all week. But would you share as much as you'd like to, or I know there are some additional things as well, or updates you might want to give us too.
Sure. So the majority of the last week and a half has really been spent on the required continuity of learning plan that we submitted to the state last week ago today, actually. And in that plan, we had to really address everything you could probably think of, everything from how we're reaching out to students who don't have internet, how we're integrating students' IEP goals, how we are ensuring that we're still feeding students, how we're addressing mental health needs of families. So all of that is included in our plan. Administrators, Deb Cardane, Paul Smith, the academic coaches have all worked tirelessly on that plan for the last, as I said, last couple of weeks. Other things in the plan include how we're doing activities such as music lessons. So music teachers are still doing music lessons, and that's part of the plan. PE, art activities. So both what we're considering core subjects and activities that are a little more hands-on and active. So we submitted that. Actually, we were cited as having an excellent plan. We had nothing that we needed to update or go back and redo in our plan. So thank you again to everyone who took part in putting that together. In this plan, we've talked to, and I've outlined this in your information, we've talked about how counselors are working to ensure that any families that we've not heard from in a few days, counselors are specifically reaching out to find out if everything's okay. And if counselors can't get in touch with a family, we have each school putting together a protocol to determine whether or not we need to do some well child checks. Technology, of course, is a huge portion of this. Paul Smith and Gary Parzik have both been working on our technology needs, and we've designated someone at each site. We've put together a list of safe, and I use that term in quotes, safe websites. That's on the parent resource page on the WSCSU website, so that if parents are looking for some additional things for kids to do, that's there. We have actually, in my notes it says we're in process, but we have purchased Remind for all teachers. So that is a way that teachers can communicate with families and yet block their private numbers. So that's a way that teachers can also do some well child checks or remind families of upcoming class meetings, that type of thing. Food, we're up to about 1,200 students, and food's being prepared at BUHS, at Putney, and at Academy. It's delivered through vans or buses. John Sessions has done an amazing job ensuring that we have volunteers to help deliver the food or package the food. And we've used, we also have delivery points around the town. Many of the volunteers, it seems like John had said, we have up to 100 volunteers. We don't use them every day, of course, but many of those volunteers are para-educators. Let's see. Putting together contingency plans so that any administrator, myself, any teacher gets ill and cannot continue with their job for a while, who's going to step in and make sure that our students are continuing to be educated. I think one of the major things that we should just let you know is that we are very concerned about burnout, both for our families, because this is a very different way of educating, and for our teachers. So we've determined that starting after April break, which is next week, new learning only will happen on Mondays through Thursdays. Fridays will be a day for students to catch up or take a break from online work, go do outside things. It's starting to be nice outside projects, family time, and teachers will be able to use that day for planning, collaborating with colleagues, doing some professional development type things. Attendance, we're just starting with attendance to make sure that we are in touch and with families and students. This week, we're creating feedback family surveys to find out what's going well and what ideas that families might have of changes we might need to be considering. Always we're assessing and reassessing how distance learning is going. So that'll be an ongoing project that we're working with. And assessment is probably the next big topic that we'll start looking into, how we're going to assess students. There's still not a specific end of year date. At one point, it was my understanding that the agency was going to identify an end of year date. Recently, I've heard that we will do our 175 days, which would take us pretty much where we had originally planned in the calendar, mid-June, but that's still to be determined. The other thing still to be determined, and I think Steve Theron might comment on this later, is spring sports. I had heard this week, I got a press release from the Vermont Principals Association that they are going to make that determination by April 30. In my mind, it seems unrealistic to consider that we would be having a spring season. Thinking about, we're still supposed to be doing stay at home until May 15th, just seems to be contradictory. I was asked about last meeting about BCTV doing some educational programming. They're willing to do educational programming of anything that we are putting together. I am very reluctant right now to ask teachers to do any creation of programming, but we do have posted on our website in the parent resources section, Vermont PBS at home learning, and Vermont PBS is doing some at-home learning. So I think that's a quick rundown of what we've been working on. I did send out some new hires for Oak Grove, and we just had one confirmation today of a BAMS teacher. So would you like to do questions first on any of the distance learning? And then we could go to new hires and
yes,
resignation. Okay.
That'd be great. Yeah, and I believe Wendy already has the names, but we'd like to recognize them publicly as well.
Great.
Yeah, so I guess we'll start with the board. Any questions? Who would like to go first, I guess? Is that Jackie?
I guess I was just thinking about the students that are not attending, and that maybe, because there's certainly going to be some that won't attend online learning and that we won't be able to reach out to. What is the plan for them? Will there possibly be a summer session, or will some students maybe need to repeat the grade? Just curious about how that might be handled.
We do recognize that this is very definitely happening. And as I said, we're using counselors to do some reach out and do some well child checks. For some people that aren't participating online, it's because they don't want to let their children be online, which is totally agreeable to us. So we are preparing work. We talked today about summer school and how we're going to assess which students might need summer school more than others. The sort of question we still have around summer school is, are we going to be able to be back together? So yes, Jackie, those are all questions that we are still recognizing that we've got to get a better handle on. Especially with younger students who really probably need a parent to help them access some of their work, and not all students have that parent that they can count on being there to help them. Their parents are working at home themselves, or they have a lot on their plates right now. So
Thank you.
Other questions? Emily, looks like.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I had written down just a few questions. So first I wanted to give a shout out to Mark Spino, because I noticed in your report, Lyle, he got principal of the year.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
All of our principals are amazing, but really nice job, Mark. So the questions I had, one was on the food programs. So you said it's Putney Academy and BUHS, I think. So does that mean we're still utilizing, because I know different schools have different food programs. Does it mean that we've consolidated food programs for the time being, or we're actually still using different vendors for that?
So Putney is still using their own vendors, and they're doing the thing that they've always been doing. The other two, Academy and BUHS, we've consolidated so that we're using the vendors. It is not the same quality food that we've been doing in Brattleboro Town. It's very difficult when we're thinking about 1,200 bagged lunches and 1,200 bagged breakfasts. That we have to get things that we can pack up and we know will be able to be eaten in a couple of days. We don't have any control over what happens with that bag once it leaves us.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And the two other questions, I'm trying to consolidate all my questions.
It's okay.
So one is, because Jackie brought up something and then it made me think of something. So I'll say that one, and then the one that might be a little longer. So do you know what % of students you feel like aren't attending? Like I just want to kind of get a breadth of like, is there like in elementary school, we have about 50% attendance, or like, do we know those numbers?
David had actually asked for that data as well, and we don't know yet. That's something that we are working on. And this is our first week of really mandatory new learning. And so this is the week that teachers are really using to get this new learning into place. So the week after vacation, we're going to start. Counselors know right now who we have not heard from. So we have some preliminary numbers, but I don't want to, I'm not secure in those numbers yet, right, to share them.
Perfect. And the last question, just to ground it, and maybe this is it could be you answering, or maybe it's a principal, I don't know who's most appropriate, but I guess like there's so much going on that I'm having a hard time conceptualizing, like, what does that really look like for, let's say, a third grader? Like, are they just on the computer for 6 hours, like bouncing from music to other things? Or like, so I guess I assumed no, because you guys are thinking holistically. Everybody's shaking their head no. Okay. So the question is like, what could somebody just give me an example of like what a day would look like maybe in elementary? Because high school, I could kind of conceptualize it a little more, because it seems like college learning when you're online.
Right. Part of the plan, and then I'll turn it over to a couple principals. Part of the plan, we did include some research that I think Deb Cardane may have done for us about how much time we would expect it would be okay for kindergarten through second grade to be online, and how actually it may have been an elementary and high school, because we do not want our kids online for 6 hours.
Yeah.
So is there a principal that would like to speak to that? Just unmute yourself and jump on in. Herb, looks like Herb.
Hi, everybody. So one of the foundational tenets of this new landscape, this online learning landscape, really is that the number one mistake you can make is to try to replicate the school day, either in depth or breadth. And so we've avoided that at all costs. There are so many factors, as Emily just stated, that are at play here, that it's not even chess. It's like a chessboard where everything is moving around, controlled by a magnet that you can't see. So for things, for example, the capacity of families to engage with us, particularly the younger kids, K2, K3, they almost always need a parent to be helping them with anything that's coming across on a Chromebook or so forth and so forth. And also for those kids that are working in a combination, sort of a hybrid environment with Chromebooks and then some packets or other work that teachers might send home, they're also going to need support. So there are morning meetings, there are required sessions for kids a little bit more heavily as you go up through the grades, fairly light in the younger grades. What really has to happen is families have to make the best choices they can, given their capacity to engage with us in this endeavor. And we have to respect that. And I think that so far, so good.
Is there another principal that wants to speak about, or Deb or Paul, about what a typical day might be for our younger students? Deb?
Sure. Our younger students are doing a mixture of face-to-face contact with their families, and then also, or with their teachers, and then also some meetings where teachers are sending songs on, through a video. Remind app is a really amazing tool because they can just send a video out and all the kids get this greeting from their teacher every morning. We're really encouraging a menu to give kids lots of choices. So when they're working through their day, they might choose to play a game online, and then they might choose to go do an outdoor activity. And the teachers have been really cognizant about offering options online, but then also really encouraging kids to take some ownership over their learning, and parents are joining kids at these circle times. And we had a really good story today about with a family whose the older siblings are meeting with the families, with the younger siblings, with the teachers. So it has been a little bit of a silver lining in that our teachers are really getting excited about the inclusion of the families with our younger kids, for sure.
Thanks, Deb. I think Kelly Young may have had a question.
Yeah, I see your hand up, Kelly. Are
No,
you?
I see your hand.
Oh, great. I'm for some reason not hearing her. She's not muted.
Nope, I don't hear her either.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Yes,
Thank you.
good.
So my question goes to goes to a little bit further in the future, and hopefully this will not be an issue, but just to be prepared. Like, I don't think anybody was prepared for this, but let's say that this seems to kind of like we're down the down slope and things seem to be going back to normal. And we want to start the school year, and then from what I've heard, that there's the possibility that there could be a reoccurrence. I'm interested in how you are preparing and or preparing the new incoming superintendent or for in the fall, if we have a reoccurrence, it's going to be on him to be playing your role. So I'm interested in what your thoughts on that are, if any preparations are being made, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Yes. So the first preparation that we're making is thinking about, as Jackie had just asked, about summer, and are we going to be able to hold any summer classes, how we would identify that. We are also looking ahead right now to reentry and what reentry will look like, what types of assessment we have to do, and to find out where kids are. We are not planning at this time to retain anyone. If there was any question about retention, that those conversations would have started with families before we ended. I think Andy Skarzinski's here, but he and I have a Google Doc with questions and answers for each other, information for each other, and we have a time set up to talk, and Andy will be starting to join some of the leadership meetings that we have, so that he'll be a part of any conversations as much as he's able to. Of course, he has a full-time job right now. So I've been trying to make sure that I'm respectful of his time in his current position, but absolutely he will be a part of the sort of reentry plan. And part of that reentry plan will have to be, as you said, Kelly, will have to be, do we need to be making plans if we have to go out again for any length of time? Mark Spino had his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that beyond all the work we're doing around academics, there's still a major emphasis, probably the biggest emphasis we have is still on relationship building with our students. Especially in the time that we're in right now, you know, our number one focus is connecting with families, committing to weekly conversations with parents, but still looking for creative ways to have fun with our students and to engage with them during our class meetings. And I think that's just a really important thing for you to know, is that that's probably our number one priority, is maintaining a connection with our students and our families, and still focusing on building our relationships, because that's what's going to get us through this. Students are going to keep jumping on these screens if they don't want to see us. So that's a major topic for us as we move forward in this world.
And in our conversation today, I think it was Kelly Dias brought up that if we are able to do summer programming, a lot of that will be around socialization and getting back with your peers and working together as a team, as much as and more than academics, because our kids will really need to be able to come together and do those things with each other. Tim.
At the high school level, how disruptive has this been to those students who were looking forward to going to college, applying for colleges and such?
I know that Steve's been having some class meetings with seniors and with senior parents. So Steve, do you want to talk
Sure.
about that?
So, you know, we of course feel worst of all for our seniors, because, you know, they're missing out on a lot of the rituals that we all take for granted. You know, I'm in pretty regular communication with the folks that were planning the prom. We talk about graduation a lot. We talk about what that could look like. In terms of the college process, though, that's kind of proceeding as it always has. You know, kids are still finding out if they're getting into colleges. We're still getting scholarship applications for senior awards. So, you know, all of those processes are in pretty good shape. You know, we've moved a lot of those forms to a virtual environment so kids can access them easier. And so that's going okay. Really what we're starting to think about is, you know, as Mark pointed out, you know, how do we reestablish our community when we come back together? What does that look like? What happens for that kid, whether they're in 8th grade, 9th grade, or 10th grade, who's in a sequential math or science program, and how do we address and backfill the gaps in knowledge that they're not going to get? And that's a big part of what we've started to talk about with our department heads. And, if we have a budget and we have the resources to do summer learning, what does that look like? Because, we also have to think about backfilling driver's ed driver's time. So yeah, there's a lot of things. But in terms of the straight up college process, that application process was pretty well underway for most kids. So now it's a question of, making sure transcripts are sent out. There's a couple of recommendation letters, but by and large, the application deadlines have passed. So we're in decent shape. The other thing we're a little worried about is, SAT, ACT exams. SAT has canceled exams through, I believe, the end of June. And so they're going to begin to hold multiple months, multiple tests per month, which they normally don't do to kind of address the backfill. But again, that's a process we're kind of waiting to unfold. And, the biggest, for me, probably one of the biggest problems is seniors and senior parents, really want to have a celebration and they'd like us to plan it. But we can't plan it until we know when we can reassemble. And so and every time I mention that, people get it and they understand, but that's a big frustration. So, a group of seniors have asked me if they could start doing some contingency planning about what graduation might look like, and so we're starting that process now.
And we know that all colleges have to expect that their incoming freshman class is probably in the same boat as ours. The majority of the schools in the country are closed.
Other questions? Is anyone from the public? We have 25 or 30, more than 30 people, I think, from the public involved in this meeting, which is kind of more than we get on a regular Wednesday when we meet in person. So it's kind of, I imagine you must have something on your mind, and I would bet a lot of it, some of it has to do with the remote learning. So again, if there are any questions from the public, please, I'm not sure I can see your hand, but you can unmute and ask your question.
Well, this is Maureen Ward from Central School.
Hi, Maureen.
But I'm also a parent of a senior in the high school, and I'm just glad to hear that there is some kind of discussion going on about maybe pulling something together for a closing celebration when we know that we might be able to be together again as a group. I just think that that's an important closure for the seniors. So thank you for putting that on the table and having that be something that is getting looked into. I appreciate it.
Other comments? Lyle, anything else, Lyle, you want to? Tim does. Go ahead, Tim.
I thought that Ed Week article you sent was pretty interesting, David. It noted, for example, that 77% of students who are doing online learning feel that it's just not as good as face-to-face. But of course, it's way too early to look at what the learning outcomes are. But maybe this is premature, but I think it speaks to the need for the idea that you propose for fiber optic connections. And at some point, I think that maybe the school board could make what's a legal term, amicus curiae, a suggestion to the select board that we, as a town, move forward with fiber optics. And I'm still curious to know what percentage of our families are not connected. The article mentioned the lower the income, not surprisingly, the less connected they are. The good news is that the teachers in poor districts are using multiple means of teaching. But do you have any idea, Lyle, how many, what the percentage of non-connected families are?
I do not yet. That's part of the data that we're collecting. I don't have I think the highest number of families was, we had heard about was 9 families in Putney, but we also have families that have been unresponsive to all of our attempts to try to find out if they need help with getting connected. So it's still sort of a moving target for us. It looks like Paul has his hand raised, and Paul's overseeing the whole tech project, so maybe he has some more information on that.
I was going to say the same thing. It is a moving target. For instance, there are families that are taking advantage of the free internet offers that different companies are putting out there, but installation times are such that it'll be a bit before some of those installations happen. As Lyle pointed out, there are also families that are unwilling, uninterested in having their students connected online. And we need to honor that. And so that whatever the percentage is, it will encompass a number of different situations.
Thank you.
So the only other, Deb Cardane has her hand up as well.
I just want to say one of the things we're really focusing on is thinking differently about how we're differentiating our instruction, and that level of differentiation is really around how are we reaching our kids. So if there are families that either are choosing not to have internet or are unable to access, we're making it our business to explore what are the other options. Is it a pack at home on the bus with the food delivery? Is it phone calls? So we're definitely trying to think very outside the box as far as gaining that access with families.
The other thing we had tonight, David, was a couple of hires of replacements for teachers that have retired. So at Oak Grove, Mary is here. Mary, you want to just read your 3 people, and then the board could accept or not?
Sure. I have 2 classroom teacher positions and a librarian leave replacement. So for first grade, we have hired Kylie Weld. She's coming to us from a pre-K classroom in Massachusetts. She seems like she'll be a wonderful fit for our school, and she will be taking over for Stephanie Moransky. In third grade, we have Logan Robinson, who is currently an academic support teacher at Oak Grove. She's accepted the position to replace Deb Perotti, who is retiring. And our librarian, Lexi Oliver, is taking a 1-year leave of absence. And to replace her for the year, we have hired Catherine Haggerty. That position has gone from a full-time position to a 0.6 position. So all 3 of those we are happy to have join us and move into new positions for next school year if you would gladly accept them.
Thank you. Are there others, Lyle, or should we move
The only
on?
other one we have is a resignation, and I'd have Keith read that. So if you wanted to do the new hires, and then we can move to Keith with the resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the new hires at Oak Grove as presented, please?
So moved, Emily.
Oh, thank you.
Second.
Who is that?
Liz.
Thank you, Liz. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have accepted the recommendation. And okay.
And
Keith,
we got a letter of resignation today. Keith Lyman got it. I haven't seen it yet. So if Keith, I think Keith's here. Yep, Keith, if you could be willing to read that, please.
Sure. Wondering, let's see, can you see my screen?
Yep.
It works.
Yeah, so maybe you can, I'll just let everyone read that really quick. And as you're reading it, just really sad to lose her. She's fantastic.
Thank you.
So, she's moving down to take a job in Springfield, Mass, Forest Park Middle School. So she'll get a new experience down there, and we're very sad to see her go. So I'll ask that you accept her resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the resignation as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Second, with regret, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. It's moved and seconded to accept the resignation with regrets as presented. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have passed the motion. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for me tonight.
Great, thank you, Lyle.
You're welcome.
Again, having that long report was really helpful. I think it saved us a lot of questions probably. It's just good to be able to take it in bit by bit, sort of slowly. Okay, the next topic is financial stability. This, this is something that we've never faced before, and that's the seeming likelihood of revenue shortfalls and the inability of the people to pay their taxes. And since it's all unknown and all moving parts, I think there's very little certainty we can get from conversation about this, but there are some numbers that Frank shared with us and some numbers that we got from a webinar from the state that can kind of give us a picture of what's going on. So I wonder, Frank, if you would maybe tell us, or Lyle too, a little bit about the webinar and the current state, and then we'll have a look at the numbers that you sent us, and you can kind of take us through those sheets.
So the webinar was a week ago tomorrow, and the forecast, of course, looking for this quarter and possibly into the summer was quite grim. A lot of it due to the fact that because the state is pretty much closed, we are not taking in revenue from rooms and meals tax, from the lottery. There is, of course, the assumption that people that have lost jobs are going to have a hard time paying their property tax right now. So it was not an encouraging webinar at all. Frank has put together numbers of where we are now and what that might look like moving forward. So I'll stop talking and turn it over to Frank.
Okay, so a couple of kind of the big picture points, and then maybe I'll flip to fiscal year end forecast for this year. So I'll share a couple of documents with you. First is the big picture in terms of what's being considered in the legislature. So this is a page, it's page 12 out of our annual report for the Southeast School District. It's the projected tax impact. And what you're looking at here are there are two versions of bills to address the statewide issue of uncertainty in fiscal year 21. So one of the bills, it's the Senate version of the bill, my understanding it's going to be discussed this Friday, there's a proposal to freeze the 18 districts without approved budgets. So that's us, and that's Springfield, and it's Wyndham Northeast, and a number of other systems in our area, but it's also South Burlington and so on. But one proposal is to freeze at this education spending number for the current year. And what that would mean is a $2 million reduction to the budget plan that we've developed. So obviously that would be extremely severe for us. Another version that I know the VSBA, the VSA, and as Lyle mentioned, she's meeting with Becca Ballant and others. We are hoping is a House version of a similar bill, and that is to provide a base ed spending amount of 40 million here, and then to add a inflator of the average budget increases that pass. And that inflator right now is 4%. So you see what that would do to us is instead of us getting a 5% increase on ed spending, it would be 1% less, which, that's $406,000 difference. So, still it would have an impact on us clearly, but it would be nothing like a $2 million impact. So those are the two legislative discussions that are in play for fiscal year 21. We don't know, how that's going to work, but we're obviously encouraging folks to contact their legislative representatives and advocate, particularly for districts like us where we have a lot more poverty than South Burlington and some of the others. This sort of an impact would be far more damaging to our system than it might be into one of the wealthier districts in the state. So that's the big picture for next year. Totally unknown as to what that outcome is going to be. When we dial it down to our circumstances, I want to flip to this document. Did you guys see the flip to this other document? I just flipped my screen. Are you looking at the forecast? Okay, so I've got to share that one as well. So let me do that. So I wanted to move to the document that I had sent to you through David. It's a forecast of our fiscal year to date, and so I just started with talking about the state of the state from next year's point of view. This is a look at how we might end up this year, and that obviously tells us a little bit about our financial stability, to start the new year. So the document I'd sent, there were two documents. This one that I'm sharing with you is the one that shows our current budget that we were actually just looking at in a very summary level. Okay, current budget 49 million in revenues, and we had a approved budget of 50 million. You can see that we proposed a budget that used $1 million of fund balance. That was the plan. That's what's been published in our annual report. Here's a preliminary forecast. When we look at the revenues, I'll go over a couple of the major deviations from the plan, but I'm at this point estimating 48 million in revenues, 49 million in expenditures, and not utilizing as much as the fund balance as we had originally proposed. So under the current forecast, based on my work with principals, with Lyle, with the state, I see this fiscal year end ending up slightly favorable. 167,000 as a percentage of 50 million is 0.3%. Not a substantial difference. But the good news is, I do not see a deficit in the school district, the Wyndham Southeast School District. The variations from the budget on the revenue side, You see I've got approximately 900,000 receiving less than the plan. It's really primarily the transition of us being separate districts when we planned this budget, FY20, that was passed, remember, just 4 days before the year started because of so many interruptions in the governance conversation across the state. When we administered the current budget, things like Guilford being a separate entity and paying the high school were eliminated. And so that's why that's not going to occur. This 600,000 in state revenues is a similar sort of a scenario where the state redirected transportation aid to the supervisory union and not to the SD. That's across the state, so not unique to us. We also had fewer vocational students that will drop the vocational aid that comes to us. These revenue shortfalls are more than offset right here under the tuition and assessments costs. So it's somewhat of a wash. And then because we're not in school here on the fourth quarter, as Lyle said, we are still making quite a commitment to education every day, every week. So there are expenses. You will see more expenses go through the warrants for the variety of things that are being delivered to students and families. But I don't see us spending all of those resources. So that's going to create a little bit of a surplus in those discretionary accounts. The salary and benefits are, this 1% variance at this point, which is just a kind of it could be plus or minus in any given year, given turnover and or people making plan changes for health insurance and those sort of things. So these are kind of a typical variance. And as you know, the governor has directed school districts to continue to pay staff through the end of the school year. So we would not expect to be a whole lot different in our biggest chunk of our budget. So overall, I think this is a fairly cautious estimate. I don't think it will be much worse than this. I think it could be better than this. It depends on there's no indication that our major source, which is the state revenue, that is 86% of 49 million, this state. There's no indication that Beth Pierce, treasurer, and others have said they plan on making the education spending grants as planned. And then the towns, the extent to which they have a portion of this 42 million. Remember, they collect on behalf of the state, and then they send the school district the money that is associated with the school property tax. If a town is not able to collect that last fourth quarter, Mark Peralt in the webinar last week and others in the state government have reiterated at this point, there seems to be no change in the current statute, which says a town will have to borrow in order to pay the school. The statute it's Title 16, it's Section 427 that basically says the town treasurer must remit the school property tax to the education fund and to the school district 20 days after taxes are due. It's not when they're paid, it's 20 days after they're due. So I've seen this interruptions from year to year over a long period of time where towns have had to go and borrow funds in order to pay the districts. And I believe this is where the legislature at the state level and at the federal level know that across the country, towns are going to have trouble with their revenues, and I believe there are strategies coming together to help address that. And where we started the conversation is the biggest strategy, which is the legislature considering passing budgets for the 18 districts under these emergency circumstances. So that's all to be determined. So I think the takeaway from this outlook is that we're not bringing in a deficit into fiscal year 21. I think we'll close out, with stable financial condition. We have about $5 million in cash right now. So we're okay through the end of this year, but we know we're all working administratively in preparing for these contingencies that we know are going to be very challenging. Any questions for me?
Board members, any questions on Frank's presentation or the forecast? Yes, Tim.
I heard the webinar too, Frank, and yeah, this year we're going to get through this year, but next year, my takeaway was that things look very, very bad. What?
I would agree with that, and that's where when you hear from the legislature when they're considering freezing our budgets to the FY20 education spending level, that's a reflection of how concerned they are. That our spending plan was up 1.8% or 900,000. They're dialing us back behind that to authorization to spend that would be a $2 million cut. And that's the first conversation that we're seeing out of the legislature to address what you heard in that briefing to the legislature by the Joint Fiscal Office. So what was also brought up in that briefing is that there's expected to be 28 million in the CARES Act federal funding for the state of Vermont, and the Agency of Education has interpreted that number for us here at Wyndham Southeast as an approximately 800,000. So these are things that there's no certainty to, but they are in play, and I do see some mitigating resources and strategies coming to help alleviate. I think, unfortunately, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see some extremes in the conversation because there is so much uncertainty, and then as more concrete actions take place, we'll be able to start planning and address our workforce, address employment contracts here, and those other things that we must do to get ready to operate school for next year.
Yeah, Tim, go ahead.
The Leadership Council at Guilford Central wrote a very good letter, I think, which was a reminder asking the board, what are we doing about all this? So with that thought in mind, I jotted down a few guiding principles that this board might consider as when we come to the point where we have to consider budget reductions. Some of them are obvious, but I think that it's important to state the obvious sometimes. One of the first principles, I think, these are really up for discussion. But the first principle is that we should make every effort to ensure that the continuation of quality instruction, especially but not limited to those students who are most vulnerable, most at risk, we should focus on those students who are most vulnerable. Under the thought, I always think that the mark of true civilization is how we take care of the most vulnerable. The school district should be the same way. With that thought in mind, the discussion should focus not only on the number of students impacted, but the category of student who would be impacted. There are some students, as we know, who succeed no matter what, and then there are other students who need help. Another principle would be certainly before cuts are made, we should look at long-lasting impacts. This crisis isn't going to last forever, and I think that we should look at perhaps suspending programs that can come back after the crisis is over, assuming that the economy gets back to normal someday. I think we should state that as a merged district, budget decisions should focus on what's best for all students in the district. Again, obvious, but I think it should be stated. I think that, well, let me just stop there and ask for reflection on when we look at budget reduction, what are the guiding principles that should guide our thinking?
And would you repeat the last part again, please?
The last part is more or less we're a merged district. So we look at on what's best for all the students in the district, regardless of the size of the town, the size of the school. We're focusing on what's good for for most students in the district. But the tough decision, I think, is going to be focusing. And it's not tough at all for me. We should focus on classroom instruction above all else when it comes down to cuts. We have to determine what's least harmful to instruction in the classroom. So to make there's one more principle, I think. In my mind, primary grades are critical to the foundation of education. So in looking at reductions, I think that K3, for example, is much more critical to sustain that than higher grades. I know these are controversial, but somebody has to say it.
Thank you, Tim. Other thoughts from the board about what principles should guide our consideration if and when we have to reduce programs or staff? Yep, Sean?
Yeah, I would just like to ask Frank, I have called my representative and also one senator, and I think Frank alluded to the fact that there possibly are two bills in the legislature right now. One would be a little less favorable than the other. And if you could give us guidance, it was recommended to me by Sarah Coffey that it really means a lot when school directors actually reach out to their legislators and all the legislators. And if we had a specific guide from you, Frank, on those two bills that you mentioned before.
Sure. And Lyle, do we know if the VSBA has distributed that document that was in development? I think it spoke to the two bills and it advocated for the one where we get the inflator on the current year ed spending. That's the one that's clearly to our benefit and would prevent us from being put way behind the rest of the state if we do have to go through an extended period of cuts.
I don't know if Sue Siglowski was going to put that together today. I have not seen anything from her, although I would probably get it from Jeff Francis, not from Sue. But that I thought was going to happen after our session today.
Yeah. They probably have numbers for those bills, but the legislators, at least the 3 Brattleboro legislators, had a Zoom conference on Saturday, and they were talking about those things. That they know exactly what they're brainstorming a range of ideas having to do with all the things that were raised at the webinar. So I think anybody that wants to contact their legislator and say that would be most helpful, or at least damaging, to give us a more than just last year's budget, or just mention that if you only give us allow us to spend last year's amount, we'll have to cut $2 million worth of programs and staff. It doesn't have to be really specific or really detailed or impressive. It just has to make the point that this is going to really hurt, and that's the voice that they need. That's what they need to hear. So I second what you're saying, Sean. I encourage people to take a minute to email or call our representatives. They're home. They're easy to find now.
So
other comments, Emily?
yeah. So I guess in the past, there has been times when we've reached out as a board. So I guess I wonder, is this a situation where it makes sense to draft something and have it come from the entire school board? Or is it more powerful for us to individually reach out?
I don't know if there's any legislator in the room or someone with that experience that could say. I think that hearing individually from people that they know is very impactful. And sometimes for committees where we don't have representatives, a letter from the board is also helpful. But I think the individual contact with the grassroots contact is really valuable. I'm happy to have a resolution, to pass a resolution and send it up tomorrow, or tonight for that matter. But I think both would be the way to go. Sean, something else?
Yeah, what Sarah Coffey said was that either a letter or individual contact would be very valuable. And actually, she went ahead and sort of tentatively set up the idea that I could testify on Friday in front of the House Ed Subcommittee. But I probably need permission from the board in order to do that.
Any thoughts? Comments?
I mean, Sean would be advocating for obviously the one that's more beneficial to us. So I guess it seems like a really great idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and Sean, and anyone can advocate for what we want individually as people. The fact that we're school board, but we can't say you can point out that you're a member of a school board when you sign that. You can't say it's a school board's position unless we all agree, which obviously we will in this case, but none of us are restricted from expressing our opinions to our legislators in any way. It's the policies and oaths don't replace the Constitution. Yeah, Jackie.
So then do we need a motion to agree to allow Sean to speak on our behalf? Is that possible?
Sure. I'd like to see if we have a couple other hands up, and then wait a little bit before we decide on the motion. Liz?
Yeah, Sean, when you testify, can you also point out that the 4% might not be particularly good because of the rate of poverty and the addiction issues and everything that this area entails? Because it's not going to be the same all around the state.
Other thoughts or comments? Well, we have two things that have come up. One is if in the situation which we'd never faced before, being a region that's always had strong community support, we haven't ever had to really look seriously or too seriously at reductions. We've had to move some things around and change things, but we basically had support. Now we're looking at a situation where people aren't going to be able to support us because they simply don't have the income. So we are looking at serious reductions, and Tim has raised the concept of having principles that the board supports in terms of proposals that are developed for where to reduce spending, whether it's 400,000 or 2 million, where those things, where we want those things to be looked, where we want the administrators to look first or last, depending. I guess what you're saying, Tim, actually is the last place to look is at anything that affects the most vulnerable, anything that affects quality instruction in the classroom, and anything that harms the primary grades. So that's one question we have in front, one potential action that we have in front of us, and the other is how to communicate with the legislature our desire for the 4% cost factor. What was it called? Inflation factor, Frank? Yeah, inflation factor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kelly
so,
Kelly Young has her hand up, David.
oh, thank you. Thanks. Go ahead, Kelly.
So I would like to thank Sean for being willing to speak on our behalf. And so I would certainly support that. As far as the cuts, we all know there are going to be sacrifices that are going to have to be made, and it's going to be a scary process. I would just caution making having preemptive thoughts on anything over third grade or anything, this specific because yes, there are vulnerable populations in our areas, but each kid is valuable. And I think we need to, before we start to say, sort of segregate certain portions of our school populations, I think we should be very cautious about that. And regardless of whether you don't happen to, maybe just by a little bit, not fall into what someone may categorize as a vulnerable population, that student personally will be losing out. So I'm aware, I acknowledge that there are quite possibly going to need to be some cuts, some sacrifices, some very difficult times ahead, but I would be very concerned, and I would encourage caution when just sort of when targeting where these cuts need to come. Thank you.
So if I could just respond,
Yes.
I've met with all principals recently within the last 2 days, and we've the instructions I've given them is to look first at things that are going to be least impactful to our student body. We know that we are going to have students coming back to school on all levels that have been out of school for approximately 5.5 months. So teachers are going to need extra assistance with academic coaches, because we're going to have to differentiate more than ever. We need to really look very carefully at every portion of a child's education. You heard principals today looking at social emotional. So there are things that we are looking at, but there are also those things that we need to keep in mind, that we're coming back with students that need to come back into a community that haven't seen each other and been in a formal education situation since mid-March. So those are in our minds all the time.
Other comments from the board? Yeah, I'd like to hear from everybody if people are willing. Emily, please.
So I guess my question is, I thought we had kind of a reserve fund or like a buffer fund in case some disaster or something happened. So is it the case that this proposed $1 or $2 million, depending on how the legislature acts, is how much of that would be buffered by using some of or any surplus or general funds that we have? I guess it's directed towards Frank, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we'd have to get voter approval. Frank, we have what, a couple of million in the undesignated reserve?
That's right. However, the bill that is being contemplated, both of these bills, and at this point, I think they're more concepts than bills because they don't actually have bill numbers assigned. You can't actually find them in the legislative report. But the concept of those discussions right now at the legislative level is that this action would replace the public vote. It would put in place an FY21 budget, and there would be no public vote unless a board wanted to go for a higher rate. And then back to your question, Emily. Yes, so we do have a reserve. It is approximately 2 million, and I'm sure we would want to be looking at how we might manage the pain over an extended period of time. Most folks are thinking this is probably going to take at least through fiscal year 23 to work its way out, assuming we do come back to some kind of no longer stay-at-home orders and so on in early June or mid-May. So, that's the case for not wanting to use all of the reserves, obviously, in the first year.
Thank you.
Yes, Liz?
So we will probably face some cuts, but I don't want anything coming out from this board that's going to panic people, because everything is still in play. We don't know what's going to happen with the state. We don't know what's going to happen with the feds. And I don't see any point in panicking teachers or staff at this point. I mean, if it comes to that, we need to establish some principles. But right now, we don't know what's going to happen. And I would caution the board to not set off some kind of stampede where all of a sudden we've got a whole bunch of teachers going, well, maybe I won't have a job, and then they go somewhere else. So that's my 2 cents.
Thomas, would you share your thoughts?
That's a very wise sentiment. I agree wholeheartedly. We have no idea what we're going to be facing in a month or 2 months, let alone September. I don't think this is the time to even talk about that. Everyone knows that we're going to have some problems. That's not in doubt. The question is, what do we do about it right now, aside from, worry people? Maybe drafting a policy, like Tim says, about our standards, like the principles we'll use. If we can think of something that is reassuring, that might have a positive effect. But I tend to agree with Liz at this point.
Okay. Jackie, Michelle, Ann, thoughts on this? Jackie?
I mean, I definitely agree that we're pretty far from knowing exactly what's going to happen, but it still would be prudent to at least start drafting some guiding principles. And, we might have differing opinions, but we have enough time now before we're really certain of what's going to happen that we could think about it carefully and vote on it. I think at least beginning to establish guiding principles for when that does happen is something better done now than later.
Michelle or Ann, any thoughts? Yeah, Michelle?
Tim, I appreciate that this was on your radar and that you're thinking about it. I agree with those who have said that it feels too soon to really establish anything, maybe a general statement to reassure that obviously our intentions are always to maintain the best possible learning environments is, an easy thing, but to actually create bullet points, it just seems like we don't have enough information to know what we're doing moving forward. I do sort of have a question. As far as, and it's hard to even begin to think about cuts. I guess it was because that webinar, there was so much focus on well, I should say at least he mentioned it a few times, union contracts. And I'm wondering if ours has been finalized. The last thing I want to think about is cuts for teachers, but if it's still open, I was wondering, do we know, was there a growth this year? Was there an additional expense this year? Do you understand my question? Is somebody able to answer that?
Yeah, I think the Vernon voted Monday night to ratify the contract, so it's fully ratified. There may be some signatures that need to happen, but it's ratified. And there were, I think, well, I'm not sure what I can say until that happens. Lyle, can I address the percentage of increases, or do we need to wait on that?
I don't see why you can't. It's all ratified. Both the union and the board has now ratified.
Yeah. So the increases are in the 2% range. They get spread across the salary schedule, but it was in the 2% range, and that's 2% of approximately what 70% of our budget. So you can do the math.
Great. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. And Anne?
Well, obviously we are going to have to consider what we are and aren't going to do, but I would caution all the members of this board that we don't necessarily know what the needs are or what cuts can be made, and we're going to have to depend very heavily on our administrators. For example, just because Brattleboro has big problems doesn't mean Putney doesn't have big problems, or Guilford. And we can think about it, we can have guiding principles, but I don't think we can make the decision that one group of grades should be benefited at the expense of others, or that we definitely know all the situations without relying heavily on their guidance and on our principals to keep making their budgets. So it's a good idea to have ideas, but remember, we don't know everything.
I wanted to, sorry if you
Yeah,
don't.
go ahead, Thomas.
I wanted to say something. We're talking about a serious economic problem here. We do not have to approach this as what cuts will we make. We're so far ahead of this that we can put political pressure on making sure that, if necessary, maybe revenue has to be increased. I know we don't have full control over that as a board here, but we are far ahead of maybe the point where we have to worry about that. We can say right now, just as citizens and as a board, we're not going to react to this as what do we hurt in the school district. We're still so far ahead of it. We can put pressure on our politicians as well. So
great, thank you, Emily. And Sean, I think you wanted to speak again too.
On that note, I did want to, so maybe it moves us into the second topic, which is, or what are we going to do about reaching out to the legislatures? I guess I'd like to move for us as a board to write a letter. We can still individually contact them, but I think like the more we can get out as a unified group, a letter in favor of this, maybe Frank will help us with the language, but in favor of this additional fund, I think that would be prudent. So it's being proactive, but in a different way.
Thank you.
Frank, maybe you have some movement language?
Oh, yeah.
Frank, just before you do that, I just want to kind of assess where we are and see if I understand. Everybody has had an opportunity to speak, and I thank you. There were really lots of really thoughtful comments. Somebody today asked me what I was thinking, and I wrote, the first thing I said is, well, here's what I'm thinking, or here's my comment, and then I immediately put in parentheses, but I always change it after I hear really, really good ideas from other people. And I think that the collective wisdom here is pretty sound, and I'm really grateful for the good thinking that's going on. I think we are at the point where we don't want to say or do or restrict or really define anything until we have more evidence or more certainty about what the parameters are, if there are parameters, what they are. And I think we want to be a lot more certain. So I think we can probably move on from that and get to Emily's motion, but I want to make sure that we we sort of had closure on that, the question about establishing standards. So Sean, if this is about further comment on the establishing of standards, I'd be happy to hear from you. Otherwise, I'd rather wait and move on with Emily's motion. So, okay, so Frank, do you have information enough of, or can you give us some language for, you are a motion writer here. We're going to make you the clerk.
Sure. So what I had in mind was there is a well articulated position on the issue by the VSA and VSBA. It sounded like Lyle was under the impression, and I am as well, that there's a document being drafted for the legislature's consideration on Friday as part of public testimony, and that it represents the input of at least 15 of the 18 supervisor unions and their superintendents and board chairs. They were all part of this Zoom meeting at noon today. So that's a little background to say that a motion, a very straightforward motion, would be that the Wyndham Southeast School District Board requests the legislature to support the VSBA and VSA request to fund schools at the FY20 ed spending level plus the inflator. There's that could be the motion. I know none of us have seen the document. Lyle, you don't have a document, do you? Yeah, we this has all been part of looking at something that was drafted in the Senate as a pre-bill, I guess as you call it, and then it was edited. One version added the inflator, the other version took it out. So the VSBA and the VSA's position is to support the version that has the FY20 budget plus a 4% inflator. And you know, we feel in this environment that would be a very good place to be.
Okay, let's. So I want to suggest here then that we entertain a motion to the legislature, I guess to the Senate Ed and House Ed committees.
Yeah.
A motion that the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory District requests the legislature support the VSBA VSA proposal to fund school districts without approved budgets at the FY20 rate plus the 4% inflator.
Excellent.
And Wendy, did you get that mostly?
Yeah, I think so. Can I read it back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. The motion is for the Senate and House Education, is it committees, commissions?
Committees.
Committees,
Yes.
hold on, let me get that. To request here's where it's a little foggy, so you're gonna have to help me. So motion to the Senate and House Education Committees to request the legislature to support the VSA and VSBA's proposals to fund schools without approved budgets at the FY20 levels plus the inflator.
Yes, just say funds districts rather than schools.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'll write this up and send it. It's actually the Senate Committee on Education. So, you know, I mean, there's specifics about it, but that gets to the heart of the motion.
Okay, yeah, if you could send that to me, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, yeah,
David,
in the morning. Yes, yes.
if I could also make it's just technical, but it's important. When we refer to the rate, what we're talking about is the FY20 education spending.
Ed spending rate, okay.
And maybe instead of using rate, we would say amount.
Ed spending amount, okay, great, thank you. Okay, so between Wendy and I, we can get we can perfect this. Would someone like to move this motion?
So moved.
Emily, thank you. And second? Thomas, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Now, Sean, you had a question on this topic further? Thank
Yeah,
you.
well, it sort of refers to, you know, contacting the House on Friday possibly. And one of the things I was going to highlight, if I do this, is to say that the reason we do not have a budget in the WSESD is specifically because of the COVID pandemic. Because we were going to meet on the 17th,
yeah,
and that was canceled. So just as, you know, so people start thinking, well, maybe we could use federal funds. That was a direct result of not having that budget passed, was because of the pandemic. So that's all.
Yeah, really good point. And one thing, we've got this resolution now that we're going to send up to the legislature, but at the same time, writing or contacting our legislators individually is really, it's really more important than signing on to this. It's valuable. The more people that sign on to the proposal, the better. But the more individuals they hear from, the better. And I think Sean's point about we wouldn't be in this fix if it wasn't for this pandemic. That's why we don't have a budget. And you know, we shouldn't be penalized by that. Except, you know, I mean, we'll share the pain with the rest of the state, but we shouldn't be singled out more intensely, I guess. So I just want to double down on what Sean said about contacting the legislatures and making that point. Anything else on this topic? Yes, Liz?
Maybe that should be in the letter that we send as a board too, because we didn't have our budget voted down like some of the other towns. We just never had the opportunity to vote.
Yeah, I'd want to redo the motion at this point. I think it'd be just as effective if each of us wrote to each of those committees. You can write to the clerk. You can write to the clerk of the committee, and they will get it to each of the members of the committee.
I know.
As well as our. No, I'm talking to everybody now.
Okay.
Yeah, as well as our individual legislators. Great, thank you. Anything else? Okay, well, the next topic is committee reports, which will be brief, but we are going to do some committee assignments. Hopefully, get people to sign up for committees, and also talk about leadership councils. And so what I'd like to do is, we've been at it for an hour and a half now, is take say a 5-minute break, or make it a 7-minute break, and we'll come back together at 8:35. Is that agreeable? Okay, so we're going to recess for 7 minutes. Everybody get up and walk around. Okay, if people can turn their cameras back on, so we can see everybody, that would be great. And we'll get started on the committee reports. I don't know that we have any actually committee reports. I'm not sure. I don't think any committees have met, including the supervisory union, in the last couple of weeks. Are there any reports or any updates? No. Okay. So 2 things we need to talk about are we have 4 new members on the board, Liz, Jackie, Tim, and Michelle, and we have 8 committees, and we'd like to get the new people on some of the committees. And I've heard from a few of you about some of your preferences, but I'd like to actually hear from you again in terms of the options. So let me just briefly run through the 8 committees, and they have very short mission statements, so it just take a couple of minutes to go through, and then talk a little bit about which committees you'd like to be on. Then we need to talk about what work the committees for the committees to try and convene on a Zoom platform, and talk about what they can be doing in terms of what we're facing right now, what they can be doing to support the remote learning, and what else, anything else going forward. So if that's agreeable, I'll just quickly run down the list of committees and we'll see what we come up with.
Can I ask a question, David?
Yes.
Just before.
Yes, go ahead.
So is it the case that all committees will have reassignments? Because I can imagine cases where
I'm calling the meeting to order at 5:31. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
I have none.
Okay. Then seeing no adjustments to the agenda, do we have a motion to approve the minutes for March 25th, March 28th, and April 1st of 2020?
So moved.
And seconded.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's been passed. So I was just going to read off some notes real quick regarding how we're going to go forward with these meetings. But before diving into the logistics of select board meetings during the COVID crisis, I want to take a moment to honor the work of those that operate our town. Town hall may be closed to the public, but I assure anyone that may be watching this that behind those closed doors, our town management is not only maintaining regular operations, they are also taking actions that assure the town of Putney is responding thoughtfully and nimbly to every evolving COVID concern in our community. Both Karen Astley, our town manager, and Tom Goddard, our emergency management director, are working overtime with all the town departments to support our community during a very scary time. I also want to acknowledge the dedication and support of my fellow select board members. Thank you for stepping into such difficult circumstances without hesitation or complaint. And finally, to the people of Putney, every day I hear about neighbors helping neighbors from a safe distance. I hear about our local service organizations and businesses quickly adapting to support the needs within our community, and our community equally as quickly rising up to support local organizations and businesses. I hear bells ringing at 8 p.m., see homemade masks on our town staff and organizations. I also see teddy bears in windows when I go to work. I see how our local school staff quickly restructured their entire way of educating and feeding children overnight. It's pretty incredible, and I'm in awe. COVID-19 has already impacted this community and will continue to, but it will not break what is Vermont strong. To all of you, I extend my deepest gratitude and respect. Now moving on to a bit of housekeeping. Karen and I discussed—
Just quickly, same to you, Laura. Thank you for leading us through this and for doing all the work that you're doing.
Appreciate that, Josh. Thanks.
Thank you.
So now a bit of housekeeping. Karen and I discussed best practices to ensure these meetings go smoothly and encourage robust public participation. More than one person speaking at a time makes conversation on video platforms very difficult to understand. So with that in mind, we're sharing the following guidance with any public that chooses to participate. Please understand that this is new to us and therefore a work in progress, so please be patient as we adapt. We will start every meeting with introductions of the select board and participating town staff. The town manager will mute all microphones except the select board and herself, or any invited town staff. All participants should send a message in the chat app if they would like to speak. The mic will be handed over to select board members and town manager first. Public comment will be during the following times: the agenda item, public comment on items not on the agenda, discussion on any moved agenda items, the agenda item, other business. Depending on time and participation, public comments may be limited to 2 minutes per person on each item. Please state your name before making comments. Video is encouraged if you're able. The easiest way to share your webcam is to click the button on the Grab tab, or you can click the Share My Webcam button on the control panel. Pause and resume your webcam by using the icons in the top right corner of your webcam feed. If you're unable to attend a meeting and would like to have a comment submitted, email it to myself or Karen, and we will read it during public comment on items not on the agenda. And so I'm Laura Chapman, and would you all mind introducing yourselves?
I'm Josh Laughlin. Yeah. Well, I'm the vice chair, and I will post my name on my screen as well.
Thank you, Josh.
And I'm David Babbitt, and I'm the clerk.
I'm Karen Astley, Town Manager.
Tom Goddard, Fire Chief and EMD.
Alyssa Harlow, Administrative Assistant.
Okay, so now we're moving on to public comment on items not on the agenda. And I'm not sure if we have, I don't believe that we actually have anyone from the public in this meeting right now. So we can move on to select board items. And our first item for discussion is the emergency management preparedness update from Tom Goddard.
Thank you. So as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, and again, I'll do the same thing that I have typically done with these. I'll go over state things, information, and then concentrate on locally and regionally. So as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, there are 605 total positive cases in the state. Unfortunately, 23 deaths associated with those totals as well, and 40 positive cases within Windham County. As recently as earlier this afternoon, during a teleconference, the Department of Health is continuing to reiterate to us that we need to expect to see increased numbers of cases throughout the state. And in saying that, they're also very quick to say, the governor certainly is very quick to say that through modeling, they're able to comfortably say that all the steps that are being taken, all the directives that are in guidance that is being issued and are being taken are truly having a positive effect on lowering or helping to flatten the curve. So that's positive. It's also being indicated to us again as recently as this afternoon. The peak is expected to hit us in the state within the next 2 to 3 weeks. What that's going to look like, we don't know for certain. All the preparation that's possible is being taken throughout the state and certainly here to the best of our collective abilities. The governor has also earlier today indicated that on Friday he's going to very likely issue some additional directives and guidance. One of those being the extension of the original emergency order, which was presented to us. So we'll wait and see. By Friday afternoon, we'll know what additional directives and guidance he's issuing to the state. Of significant concern, I think is fair to say, as I've been predicting, trending is increasing pertaining to increased number of calls surrounding mental health issues and certainly domestic violence issues throughout the state. Putney is no exception to that as far as the mental health issues. I'll go into it a little further as we go along, and certainly in consulting with the state police, the number of domestic violence related issues within town are up slightly. Governor Scott yesterday submitted a major disaster declaration request to Washington. We learned earlier this afternoon that request, that submittal has been approved by President Trump. So that's gonna free up and give the state some additional FEMA funding and some latitude in different areas for funding. So that's good. Two specific things that the governor requested within his submittal was disaster unemployment assistance and crisis counseling assistance. Both of those are still under consideration in Washington. Those have not been approved or denied yet. We hope to hear within the next couple of days, certainly hopefully by the end of the week, if those two specifically are approved. That's it state-wise at this point. Any questions on any of those things?
The peak, I know NPR is saying our peak is somewhere between the 4th and the 9th. That doesn't really make sense given what we're seeing. When you hear the governor say a peak sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks, do you have any anecdotal or reason to suspect that we're talking sooner rather than later, or later rather than sooner, or what are you hearing any? Because I listened to most of the discussion today with the governor, and or not today. Yeah, I guess it was today. I don't have a clear sense of what we're thinking we know about the peak. Do you?
No. All I can say is by the graphs and the charting and the trending that's being provided to us, we're still climbing sharply day to day.
That was my sense, and that.
Yeah, since and I don't remember the date off the top of my head. Since the end of March, daily we've been on a very sharp and steep incline. So given that and the way that the plotting looks right now, we're not close to a plateau yet. And then once I'm going to assume, similar to other places, in their modeling, I can't believe that it would be drastically different in the state of Vermont. But once we hit peak, then that peak plateau is going to go on for several days before we start to see a decline.
Right.
So I think that peak forecast of within the next 2 to 3 weeks, I don't know for certain, but that may include that peak plateau as well. So regionally and locally, at this point, certainly all of us throughout the region, we're monitoring our supplies pretty closely. The state is receiving more shipments of PPE for us. All the towns and the departments were all putting in requests for equipment to be delivered to us. We put in yesterday. We put in our last one, which was pretty significant in size. So we'll see what we actually end up getting out of it. As far as operationally, and this has been this way for several days now, we're operating under the concept that every individual, every citizen we come in contact with is infected. That way, our mindset is very clear, and the likelihood or the possibility of us making mistakes is going to be pretty nil. As I mentioned earlier, we're fielding daily requests now, at least 3 a day, from citizens looking for assistance, mental health wise. Certainly being cooped up within 4 walls day after day after day, that's not conducive for anybody. So thankfully, we have quite a list of volunteers who have come forward. I've dove into that list several times for counselors, and that has worked very, very well for people. Thus far, we've not had to transport anyone into Brattleboro, into the ER, for any mental health crisis, and hopefully things will stay that way for us. Earlier, it was late last week, we entered into at this point, what is a verbal MOU. It will transition into a written MOU if necessary, the Putney Inn. So in the event any of our responders, number one, find it necessary or required to quarantine, and they wish to do so away from their families, we have a housing location for them. In the event, unfortunate event, anyone is infected by the virus, they would be housed there. The Putney School, they've known about that MOU, and they've offered, as well as one other place in town, to provide food for those folks 3 times a day if it becomes necessary. So that's all in place. The directive actually just came down, or guidance just came down today from the state, the governor's office, indicating that it would be a wise choice for all municipalities to secure such housing if it becomes necessary. So we're ahead of that curve. Earlier this week, as it was actually on Saturday, we started doing, and it varies, but frequent, up to and including daily welfare checks with folks. Right now, we're doing that primarily by email, which has worked well. There are a couple folks by phone, and so far, fortunately, everybody's doing well. There've been a couple things we've had to address on behalf of folks, and we've done that. So that's all working well. Above and beyond that, planning for any possible issues that can come up, we're still doing that. At this point, quite bluntly and honestly, all of us throughout the area, our big concern now is understanding the peak, when that's actually going to hit, and what we've missed. Either what we've missed, what we haven't planned for enough, and all of us keep bouncing those ideas off each other, and we're coming up now with what we assume to be the case. We're as set as we possibly can be, and now we just react as we need to. Everything's in place across the board for all of us. And we all know that if any one department needs anything, the other folks are going to step in and back them up. And we just see where we go. We react as we need to.
Thank you, Tom. I have a quick question. You said that you have volunteer supports for counseling. Did you get a pool of like licensed counselors that are volunteering for this?
Yes, and those folks signed up within the Putney group. Mm-hmm. So that's been fantastic.
I'm so glad to hear that. Oh, Josh, do you have any questions or comments?
I'm wondering, Tom, how you feel about your staffing at the moment. Are you? I'm sure you're stretched, and I'm sure some of your people are stretched, but yep. Are you feeling okay about it at the moment?
Yeah, right now things are okay. Throughout the region, things are still okay, and we're just monitoring that daily. So if we see one specific area of the county or one specific area within our mutual aid system that is starting to have problems, we'll see that very, very quickly and be able to appropriately react to that and back those folks up to the best that we can.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good.
Just one other thing that I wanted to note, and actually, this was something that the governor alluded to a couple days ago, and it is the reality. At this point, given that we are as set as we possibly can be, so to speak, and prepared as we possibly can be for what we're forecasting. At this point, we're starting to, and we all need to start to look ahead beyond this, and prepare for whatever our new normal is going to be. And I'm not sure that we have a definition for that yet. But certainly financially and operationally, we're gonna need to start looking ahead as a town, as the different departments, as a community, so on and so forth, and just start to plan for coming out of this during the recovery phase.
The other thing I would add to that, Tom, and I'm confident that you're making all the correct assumptions in the moment about doing as much as you can, but I'm also very aware that if you look back historically to 1918 as the clearest example, but the nature of pandemics in general is the cyclical nature of them, and the reality that we are very likely to have another and probably more severe wave of this at some point in the relatively near future. And just that we should remain vigilant about that, both in our awareness, but also, if we have a downtime, let's not get caught off guard with PPE, for example. Let's create not a ridiculous stockpile, but a sufficient stockpile so we could weather this without being concerned about it if it comes back around. And same, and I think this is what you were alluding to. Also, the new normal, it's hard to know how far away normal is going to be. And I think that being prepared for what's happening between now and the new normal is going to be important.
Absolutely.
I think that, in all reality, vaccine is more than a year out. National data is showing that it's likely that 95% of the population is still going to be susceptible to infection even after we get through this current wave. That leaves us largely unprotected if we're not very cautious. So.
Right, exactly, and actually, in watching different press conferences, so on and so forth, in reality, right now, the three governors, the governor of New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire, they're all saying they don't want people to get complacent once they see a downturn in cases within the states. So obviously that is part of our planning now, is looking at that to try to make sure and expect what the governor is gonna direct for us, and guidance he's gonna provide, to not allow another uptick of cases after people get comfortable. And we know it's going to happen. We know the minute that there's a downturn, and things are looking better, we know social distancing reminders are going to have to be in place. I'm sure that the governor's guidance right now, as far as wearing masks all the time, facial coverings, that's going to remain in place. Restrictions on gatherings will stay in place, and we just collectively, all the citizens, all of us, just need to adhere to that so we don't end up in trouble again. Because at that point, we could be caught way off guard as far as supplies, protective equipment, etc.
Do you have a sense? I know that one of the efforts that looking at is going to have, the countries that have been most successful with this have had really effective contact tracing and follow-up. Do you have a sense of who the governor is going to ask? Is that going to fall to you or to us, or are they going to manage that? Do you have a sense of how he's trying to create the personnel that will do that effectively for us?
Well, thus far, it's been through the health department. I can't imagine the governor or his cabinet wishing to do anything different.
Yeah.
I truly think if those responsibilities were placed upon municipalities / municipal health officers, et cetera, I think that would open up the door for a tremendous amount of confusion and a tremendous amount of lost information. So I can't honestly foresee the governor looking to do anything like that.
Okay, and I just didn't know whether you had been hearing about that as to how I just know it is likely to entail somewhat significant staffing up, and I didn't know whether that was a conversation that was falling within the emergency medical community or not.
I haven't heard any of that specifically. Again, strictly an assumption, an educated assumption is if necessary, the National Guard would be pulled in to provide that extra need people need.
Tom, I want to give David a chance to ask questions as well, but before we jump there, I just want to ask if you know anything about landmarks numbers, the success rate in testing there, what that looked like, how that all turned out for them.
Haven't heard a thing. Have not heard a thing. No.
Okay.
And I can certainly ask the question on Friday. I don't know if we'll actually have any answers.
Yeah, that was more out of my own curiosity. I don't want you to waste any of your time on my curiosity.
Okay, I'll add it to the list of questions and we'll ask it.
David, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Tom, considering that we don't know what this new normal is going to be, and I'm imagining you're putting in a tremendous amount of hours right now. It's part of the plan to prepare for the giving you some kind of help. As part of that plan, have you thought about how you might not put in so many hours and be able to deal with what this new normal might look like in case we do have another bump?
Well, right now, several of our folks have been a huge help. They've been into the station during some daytime hours. They've done some things for us, evening hours, things like that. So that's been fine. It's been a huge help. Moving forward, we don't have anything firm in place yet. In reality, it's going to be difficult to put something firm in place surrounding that. We're just going to have to react as things develop, as things come up. So within that, however, our reaction, we're going to be able to react quickly and get things taken care of quickly with regard to your concerns. So I have no doubt about that.
I guess my concern is we wouldn't be able to do this without you. And if you're putting in the number of hours you're putting in now for an extended period of time, I can't imagine you'll be able to sustain that forever. So I'm just concerned about you. That's all.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and certainly it's not me. There's a tremendous amount of it's all us. So yeah, I'm putting in a number of hours. It is what it is. Again, I've got plenty of support. So anytime what I don't want to do right now is use that all up, because the more I try to slough off, so to speak, if that's appropriate terminology, the more worn out they're going to get, and the more time they're going to be away from their families before potentially they absolutely have to be. So that's all. I mean, it's a big balancing act. And right now everything's good. If I get to the point where I'm realizing I can't do any more, then yeah, well, I'll pass a lot of stuff off and I'll take a breather. But at this point, I'm good. And I appreciate what you're saying.
Well, I guess my last little bit is that if the new normal is going to require more people, what do we do to get you more people, not just the people that you have, so that the weight is off of everybody a little bit? Just a thought, maybe something to think about. I really don't know your job. I don't know what you go through.
Honestly, short term, it's going to be through mutual aid.
Okay.
And some options within that. Long term, I haven't got a clue.
Okay.
I don't know.
Can I jump in? Sorry. Can I jump in with a suggestion? We have scheduled emergency meetings for every other week to fill in the weeks that we regularly don't meet. And I suggest that next week we take some time to really digest and discuss all of this, especially once we get the news from the governor on Friday. It'll give us more to work off of, and maybe we can start to form strategy around addressing the new norm.
Right. Yeah, I would just comment also that, it would appear, at least in this moment, that there is a certain level of increased altruism that we should not miss an opportunity if it's there. Coming out of this might be a great time to really do a recruiting push. And what that looks like and how successful it might be, who knows? But I think this has made everybody aware in a different way of their sort of need to commit and involve themselves in societal realities. So I don't know, might be, if we can think about that in advance, that might be helpful to us.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, Tom. Well, considering those many, many hours you're working, I would love to let you go if the rest of the select board feels comfortable with that at this point. Karen, did you have any questions?
Okay.
No, I'm
Thank
all
you.
set. I'm all set.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Have a good night.
Tom.
Thank you. Okay. So our next order of business is the VTrans annual financial plan review and approval. And
Okay. So in your packet, there's the annual financial plan for VTrans. And Megan Brunk helped me out with this, as she does every year. Has everybody taken a look
You
at it?
froze up for a minute there, Karen. Can you?
Sorry. I think it's you, Josh, but for the annual financial plan,
Oh, might be. I couldn't hear. Yeah.
has everyone reviewed it?
yes.
So what I'm
Yes.
looking for is an approval from the select board.
So moved.
And seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
So basically, this annual financial plan allows the state to grant money to us, whether we have projects or not. It does fluctuate year after year. And they say if the number is higher, the better grant percentage we will get. So I've seen some years that the number was lower, but I've also seen, as last year, it was a lot higher. So, but last year we had two major projects. One was a structures project, and we had a paving project as well. And for 2021, we don't have any projects scheduled. So the number we're looking at is 849,942.
Any other discussion?
Does this tell us anything, Karen? I don't think it does, but does it tell you anything about when we should put our name in again for a next project? I mean, is that something we should be? I don't want to miss that opportunity when it comes up, and I don't assume we will, but just keeping an eye on deadlines and things.
Yeah, no, Brian is really good about planning, and he usually knows what he wants to do the following year. So if you look back in the past year, Josh, we had two culverts that we replaced. So he had Holland
Right.
Hill and then he had Houghton Road, and
Yeah.
and then he had the big paving project as well on Westminster Road. So now
Yeah.
he wants to do some smaller projects, get caught up. He does have Holland Hill on his schedule for this year to do ditching in any culvert replacement there for the stormwater management. And so he's regrouping right now. But I anticipate by fall, he will know what he's going to want to do in 2022.
Okay. And that ditching is part of the grant supported project also, isn't it?
That is the grants and aid grant funding through Wyndham Regional, which is about $20,000.
Okay.
David, did you have any questions or comments?
No, the grant money that comes out, is there a process, a timing? Josh pointed at this. Is there, what is the timing of needing to get, in line for that kind of thing? Will that be when Brian knows what he wants to do next year, or?
No, there's a process, David, and it comes out at a certain time. It's usually in the fall. So you submit, and then if you're on the list, you have to be at the top of the list for both structures and paving. So we've gotten a paving grant for the last couple of years. So Brian knows we have to wait 3 years.
I see. Okay.
And it's the same thing with the structures grant with VTrans. The thing with the structures grant is if you're not ready to do your project, they'll put you on hold, but they're going to give that money to somebody else who's already ready. So sometimes you luck out if you have a project, but if you're too busy and you can't get the project done, then you're not utilizing that money.
Yeah, I think that's sort of what I was referring to, is just making sure that we're keeping an eye on what we want to have our eye on going forward, so that we don't miss those opportunities.
Yeah, between Brian and I, we keep an eye on that. So anytime there's money, Josh, and we're ready to utilize it, we're going to go after it.
You're looking for it. Good.
Should have just asked that. So.
And I can't remember, Karen, do we have any money in our regular highway budget for paving this year or not?
We have $100,000.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah. And then we have 15,000 for bridges.
And do you already know what we're thinking of paving and when we need to go out to bid?
I do not.
Okay.
And I would think it'd be, if we're doing any paving, we'd have to go out to bid soon.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right. Because if you wait too long, you get into fall and who knows. But right now with the virus, contractors are not working.
Yeah, no, probably a good idea to get in that queue though.
Yes.
Any more discussion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, motion's been passed. Karen, we have to sign paperwork for this.
You do.
How would you, and I know you and I had discussed the potential of e-signatures, which I think we'll discuss in other business. Do you just want to hold off until other business to discuss that, or?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So the People's Bank Omnibus Resolution Review and Approval.
Laura, can I jump back one?
Yeah.
So there is a certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve that certification of compliance.
And second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I will add, this is something that we do. It's part of this annual financial plan. The select board did readopt the town road and bridge standards on August 28th, 2019, per the state's recommendations. And our town road and bridge standards are a little bit better, a little bit stronger than the state's. So I'm comfortable with what we have in place. And that's all I have to say on that.
And all our numbers match your data as far as distance and so on?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, there has not been any new roads added to Putney. So that hasn't changed since I've been here. As you know, we've talked about a couple roads, or a couple trails that people would like to see them as roads. I mean,
Yeah.
It would benefit the town, but the cost is out of reach for some people.
Yep.
So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So
Thank
it's passed. No problem. And now, moving on to the People's Bank Omnibus Resolution Review and Approval. And so this is to authorize Alyssa Harlow as temporary treasurer on our People United Bank account.
I will add, in our last meeting, we appointed Alyssa as temporary treasurer, and we appointed Jonathan Johnson as the assistant treasurer, temporary. After I had talked to the bank, Josh and David and Laura, I spoke with Lori, she's our contact person, and she had asked, she goes, originally I had Jonathan on the paperwork as well, but having somebody on the resolution will grant them the power to make any changes within the account. And the purpose of adding Jonathan at this time was because of the virus. And if we lost like Alyssa to illness or something, I had a second signer. Now, Jonathan will only be signing checks. And Lori explained that all we needed to do for Jonathan was to have him fill out the signature card, which he's done that. I've sent it off to the bank. So once we get this resolution processed, they will get all the paperwork in place and he can go to the bank and he will become a signer, but he has no authorization to make any changes within that account. And I'm confident that Alyssa would not make any changes without speaking to me.
So this is a checks and balances issue, just making sure that we don't have too many hands in the.
Yeah.
Okay.
So by appointing, we already voted to appoint Alyssa as temporary treasurer and Jonathan as her assistant. By doing that, we have already done legal action that we need to for Jonathan to be a legitimate signer.
Correct.
Okay. So did we already move to approve the People's Bank Omnibus?
Not yet.
I move that. If you want to clarify the language, Karen, I will move that.
It's to authorize Alyssa Harlow as a individual signer.
Well,
I'm already
temporary treasurer.
As temporary treasurer.
Yeah, because she is already a signer on the account because she's the assistant treasurer already.
And to
So
clarify,
it's,
I'm already on this omnibus as the assistant treasurer from before. Now I'm just being title change, I guess.
yeah.
Okay, so what's the language we need in order to have a motion?
To authorize Alyssa Harlow as the temporary treasurer, as a signer. Sorry, that's a little bit hokey, but
For the town.
for the town of Putney.
So moved.
I second it.
I think we need to mute Alyssa again. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so it's been passed. So we did have Sandglass USDA Rural Business Development Grant on here. After speaking to Karen earlier, she has recommended that we table this. On February 27th, we did approve a letter of intent to move forward for a grant. On March 11th, we did not receive the app requested for it. We again requested it, didn't receive it on the 27th. So we do have a narrative now, but we still don't have the application. And until we receive the application, it should be tabled. So tabling that.
Are they at risk of, are they at risk of missing a deadline?
They are. Their deadline is April 15th, Josh, but in an email to me, they asked for certain information, such as our EIN number, our DUNS number, our SAMS number with the cage number, which I have all that information, but without seeing the application, I mean, I need to be able to review the application, and I would recommend that the select board see it too before we send it off.
Yeah, but we're not meeting again until the 15th. So what does that mean for them or for us?
It means they're probably going to miss their deadline. They had let me know that I was going to have that application by today, and it still wasn't at the door at 4 p.m.
Do we want to take any action that would allow them to meet that deadline contingent upon individual approval or something? I mean, we can also do that probably via email, but I think all of those numbers they requested are not something certainly that you want to send out as a complete unit in a non-secure, potentially non-secure email.
No, I wouldn't do
a lot of information.
Right.
So, what do you think, Laura? Do you want to just leave this in their hands?
I mean, based on the conversation I had with Karen, I feel like it really is out of our hands and it's in theirs. I'm not sure how much further we can go for them. We can, Karen, do you have any suggestions as to a workaround on this? If they were to get it to you tomorrow, we could potentially call a quick meeting to approve it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have my calendar in front of me, but let me just. It's gonna be.
I don't want to. I don't want to burden you any further, Karen. But if they think that they can, I guess we want to be clear with them that if they want to meet this deadline, they have to get it together probably in the next day. In order to allow for us to try and do something for them. Otherwise, they're going to miss the deadline. Right. You know, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. But if we can accommodate them, I'm sure that would be good for them. But they need to jump right on it if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in conversation with a couple people and, you know, without an application, without a complete package, it might be hard to meet their deadline. I mean, we can do the best we can. I believe I'm going to be signing the application. Does the town manager usually sign? I know the town did one for next stage. Do you recall that one, Josh?
I think we can authorize, well, I think we can authorize you to be the agent, but I don't think it's inaccurate also the statement you made that we probably ought to at least have a look at that application as well.
I prefer, yes, I prefer the select board to at least see it.
I guess my feeling would be.
Okay.
Go ahead, Laura.
Thanks. I was just going to say my suggestion would be is that, you know, if Karen has another conversation with them and they're able to get her the application within the next couple of days, then maybe it's something where we could call a quick emergency meeting to review and sign off on it. I'm not sure how far it can be pushed out, so.
Yeah, we'll have to see what, I mean, 2 days. I'll wait 2 days if they can get us the information, but who knows what's, you know, next week will be like. I mean, I can try to fit it in.
Yeah, no, and again, I don't want to burden you unnecessarily. And they've already created that situation, but if we can help bail them out of that situation, I wouldn't object to doing that.
Okay.
So I think we'll just leave the ball in your court, Karen.
All right, I will reach out to them and see what I can do. And if we see the application and it's complete, then I will call a meeting.
Great.
I suppose the other question would be if the deadline for submission is April 15th at midnight, then we don't have to worry about it. But just confirm that with them.
Yep, I will.
Okay, so we're moving on to select board appointments for board committee. And everybody should have received in their packet the entire slate. I'm going to suggest that we approve these by the slate.
So moved.
Oh.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I'd just like to take a moment to thank everybody that steps into these positions. They're purely volunteer and sometimes very time consuming and energy consuming. We appreciate them all.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
I want to just state that some of our committees and our boards are low with numbers. Our planning commission right now only has 2 members. That's not a planning commission. So we are really seeking volunteers that want to sit on a board or a commission. And at this point, those that have low numbers, we're going to try to fill them. And we are in dire need for volunteers.
What is the number for the planning commission, Karen? Is it 7? Is that right?
I believe so.
So even to have a quorum, we would need 4. I mean, it's presumably a quorum of 2 if there's only 2 members, but that's obviously way less than ideal.
Right. I think that, Alyssa, can you confirm, is it 5 for the planning commission? It's 7 for the development review board.
Yeah, and the development review board doesn't have any alternates either, so they don't even have any backup. But I think it is 5 for the planning board.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
And our energy committee is completely
Dissolved.
defunct at this
I'm
point.
gonna have to I'm gonna recreate that from the ground up.
In your spare time.
I'm opening up the appointee list just to be sure, because I think the development review board is also low on regular members too.
I think the DRB, it can be as many as 9, can it?
I thought it was always 7, but I could be mistaken.
So, oh no, so the development review board has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with 1 vacant seat, and then we have 3 vacant alternates. We did have an alternate, but who was it?
It was Peter Loomis.
Yeah, he never responds to my asking him if he wants to continue. And last year when he finally did get back to me, he was kind of sounding like he would rather not. So this year he didn't respond. So I'm just don't know what to do about that. But planning commission is 5. Is 5, but we only have 2.
So I don't even think they can legally meet with 2 members. It's not a quorum.
Does it have to be a quorum of the original number though, or does it have to be a quorum of the existing members?
No, it's the original number.
I think that varies depending on the obligation of the committee, but I mean, with only 2 members, you can't legitimately have a quorum. You know.
Right.
Yeah, it's. No, I hear you. Yeah.
You have to have at least 1 more member. The other
Exactly.
thing, with the planning commission, they do a lot of work, like the town plan, the zoning regulations, and they're working on the wildlife tracking right now. And those are major projects. And unless they get involved with Wyndham Regional, they really need to have a stable number on that committee so they can share the work.
I would agree, and our select board is 3, and at times there's only 2 of us in a meeting, and I'm not. Yeah, though. All right. Well, is there any further discussion on this? So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, so it's been passed. And now we're moving on to the Wyndham Regional Commission appointments. And we can approve this as a mini slate of Karen M. Astley and Stephen Dotson.
So moved.
Would anyone?
And seconded.
Great. Any discussion?
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Welcome. I'm learning a lot from Wyndham Regional.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in our county.
Wonderful.
Okay,
so it's been
definitely to our advantage to have good representation on that commission.
Yeah, and Stephen's a good asset as well.
And he is remind me, he's now the energy
coordinator,
director,
right?
Coordinator for Brattleboro?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And we investigated, there's no conflict there for him?
There is no conflict.
Perfect. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's been passed. Great. And now we are moving on to the town manager's report.
So I put out some surveys And where's my, hang on a minute, I'm lost. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Let's talk about broadband communication survey update. So the results are in from the broadband communication, and I sent everyone a packet, and it has Putney's numbers in here, which I was very impressed with.
I was
They were
too.
like 21% participated in the survey, which, you know, seems like a low number, but for Putney, I thought it was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So Wyndham Regional and ValleyNet and the other company, I can't, it's not on the top of my head right now. They're going to move forward with the feasibility study for broadband fiber to see what the next steps will be. But based on, you know, the survey results. So with the virus too, I'm not sure how this deadline will be impacted, but I mean, there's already a timeline on it, so I think they're going to try to stick to that schedule.
Well, the data coming out of that was pretty interesting. Thank you for sharing it.
Oh, you're welcome. Does anybody have any questions about it?
Do we have any immediate obligations going forward, or?
We do not. So they're gonna do the feasibility study. I would imagine, well, not now. I was gonna say, I would imagine they're gonna have another meeting, but unless they do it, you know, a virtual meeting. What I can ask Wyndham Regional what the next step might be, because everything is in such a flux right now. We just don't know.
Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, you're welcome. Locally grown resources survey for Putney. I did finally get that out. We had a few glitches on that. I have to thank Laura for helping me out on that.
Anytime.
But we got that one out and the business survey, and we're trying to generate some more data, try to help people figure out what we have locally in Putney for like produce, whether it be vegetables or meat or eggs or whatever that can help people, because with this virus and you know, the stay at home and only go out for groceries, and as you know, supermarkets, you know, are still have empty shelves, and if we can help people locally and they can provide resources, I think it's better for our community. But
yeah, I find this so exciting. I think that this builds resiliency and stability and sustainability for our future beyond this virus. And I think it's exactly in the vein of the conversation that Tom had speculated the governor would like us to be having. And so I really commend Karen for having taken the time and initiative to get this going and get it out there to the public, and encourage anybody that's watching that grows or has a business or has any other kind of resources that they would like to offer to their local community, please participate, because it's a great way that we can all connect and support one another.
yes, and we did the same thing with the business survey. So basically it's asking our businesses that basically had to go to takeout what do they offer? Do they have gift cards? Are they doing takeout? Are they doing curbside? So we have to try to support our local businesses like the Putney Diner and the general store and, like the bookstore. And, it's how do we help them get through this? And how can we guide them to the appropriate resources so, they might be able to get financial monies to help them get back on their feet. This has been a big shock to everyone, and it's unfortunate. And I drive down Main Street and you can see the impact. It's not a good situation right now.
No, but I also have to commend them for their quick adaptation to all of this. I have seen each of our local businesses doing some really remarkable marketing and changing their systems so quickly to support the public need and to also continue doing the best that they can to, if not thrive, survive this.
Right.
Yeah, well, we're certainly also, this is sort of a different vein, but, I think it was David who brought up a while ago the reality of longer term financial fallout from this for tax payments, et cetera. And I think we're going to have to be, we're not going to see that until, given that tax bills may be delayed, we're certainly not going to see it until at least August, but over the next year, we're going to have to really look at how we're going to manage. And I'm very hopeful that there will be legislative support for how we are supposed to manage that, because I suspect that's going to be very real for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. I know for myself, the first thing that I did is I looked at every project moving forward and figured out what I could not spend money on and still keep moving forward and keep everything as close to zero as possible. I also heard from a friend today about the Small Business Association's 2 different loans that are available for small businesses. One, a quick $10,000 loan that the portions of it that are used to pay employees don't have to be paid back or something like that. And a larger loan that you can apply for, I think, up to like $10 million. And any portion of that is being paid towards salaries or help would not be eligible, would not be required to be paid back either. And so I think there's resources out there for people. I don't know if they're availing themselves to them or not. I know I haven't done anything for myself, but I think as a town, we have to be really careful we have to be really frugal. Of course, I always think that way, but moving forward, I think we need to be really, really, really cautious. There's going to be a lot of people that have a really hard time with that.
Yeah.
People who normally wouldn't have a hard time or we'd have any problem with who will now. And how do we adjust that?
So I have to agree with you, David. There is quite a bit of information out there for small businesses, for people that are unemployed. And I would recommend they either go to the State of Vermont websites or go to our websites, because the links are on our website, and tap into those resources.
Yeah, and I know we've made this point before, but I'll repeat it, just the importance of doing that sooner rather than later, because that will be a first come, first served venue. And, stimulus being what it is, it'll probably come in rounds, but if you haven't applied, you're not going to get it. And that'll, at a minimum, delay you significantly, if not prevent you from receiving those funds.
Right. So my next item was town business hours. So the town hall currently is staffed 4 days a week. There's no one in the office on Friday, but 8 to 4 are the hours. We can be reached by telephone. We can be reached by email. We are still trying to conduct business the best we can. We have absolutely no in-person contact with other people at this time. So recommendation is to call the office and talk to us for what you're looking to do. So right now, dog licenses are due. Hunting and fishing licenses can be done online, but it can't be done online if you don't have a printer or you don't have a computer. So you can call John Johnson, town clerk, and he can walk you through. And, you know, Alyssa and I are there usually on Monday and Wednesday, but we are retrieving all our voicemails, and we all have email that go to our smartphones or to our home computers. So email is the best communication right now. So we will do our best to get back to people right away. The highway department is still working 40 hours a week. They are grading roads. The east side of Putney has already been done. Brian's looking at a 3-week grading schedule. So he took a ride around town and he took a look at all the roads, and it's going to be a slow go with one grader, but the grader is out there. They are grading roads. They're also gravel and sand at the moment. So they're staying busy. Now, the other thing too with the highway department, I just want to let everybody know that, you know, it's good to have the downtime, but the crew cannot put up a road sign because it takes 2 people. So there's no social distancing, but there's some things that they'll be able to do. But right now, concentrating on isolating themselves. They all have their own equipment. There's no cross contamination with any equipment. And if it's a rain day, they're at home, just to let people know. If it's raining, Brian will send the crew home so they're not hanging out in the garage. So Brian's well aware of this virus, and everyone's fear is that we're going to lose somebody to this virus. You know, like a 2-week quarantine, which potentially could be a problem. So we're all taking a lot of caution, and we're trying to keep that 6-foot distance. The listers are still working too. They're still trying to meet their deadline. They're a little more casual about 6-foot distance, but you know, we just keep reminding one another. So, but that's basically
I'm
the
getting
hour.
a bunch of from somewhere.
What was that?
Are you taking notes?
Are you hearing my notes? I'm sorry. I can mute.
Yes. Pencil on the, or pen on the table.
I'm sorry, that is me. I'll stop taking notes.
So that's all I have about office hours at this point. And those are subject to change.
As is everything.
Do you feel like it's working well?
Yeah, it's working well. I like it better now that we're staggered. So, you know, of course, Alyssa and I are in there together, but, you know, we're separated. And, you know, Jonathan's in there, you know, usually by himself. Sometimes I'm in there on a Tuesday, but, you know, we're at separate ends of the building. So it's just trying to remember that we have to wash things down, so we enter the building, I like to try to wash things right away. So I think we've been proactive about trying to wash our hands, disinfect, and
one piece in doing business is that you are able to mail items like dog licenses and fishing licenses and whatever folks need out to them to reduce contact.
Yes. Yep. We have the mail slot in the front of the building. So if anybody needs to drop anything off, they can just put it in the mail slot and then we can process it and then put it back out in the mail.
Really helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's all I have for town manager's report.
Karen, I don't think this was in our packet, but I know I saw from you some information on the response from VLCT about the fire truck article. Can you? It wasn't clear to. It was clear to me that the bond issue is problematic as far as how we would work through it. I didn't feel there was a clear answer about going to private lending institutions. Do you have the information you need?
I have enough information right now. So the one thing that I'm concerned about is because we voted on a 10-year bond, $550,000 at 2%. So the interest rate concerns me.
Yeah.
Especially if we won't know what the interest rate is until it comes back from the bidders. I mean, that concerns me a lot. And I haven't started researching what the banks are doing right now, but I will look at it. And again, I haven't really talked to Larry. I know Larry is.
I didn't feel like there was. I don't know whether there was an answer or even whether the question was sort of voiced that they could answer whether we can legally go to a bank if we chose to, if we met the criteria lined up in the vote.
Right.
I'll have to go back and reread it because I read it as no, that we have to stick strictly within the language of what was voted on. But
and that's how I interpreted that first paragraph for sure.
Well, yeah. I definitely agree with you as far as a bond. If we were to get a bond, then it would need to meet that criteria. For me, it wasn't clear to me whether that left us with the opportunity of going to a bank if it would come in at less than 2% or not. I think that's, I don't know whether that's possible, but
I can ask for clarification.
Okay.
So.
All right. Warrants?
Yes. Do we have a motion?
I will move that we approve and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
And then second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
There were several things that weren't familiar to me here, Karen. I assume it's all legitimate. I don't know whether we want to go through any of it, but Advantage Truck Group.
Can we do payroll first?
Sure.
Can we pass it first?
Yeah.
So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, we're going to start with payroll warrant dated April 10th. In the amount of $15,846.67. And then
That all looks,
any questions, Josh? Looks good?
nope, not on that, no.
Okay. David, are you all set?
Yeah, I'm all set. Yep.
Okay. Any questions, Laura?
You'd hear from me. No.
All right. So accounts payable dated March 28th through April 10th, 2020, in the amount of $86,264.20.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What is Southwestern New Hampshire District that we're paying $31,000 to? What is
Okay,
that?
so that's our mutual aid
Okay.
system. So with this bill, David, so half of it is billed in this fiscal year, and then the other half is a prepaid for the next fiscal year, because they only bill it once.
Okay.
So we end up splitting it. It's an odd thing, but.
So are you saying we pay $15,000 a year, or we pay $31,000 a year?
It's $31,000, but it's in 2 different fiscal years.
But we're paying, so what Karen is saying is that every year we pay $31,000 or whatever that new number is. We just pay it in 2 different payments.
Right.
Sort of counterintuitive how it works out on paper versus what we pay the same amount,
right? But
we pay it in 2 different lots towards 2 different time periods.
Their fiscal year and our fiscal year don't coincide.
They do not.
Got it.
And sometimes it could be an auditing nightmare, because we just experienced that.
You can't convince them to change their fiscal year to match us.
I don't know. But so in the past, just to share with you, in the past, what would happen is we'd make the payment now, we'd make one payment, and then we would hold on to the bill until like July, and then pay him for the other half of the year.
Got it.
So it looks big, David, but when it comes out in the wash, half of it will be in this fiscal year, and then the other half will be for fiscal year 21.
It looks big because it is. It's big.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean,
right.
It's right what Karen's saying, but we still end up paying $32,000 a year. And what it is specifically, David, is for dispatch services.
I get it.
So it's Keene Mutual Aid Dispatch is what it is.
It is, yep.
Yep. And the $18,000, I'm sorry, is insurance?
It's what? 18,000, yes.
Blue Cross Blue Shield. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and that went up because we added a family plan, and then we added a 2-person plan, both in the highway department. So.
What are the locks and alarms? The countryside lock and alarms.
That is the camera system that was put in down at the fire station. So we have a grant, an equipment grant, that allowed us like $3,600 to put in a camera system at the fire station and a camera system at the wastewater treatment plant. So the fire station is done, and I don't know when the wastewater treatment plant, if it'll even get done this year. I'm hoping, but.
Who monitors them?
So it'll all go into the fire station onto
Okay.
their computer there, which is a good thing because if there's any issues, it automatically goes there and the alarm will go off too. So at the wastewater treatment plant, not only will they have the camera system, but they will have an automatic fire alarm that goes to the fire station.
So we won't have a separate monitoring service, is that correct?
No, it'll go right directly to the fire station through mutual aid.
Oh, okay. And those
And
are,
then-
those cameras are, the focus of those cameras are exterior of the building, is that correct?
That is correct, yep.
And then it's up to like Tom or one of his people to review if an incident happens, if an issue arises.
Yeah, but I would think too, it would go to their smartphone. There's got to be an app for those cameras to go to somebody's smartphone. So I haven't checked. It just barely got in place. So
yeah,
I don't know the whole ins and outs of the system, Maura, but I'm sure we can find out.
yeah, it's not at the top of my list right now, but that's interesting. I think, Josh, were you asking about Advantage Truck Group?
Yeah, there were just several things on, I mean, I'm not particularly concerned about it, but they're just names I don't recognize. Advantage Truck Group, Allen Engineering.
Of course, I don't have any of the invoices in front of me.
Advantage Truck Group is, I think, a part of Patriot Freightliner. It's where they get a lot of their parts for the trucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Allen Engineering is the
That's the pool place, right?
Right, in the sewer department, they get all of their
chemicals and
chemicals and stuff. Yeah, we pay an invoice from them once a month.
Yeah, this one's low.
Yeah, it's really low.
All right.
Was it always Allen Engineering?
No, actually, it was Allen Pools and Spas.
Right.
That's what I thought. Okay. All right.
So how do you want to manage those, Karen? Do you want us to, we may have already done this. Do you want us to just come in and sign them as we're able?
We were going to talk about that in other business, but if you guys want to go ahead and make a motion to, oh, you already made the motion, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we can just move into other business now and have that conversation. I think that's an important one.
Right.
So Karen had suggested the possibility of electronic signing, but without us actually having researched that. I'm not sure if that's feasible at this time. Maybe it's something we could discuss next week. In the meanwhile, as Josh was saying, do you just want us to all come in when we have time and sign those, like committing to getting it done in the next day or two?
So everyone has a key to the building. So and I have all the paperwork with me right now. So that would mean me going to the office tomorrow to bring all this stuff in for you to sign.
Karen, both of the warrants are in Laura's mailbox if they wanted to sign those, and all of the minutes are in David's box, which, by the way, David, your box is overflowing. So if you wanted to at least sign those are there at your convenience.
So the copy of the bank paperwork, could I just bring that and sign it and leave it in my box? Is the copy good enough, or does it have to be an original?
It should be an original.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
But
gonna
there-
have to figure,
oh,
we'll have to
yeah.
figure this out because we definitely need signatures. And I suppose
Well,
I like your idea, Alyssa, if we just make the copies and leave the copies in Laura's mailbox.
yeah. Well, if Laura has in her packet everything that needs to be signed, she could sign it so it's an original with her signature,
Right.
put it in her mailbox, and the other two can sign it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
There's like three things. There's like three things, I think.
Yeah.
There's the V-Trans, the two V-Trans documents, and the People's Bank Omnibus document that need to be signed. And then the warrants are in my mailbox. I didn't print those.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you can't issue checks until those warrants have signatures on them. I think we could make a motion.
So
right.
come tomorrow and sign them.
But right, no, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think that Laura should do that. So I will make a motion that for the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic, we allow Laura to be the primary signature, and then David and I will follow up as we are able on all warrants from here until the pandemic is completed.
And I second that. I'm fine with that.
So can I make a comment?
Yeah.
So please sign in blue ink.
Yeah.
That way I know it's the original. And number two is, I wanted to say something and it's gone. Sorry.
Might come back to you. So it's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Where are we going to put those once they're signed?
I can either leave them in my mailbox. I'll leave them in my mailbox. I won't be the last person to sign. So whoever's the last person to sign, we'll have to put it wherever you want it.
Can just leave it there and I'll pick it up on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like me to bring a can of Lysol with me and spray everything?
No, but my recommendation is if you guys go like Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, knowing that there's not going to be anyone in the building, that would probably be better.
Yeah.
And if you unlock the front door handle, please make sure it's locked.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you gotta test it.
No, I think legally, Laura, you need to sign tomorrow because those checks will be, at least payroll will be distributed Friday. And without your signature on those warrants, those checks are not technically legitimate.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'll go in first thing in the morning and sign them, and I'll plan that as my routine for Thursday mornings after a select board meeting with warrants to go in very first thing Thursday morning and do the signatures. And I'm really good at social distancing, so if anybody's in there, I'll keep away. Yes.
You can come in the side door because John will have it open, but have to print those warrants because they are in your box already.
Fantastic. All right. Sounds like a plan has been made. So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, Laura, don't take this as a criticism at all, but just so you know, I think when you go back to get a vote on these, per Robert's rules, you can't just say it's been moved and seconded. You need to say it's been moved and seconded to approve, and it can be abbreviated, but you have to clarify what we're voting on. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong, but just
okay.
a one sentence addition to that, I think, is Robert's rules.
Okay, I will make sure to do that going forward. Oh, okay. Do we have any other business?
No.
I'll just comment. I did one of the electronic signature things with another organization recently. On my end, it was super simple. So I think that would be, if we can make that work, that would be. Yes. I'm not sure what's involved on the other end because I didn't have to do it, but all I had to do was click on a link and then choose a signature that looked sort of like mine and click on that, and it was done.
So I just did an electronic signature today. It's fairly easy. And if you're all in agreement to use electronic signatures for this temporary period, we can get it set up. And I would be the one initiating the signature on the documents. No one else. I would be responsible and accountable for your signatures.
As long as you're comfortable with that, I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I am too. And I think what we would probably have to do, we might want to check with the state on this, is just we would probably have to approve you as the initiator of that or something. I'm not sure. We should just find out what the obligation is for how to make that legitimate.
I will inquire with BLCT tomorrow and see if I can get an answer.
Sounds good.
I think there's two different kinds of electronic signature things too, and I think you're both talking about two different kinds. Like I think Karen, maybe not, but I think you're thinking that they give you their electronic signature and you place it on a document. Is that what you're meaning?
Not me, no. I've created my own electronic signature.
Yeah.
So, and I know what Josh is talking about because they send it to you.
Right.
And you just plop it on there. It's a little sticky and then you click on there and your signature comes in there. But we can create those right at the office because I've done it.
Oh, cool.
I just have to remember how I did it, Alyssa.
Okay. Well, yeah, because you can do it where it automatically sends to the next person on the list after the first person signs it.
Oh, nice.
Because I did that with the house and all this. Like I would sign it, Lance would sign it, and then his brother had to sign.
Yeah.
Because he owns the other house that we own, so he had to sign too, and so it was like all three of us got it in a row.
All right.
So.
Well, if the select board is okay with electric signatures and we are able to do that, which I'll find out, then, maybe that's the route to go for now.
I'm supportive.
Maybe in 2 weeks, we're going to be all at home.
We already are.
You mean back in the office?
Well, it's good to know, as Josh said earlier, and I agree, and organizationally where I work, we're looking at this too, is this is likely to come in waves, and we need to be prepared and have systems in place going forward so that we can navigate this more easily. Any other business?
I'm just wondering whether Karen's backdrop is digital or flannel.
It's lovely. It's lovely.
It has a very holiday-esque feel.
What are you hiding? That's what I want to know.
No, you don't.
Behind there, you don't want us to see.
Yeah, well.
The only other thing that I would bring up is the Putney Mutual Aid Group, Neighbors Helping Neighbors, is doing some really amazing work. They've built a pretty incredible system to connect people, and they've been able to effectively connect folks with Tom, which is what he was speaking to before, where they've been able to connect volunteer counselors and folks that need that support through him. I know that, I don't know if you've received it yet, Karen, but they plan on sending some producers your way for your survey. So it's really heartening to see how our community is coming together during this time and truly supporting each other. And I'm very proud of the work that they're doing.
I am too, and they've been very supportive for our office. And, you know, anytime, I'm just thankful we have people in the community willing to help.
Mm-hmm.
I want to thank everybody who's making the masks too. I think the effort is just beyond.
It really is. Landmark has started or will be starting soon, and I should actually say I believe that they will be starting soon to 3D print masks if they haven't already. We were able to connect them with somebody that already had the knowledge of how to do it, and they have the printers. So that's really exciting too, that they're going to start printing masks for our first responders and our hospital.
Yep. No, they've stepped up to the plate big time.
Laura, I think you said before that the person heading up, or one of the people heading up the mutual aid group, is Ruby McAdoo. Is that true?
Yes.
And who is working directly with her at sort of the top of that process?
So it's Ruby, Kathleen Dewich,
Yeah.
Jamie Contois is a big piece of it. Oh gosh, I'm forgetting her name right now. Sarah
Farmer Jones.
Hold on one second here. Bear with me, and I will find you the.
I want to shout out
Sarah Armour Jones. Thank you.
Hannah Pick too.
So, Hannah Pick, the folks from Putney Community Cares. It's really, there's a core leadership group that has been doing a lot of the guiding work. And then there's every week, there's a large slate of us that meets, which includes our local representatives, Notter and Mike, and local representatives from the different organizations in our town, myself, and a few other community members that have been really driven to make this happen. And then there's a communications team, which I'm on, but I have to be like very clear that most of the heavy lifting has been done by other people. I'm just sitting in and listening and occasionally throwing in some input, but trying to make sure that I'm playing the role that I'm supposed to be playing of liaison. They're just doing incredible work. It's been tied in with our local businesses as well. So they're trying to work with the local businesses to help with grocery delivery. Truly remarkable. And something I think that will serve us well going forward for many years. They're building it strong.
And I also want to comment to certain residents that have ideas and they'll shoot me an email and I'm able to like throw it over to the mutual aid group and they hook everybody up. And it's been incredible. And it's big for me to do that with everything else going on. It's really difficult. And I feel like this group handles it efficiently and people's, their needs are met.
Good.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's the exact kind of collaboration we were hoping for.
Yeah. It's working. I like it. I'm really impressed too with the community right now.
Putney has a lot to be proud of.
All right, so we probably have another meeting date on that agenda. I don't have it in front of me. And then
We do, except it says April 8th.
Who made that mistake? All right, let me look. Sorry, guys.
So I believe it's April 15th that we're supposed to be meeting, and that's our 5 o'clock, not a 5:30.
Right, April 15th is the emergency preparedness meeting. So April 22nd is the next select board meeting.
But we also have a meeting the 15th at 5.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I would love to see for us start to, and if you to have any ideas, or I would love to see us start building an agenda aside from just COVID response for those meetings, because I feel like some of what Tom talked about earlier and what both you, Josh, and you, David, were saying are really important pieces that we need to start addressing as soon as possible and fleshing out. We may not be able to come up with the answers, but at least to have the discussions, I think, is really important.
Yeah, because I don't think we're in the thick of it yet. And then when we come down that downside, and like Tom mentioned, it's going to be recovery.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to plan for that, because it's not like everybody's just going to be able to come back out onto the streets. And
No, not at all. All right, I will make a motion to adjourn.
No, I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Nope.
The motion to adjourn is moved. Or did I say that right, Josh? You're going to have to correct me as I go.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Long day. Aye.
have a good night, everyone.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris, before you begin, and just for people who just got on, we got a bill out of Washington that's going to make a world of difference for Vermonters in the country. And I heard it's 600 pages long. The sections that we're involved in, I'm sure, are equally detailed. This is our first hearing about it, so we're going to use this next hour, an hour and a half, to understand exactly what it does and where there may be holes, if possible, and how it dovetails with Vermont law, and trying to find out whether there are things that we can do to either improve on it, whether any legislation is necessary. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chris. Could you identify yourself for the record? And
of course.
We'll start moving it along. Thank you.
Hi, this is Chris Saunders with the Office of U.S. Senator Patrick Leahy. I work on business and economic development. I'm a field representative for the senator here in Vermont. So as you mentioned, Senator, last night, early this morning, the Senate cleared a $2 trillion bill that really includes a broad variety of assistance. I think folks have labeled this as stimulus, but we're trying to make sure that people realize that this is really about stabilization and recovery, that there will be a time for stimulus, but right now with so many systems and individuals and families struggling to stay afloat, that what we're trying to do now from the federal level is offer stabilization more than stimulus. It's a really broad ranging package. Senator Leahy estimates that it'll deliver about $2 billion worth of assistance to the state of Vermont in various forms. Some of that will be through traditional programs that are delivered via formula, and others will be through individual assistance to Vermonters and social safety net programs. The biggest chunk of that is going to come from something that's comparable to what we passed in 2009 in the recovery bill. That was a fiscal stabilization fund for states. So the senator was adamant that small states like Vermont get a fair treatment through that pool of money. So $1.25 billion will be coming to the state. There's pretty broad discretion for the administration to determine how to allocate those funds. But the idea is there's a recognition of lost revenues coming into the state and to local communities. And those resources will be able to patch holes in state budgets due to losses related to COVID. I don't want to get ahead of what the governor is thinking, but I'm sure there'll be some opportunity to be creative and think about how to best help states, help communities and entities that are really struggling. As you noted, there's some important new provisions around unemployment insurance. I think the headline is that for the first time, the federal government is going to allow self-contractors, independent contractors, self-employed, gig economy workers to utilize the unemployment insurance program. Those with limited work histories will be eligible. And they will be eligible both for the increased benefit, which is a $600 increase over what is offered now, as well as extended benefits. And the federal government will be picking up the full cost of these benefits. There are a couple other important programs that come in.
Could I ask you a question on that?
Of course, yeah.
Quickly?
Yep.
When you said the independent contractors would get exactly what would they get? Would they just get the 600, or they do some calculation on their past earnings and get that as well?
That's correct. They'll be eligible for a regular benefit plus the $600 on top of that. So yes, whatever way they can document their income, that'll be used by DOL, and I'll let DOL speak to their processes and how they plan to roll this out. But that's my understanding is, yes, they'd be eligible to the 600 on top of whatever they might normally receive.
What they normally would receive would not come out of the UI trust fund. It would come from federal dollars directly, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So may I just ask on that, Chris?
Nice beard. The so the money that will go to the self-employed and independent contractors, that will be funneled through our departments of labor in each state.
Yes, it will be. That's correct. Yep.
So it will be able to be managed slightly separately from our trust fund, which is really in trust for the people who've paid into it.
I'm going to defer to DOL on that, but that's my understanding.
Okay. Because I think that's important for all the people who feel like they've paid into it at great sacrifice in some cases.
Yep, understood. So I know you had Josh Hanford on earlier today. There's a number of discretionary appropriations programs that come via formula. The state's going to receive $4.7 million in CDBG funding, and they will be eligible to receive more. There's going to be a distribution based on economic disruption that will still be determined on how that's going to be allocated. There's going to be about $5 million that comes into the CAP agencies through the Community Services Block Grant to help deal with the consequences of increasing numbers of unemployed and those experiencing economic disruption in their lives. There's some funding. Vermont will receive $4.3 million through the Child Care Development Block Grant to help pay for child care assistance for those critical healthcare sector workers and emergency responders that are deemed essential during this time. There's going to be $4.6 million through emergency solutions grants that comes in to help rapid rehousing of people. And then assistance as well for some of our transportation systems that make sure people are able to get to jobs. We know that transit providers in the state are seeing massive losses because people aren't taking public transit. So the state's going to get about $20 million in a variety of public transit resources to support public transit. There's a host of other things that will that the state or local communities have utilized through USDA Rural Development, the Economic Development Administration. Lots of good resources that'll be out there to come. But those are the highlights that I wanted to share on behalf of the Senator with you for right now.
Could you explain the cash payments to, I guess, every citizen? Is that goes above and beyond the unemployment or the self-employment dollars?
Yes. Yes. So there is a cash payment. IRS has advised us this morning that they're still trying to determine exactly how they will roll this out, but they will. Singles, individuals are eligible for up to $1,200, $2,400 for a married couple filing a joint return, with a addition of $500 per qualifying child dependent under the age of 17. So, if you were totaling it up, a family of four could receive $3,400. The rebate has a phase out.
Sorry, that's with incomes of 75,000 or less, right?
Yeah, I was just getting to that. So the rebate begins to phase out at 5% for incomes with an adjusted gross income above $75,000 for individual, or $150,000 for joint filers. So yes, it does decrease based on the more that you file. We have been hearing concerns from those that don't file. So if you receive Social Security benefits, IRS is going to be working with the Social Security Administration to make sure that recipients get checks, and working on trying to figure out how non-filers will be eligible to receive a rebate. It's likely that they will need to file in order to receive a rebate if they traditionally haven't, but the IRS is going to be looking to use any other public sector information that they can have to get resources to people.
So on that money,
I've read that there's a tax credit. Can you describe how that works?
You're talking about a tax credit specifically for the IRS rebate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, effectively, it's just a credit that is proactively issued as a rebate. Is the way I understand it, that they are kind of just forward paying the credit that you might normally claim the way you would a child tax credit when you're going through your regular filing.
Okay, but the check, so to speak, would be in the mail.
Yes, they are looking at if it's possible to utilize direct deposit for those that either filed their 2019 return or if that would work for 2018. Recognizing that not everybody might have the same banking information from year to year.
Okay. And Michael, can I ask one more question?
Absolutely.
Going back to the emergency solution grants, you said for rapid rehousing, would that address payment for landlords who have had non-payment of rent from their tenants?
I don't know the answer to that. I think we used to call this program emergency shelter grants, and I think it is targeted. My understanding at the moment is that it's targeted towards assisting folks that are predominantly homeless. So I think what Burlington is doing in terms of setting up temporary housing at North Beach, able to utilize resources for that type of emergency shelter.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
There was one other program that I wanted to mention, and I'm sure, like you, all getting calls from constituents that are business owners.
Exactly.
There's 377 billion, depending on how you count it, for a new SBA loan program that would be available to businesses and nonprofits that would include loan forgiveness. Like any government, the federal government traditionally has not made grants to private businesses, but this would convert for the first time a portion of a loan a business takes to effectively a grant via loan forgiveness for paying payroll, for paying debt obligations they have, rent, other things they need to stay afloat. And it will include 8 weeks of forgiveness based on the origination date of the loan. I almost hesitate to get into too many of the details because we really need SBA to be out there talking about the program. They have promised that they will be doing that as soon as the president signs the bill and they have all the rules and regulations in front of them. But I think this is a really important step that we heard loud and clear from businesses that said, in order to survive this, we need some sort of relief. We don't need a large new loan when we don't know when we might be able to open our doors and when revenues are going to return to normal. So that is one portion. There was also a program, an SBA program that I believe you all are familiar with, that the Agency of Commerce helped certify and stand up in conjunction with SBA, the Emergency Disaster Loan Program. There is a change to that program where businesses applying to it will be eligible for a $10,000 grant upfront pretty much as soon as they submit an application, and that money will not need to be repaid. So there are going to be differing loan programs out there. The SBA uses the commercial lenders to get these programs out the door and get these resources out the door. So there's going to be a lot more to come on this, but I know many of you have sent us businesses that have been concerned, and so this is a response to those business owners to try and keep them running.
So, is there an allocation to Vermont for the 377 billion?
There is not. This is a national program. Folks will work through the SBA district office in Vermont and through lenders in Vermont that are certified to work with the SBA. There will be other lenders that come online, including those that are purely electronic banks. They will be able to participate, but there is not a set aside of a specific amount for the state of Vermont.
And are there any strings attached to, strings might not be the right word,
Yeah.
to the 377 billion or the $10,000 grant? Does that money have to be passed through for payroll or some commitment to reopen?
Yeah, there are fewer restriction on the $10,000 grant up front through the disaster program. The loan forgiveness program, there will be a tie to the level of employment that a business maintains when they take the loan from the period before. So effectively, the goal is for them to keep as many people on payroll as possible, and then the loan forgiveness will be reduced by a soon to be determined amount based on how their employment level compares before and after them taking the loan. We know that for restaurants, I've been talked to hundreds of them over the last couple of days where they have laid off all their employees and they're trying to figure out how they will participate in this program and what steps they'll need to take to get people back working, et cetera, to make sure that they qualify.
So that's we'll get into a little bit more detail that with the commissioner, but that was a question that I keep hearing is, do I lay off my workers? Do I furlough them? Do I keep them on and pay them where they have little to do? And I guess we'd eventually like to know how these loans to businesses and nonprofits, what the requirements would be there and what the proper step for these business owners is right now.
Yep. Absolutely. That is a massive question about how effective this program will be. And our goal is to have some sort of very public event with the Small Business Administration as soon as they are able to give people clarity, whether that's a statewide telephone town hall or some other venue for them to be able to do questions and answer with businesses.
Okay. Chris, thank you very much. I hope you can stay on because I think we'll bounce back and forth in the next hour or so with questions. Does anybody have any more questions for Chris?
Michael, going back to unemployment insurance, how are small business owners affected by that? Are they able to participate in UI under the federal program?
Your question is, are the owners themselves able to participate?
Yes.
That is a question I don't know the answer to. I would happily defer to DOL if they understand that at one point. Though one other piece that I failed to mention about the increased $600 unemployment insurance benefit, that will count as income as UI typically does, but it will not be used for calculating eligibility for Medicaid or CHIP. With that, thank you, and I will hang around for any additional questions that come along.
Thanks, Chris. Really appreciate.
Thank you. Damien, before I turn over to the commissioner, is there any other highlights based upon what we've been working on that you would like to call our attention to based on your recent understanding of the CARES Act?
No, I think Chris hit all of the highlights. There's kind of a detailed set of bullet points in the outline I sent you.
Thank you for it. It's terrific.
You're very welcome. If Chris hasn't sent it over already, I can send the link to the Senate Finance Committee, who prepared an outline of the UI and small business tax provisions, which you might also find helpful. I think it's a really good plain language outline that the committee might find helpful, but I don't think he left anything out that I would have added.
Okay. Commissioner Harrington, are you on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Thank you. So you want to give us any more of an overview? We're anxious to hear if there is any advice at this point as to how businesses might want to proceed, small businesses, in terms of the Hobson choice of layoffs versus furloughs versus keeping people on. I know it's going to take us a while to understand it all, but maybe you could start the process of educating us.
Sure, I'm happy to. For the record, Michael Harrington, Interim Commissioner, Vermont Department of Labor. The other piece I wanted to point out that Mr. Saunders mentioned, and I think it's something the committee should just be pay very close attention to, is that as the federal government looks to provide these additional benefits, the big concerns here at the department are how do we administer these? Many states across the country have 30-year-old systems that are hard-coded, and so the ability to essentially just add another benefit and begin to distribute that becomes much harder. So we're going to have our hands full going forward with that. The other piece is that it provides a benefit on top of a benefit that comes out of our trust fund. And so far, I don't believe there's a mechanism in there to reimburse our trust fund other than the $600 additional federal benefit that would come from the department. And so I know we've talked a lot in the past about potential federal relief that would reimburse our trust fund. Right now, as it stands, it looks like we will be paying a benefit out of our trust fund dollars and then a federal benefit on top of that. So just please be aware of that. That again does not leave us with a mechanism to maintain our trust fund for very long. We have testified in the past that the trust fund is very healthy. However, that was about 2 weeks ago, and a lot has changed since then. So I think it's important for us to point out essentially what the long-term look of our trust fund actually is. We are one of, if not the healthiest trust funds in the state prior to, or in the country prior to March 13th. But right now, I think it's going to be a question of which states have to borrow the least from the federal government. And so if we were to look at, I'll pick a random number, but if we ended up at 20% unemployment with all things being equal, we would be looking at enough money in our trust fund to last us about 19 weeks. So as we look out, 3 or 4 months, we are probably looking at a borrow situation unless there's additional federal monies that help reimburse or refill the coffers, if you will, of the trust fund.
Can I ask you? Can I interrupt for
yes,
one
sir.
second? Because I was concerned by. Were you suggesting that either the money for the self-employed or the $600 extra on top of people's benefits was not going to be fully federally funded?
No, those will be fully federally funded. So what I'm just trying to make a point of is that someone may be eligible for state benefits out of our trust fund, and then these federal benefits are on top of that. So they could be earning in some cases the maximum weekly benefit amount of $513 and additional federal benefits on top of that. And I point that out to just show a comparison in the past where we've had disaster unemployment assistance where money actually came to the state to protect the trust fund. And in this case, that doesn't seem to be the case. And so I wanted you to be aware that as it stands right now, there will be no federal money coming to the department for actual trust fund reimbursement of benefits paid out.
Gotcha. And how about administrative costs? Do you feel like the law, as far as you can tell, is going to give adequate backup support for more staff and more processing? I know you say you have an antiquated computer system, which I thought we were fixing for the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, me too.
How does that
And
look?
I just want to clarify. So you're talking about administrative dollars coming to the state to administer these programs, correct?
Right, and I thought the like phase 2 or something put some more money in, and I don't know about this bill, whether it had some more money for administrative costs.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. So we did receive some preliminary emergency administrative grants from the federal government. I'll give you an example, though. Vermont, of the 500 million that is out in allotment number 1, of that 500 million, Vermont will receive approximately 918,000 from that. So again, it seems like a lot of money, but when it comes to the state, it's based on the size of the state and what each state is dealing with. For example, if you look at California, they received looks like 59 million in this allotment, where we were just shy of $1 million. We do not yet know what the CARES Act will provide us in administrative dollars. We know, I think we can, through the act, look at what the entire pot of money is for the entire country for UI administration, but they have not given us the formula yet, so that each state can determine what their benefit is going to be for administrative dollars.
So may I just clarify that, Michael, the 918,000 to Vermont DOL is for the ramped up administration needs, or for what? Is that to help you with your ramped up administration overlay? I mean, additional costs?
Yeah, so you are correct, Senator. This is for the ramp up or initial administrative funds that were announced just earlier this week, outside of the CARES Act that we're talking about. In this case, it was just supplemental funding to help states deal with this immediate influx that we saw last week and into this week.
And may I just ask another question on the administration? So as these funds come in to pay for self-employed and independent contractors, will you be managing those funds separately from the UI trust fund, or are you going to run them through the UI trust fund so that it makes it simpler for you to roll them out?
At this point, I think it's unclear, but anything we can do to not muddy the waters would be our preference. For instance, in the past, when we've used disaster unemployment assistance programs, those programs were run 100% manually, paper, and that was because our UI system could not handle that through the mainframe. And so it's likely that in this case too, we will be doing a lot of the same.
You're kidding. Our UI system couldn't now absorb that 12 years later?
Correct. It is the exact same UI system we had 12 years ago. It's the exact same system we've had for the past 30 years.
That's just unbelievable to me. What is the 8? Yeah. Okay.
I think.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Well, I think the surprise is I sort of remember when we were dealing with the paid leave proposals from a few years ago. We were told that there was a lot of administrative complexities in terms of the hardware and the IT, because we were in with another state out Midwest developing our computer system, and any changes we wanted to make to the development of that computer system would upset the apple cart.
Right.
But I think Senator Clarkson's question would be similar to one I had. I guess we had assumed that by now that development of the arcane computer system from 30 years ago would have been completed by now. Is it still a work in progress?
So we have testified on this in House and Senate to some extent, but we were in a consortium, if you remember. It started about 4 or 5 years ago now. We had one state that backed out of that consortium. We brought on another state. As of the end of 2019, we felt that, well, one, we had reached the end of our federal funding for the program, and the state we were working with, the state that was doing the bulk of the development, was saying we were still 1.5 years away from deployment. And so at this point, those efforts have halted. It was 100% federally funded, but we reached the point where we were going to have to start using state dollars to cover the work. And so we halted that work because we had lost faith that the state that was doing the development could provide a solution. To give you an example, though, the U.S. Federal government only funds right now consortium work for modernization. There have been dozens of consortiums over the past 8 to 10 years. Only one of those has been successful, and that runs a price tag of about $40 million. And right now, they're on a trajectory of onboarding states launching new state programs about every 2 to 4 years. So, we're looking right now. I can tell you that the money we got from USDOL only covered a fraction of what going with a vendor solution would be, but that may be the only solution at this point.
Do you have any ballpark figure as to what the caseload, even using your 20% example, might be for people getting benefits versus the size of the population who would be getting benefits under the self-employed independent contractor provisions of the federal law?
Yeah, I don't have the comparison. I can tell you that because there's not a clear mechanism to identify those self-employed individuals in their entirety, the numbers that are traditionally used in the industry for Vermont are roughly between 30 and 60,000 individuals who are self-employed. And so we can assume that not all of those will collect benefits, and they may not all collect benefits for the full time, but it could be as few as 30,000 or as many as 60,000. When you talk about load, because we were able to share these numbers today based on the federal number releasing their numbers, if we're looking at the week of March 15th through March 21st, so last week, on a traditional week, we take in about 650 claims, or for the week prior, I should say, so March 8th through the 14th, we took in 650 claims roughly. Last week, we took in approximately 14,000 claims.
Yes, it's reported in Digger. I read it to Michael this morning that I thought it was 3,667 claims. Digger had a piece on it this morning.
Yeah, so there's two pieces, and we've been trying to explain that to the media, and many of them have called for clarification. VT Digger was not one of them. So we have to file those claims that were actually processed in our claim system at the end of that week. And so we were actually able to process, I think our actual number that we reported to the Bureau of Labor Statistics from our end was 3,784 initial claims. But if you remember, there was this huge influx. So the number of initial claims actually received by the department was 14,000.
Wow. Wow.
Commissioner,
And
do you have an under,
we thought the 3,600 was a lot. A lot.
Commissioner, do you have an understanding of, at this point, of how what a self-employed individual would have to do to qualify for the benefit plus the $600?
I do not at this time. We're still going through the CARES Act to see if it articulates it, but typically what we end up finding is that level of granular detail and guidance comes out through the U.S. Department of Labor after the bill is enacted.
I mean, I'm assuming that a self-employed individual could not just get this money, they'd have to claim that they have no business anymore. Would that be a fair assumption, or could they just claim it by virtue of their income in the past maybe has, I mean, if they're sustaining their income, I assume they're not qualified for this benefit, just like a person who continues to be employed is no longer qualified is not qualified for unemployment benefits.
You mean you have to?
Yeah.
You have to be unemployed.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, to clarify Michael's question, Michael, you're saying that an individual has to have made a formal claim in order to receive the $600, right? Is that
not only make a formal claim, but somehow prove that they've lost their income.
If they're an unessential worker, wouldn't that be proof if their business was closed because they're deemed unessential?
I assume so, but there could be independent practices out there, and that whole code thing we saw
Like
yesterday is
contractors
still
and
working. It's all very complicated. So I guess we'll have to wait for instruction. I would like to move on to the question, Commissioner, that I wrote you about this morning, and I copied the committee on. Could you walk us through, for a small business owner, what they're being hit hard right now? Maybe they're entirely closing down their business or partially closing down their business. Do they have some choices as to whether they can somehow maintain payroll and what that does in terms of unemployment benefits, whether they sort of suggest a return date, or they keep people on full payroll, or they do a traditional layoff? What are their options, and how does it interplay with this new law?
Yes, thank you. So certainly if the employer has the ability to continue to pay their workforce, we would encourage that. But again, there are a couple different factors in terms of making people eligible for benefits. So if we're talking about the federal law, I think that remains to be seen to what level, like you said, what level of validation they would have to provide or articulation. But if they are, these people are laid off, or I think you also mentioned furloughed, we don't really contemplate the difference. I think they're the same under our system. They're temporarily displaced, if you will. So from that position, it looks like anybody whose work and wages are impacted will be covered under this federal program. Certainly, the benefit of remaining employed, the benefit to the employer is that they don't risk the possibility of not getting that workforce back once they reopen. So, these individuals may end up finding other work. So again, the benefit to the employer is that they're able to retain the workforce that they have. But the benefit to the employee could be the difference in what the overall benefit is. So if they are earning more being employed than they would on benefits, you know, the added value is in the income to that for them.
And I've gotten a couple of questions. I don't know if there's a standard commonplace way this is treated, but people were asking questions about health insurance. If they lay somebody off, how would that impact ongoing health insurance? I mean, I know there's I forget the name of the program, that Cobra is something that can keep them going, but is that something you've been hearing about?
So we have had a lot of questions about health benefits. It's something that we are not, if you will, preventing people from doing or having it negatively impact their UI benefits. Some employers have asked if they are able to continue to pay healthcare benefits for their employees, which we support fully. But like you said, there are alternative programs as well, like Cobra and others. So it ranges both, but essentially if it's really at the employer's discretion if they want to maintain benefits for their employees.
Sorry, everyone, this is Jess Benchner. I can add to what the commissioner just said. I do know that Blue Cross and Blue Shield, which we've been reporting to employers, that they have open enrollment. They've opened a special enrollment period for the next 30 days.
Right.
So individuals who are separated from employment are able to access Vermont Health Connect in an open enrollment period. They are, additionally, Vermont Health Connect is delaying and not canceling policies for individuals who are not able to pay. So if you do receive benefit but find that the premium is too much and you aren't able to make your payment, your benefit will not be canceled. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, thanks. That's been very helpful. And I spoke with a navigator who says that it hasn't been marketed particularly well, and so people don't know about it. But even so, she learned about it, the open enrollment, from me asking her, and she said, but now a couple days later, she's getting flooded with requests.
Yeah, they do have something on their website, but I have not seen any kind of like mass communication about it.
No, there hadn't been.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know if you or Chris can answer this question. Is the $600 bump that the feds are going to pay for, is that available across the board for whatever amount of unemployment insurance you get? So let's assume you get partially laid off and you get $100 weekly check. Are you still entitled to the $600, or do you have to be fully unemployed? Do we lose people here?
No, the Commissioner Harrington here. I was waiting to see if Chris wanted to answer. He's probably more apt at this. We're not that deep into it yet. So it sounds like it will be across the board, that there will not be eligibility restrictions, if you will, based on earnings and so forth. So, but I'll leave it to Chris if he's still on the line to answer.
That's my understanding as well.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Damien weighing in here. That's the way the language reads in the actual CARES Act. It says the amount determined under state law plus an additional $600.
Okay. Okay. I know do other people have questions? I know I have others. I'm trying to articulate them in terms of the choices that business owners would have here.
Michael, we had talked about people who were getting some UI, but having their employer kind of backfill so that their wages were maintained. How would that be affected by the CARES Act?
Well, I could let the commissioner and Chris answer that, but I think there's going to be less of a need to do that because
I think that the $600 is shifted.
$600, yeah.
I think, part of the, as I understand it, part of this, the calculation of the $600 was designed in part to sort of make the average wage earner pretty close to whole. Obviously, there are going to be people who are making more right now if they're working where they're not going to be made whole. I would assume, Commissioner, that is it dollar for dollar if an employer gives, well, no, there's the partial income disregard. So there would be some value for an employer to give money over to a high income wage earner in terms of trying to make them whole. I didn't articulate that very well. Commissioner, do you want to weigh in on that issue of what would happen if an employer wanted to give some wage replacement to the worker, whether it takes them over what they were making or brings them up to what they were making?
Sure. It's unclear to us right now what the impact would be. And we continue to work through this even before this bill passed, and that there are employers who want to contribute, and we're doing the best we can to make sure those, a supplement by the employer doesn't impact negatively on someone's eligibility. And we're dealing with that. But again, it's unclear at this point what the CARES Act would allow for. My initial interpretation would be that there wouldn't be an impact, that it's a straight $600. But again, that remains to be seen at this point.
But it would have an impact on the UI portion of the payment, right?
Right.
It would reduce it.
Again, it depends on how it's been structured. Like I said, we've had some employers ask this question where they would like to, be able to provide an additional partial benefit to their employees on top of what their UI payment would be in order to make the employee whole and to not lose that employee to another employer. Again, we're trying to, these are kind of uncharted territories in traditional sense. If they were still receiving remuneration from their employer, that would disqualify them either in part or in whole. But again, recognizing that this is a very unique situation we're in. So if there are ways to work around that, we're really trying to work with the employers to do that.
I guess a general question that I would think we were all interested in is, what should our constituents do? First,
right.
First in the claimant category, and then the employer category. If they have questions, I mean, I've gotten at least a dozen questions, like someone saying, here's my individual circumstances. Do you think I'm eligible? Do you have general advice for us and for them at this point as to what, I know your lines must be very busy, and I've been sort of saying, the first step is you might want to fill out the online claims and you'll get your answer. And even if you're denied, I guess no harm done, but it'd be good for us as legislators to hear what your advice to the public would be.
Sure. I think you're right on the mark there. You know, the most important thing should be if someone is impacted by this, they lose their job, whether permanently or temporarily, or if they have to leave their job under the right circumstances that would make them eligible. The first thing they should do is file a claim. What I'd hate for them to do is try to call general assistance and not be able to get through and delay the filing of their or opening of their claim. So they should do that first. We do have some information online. We do receive emails across the department on a regular basis. We receive them through social media. If they really want the information that is specific to their circumstance, the best thing they can do is call our call center, and that way someone knowledgeable in the system and in the program can walk them through what their eligibility would be. But you're right, the first thing they should do is call that claims line. We do have, frequently asked questions online. We try to update those and provide guidance as available to us. I think the media has done a good job of keeping this on the forefront each and every day as things have changed. But each case and each person's situation is different, and the best way for them to get the complete information is to call our claim center.
And that's true for the employer line as well as the employees line.
Correct. Again, we can speak in generalities, but each employer situation is going to be different as well. Right. We do get a lot of questions on a variety of means, but the best thing to do is call our employer lines as well.
Okay, that's very helpful. Does anyone have additional questions at this point for the commissioner?
I guess I'd just like to, because I have a business call tonight with 4 chambers in the Windsor County area. And this is our 3rd call. And they've been really useful for exactly that kind of question and answer. And with this federal overlay and expectation, the $600 and the self-employment and independent contractors will all be funneled in some fashion through the Department of Labor. Is that right? And then, is that right, Michael?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And then the direct assistance will come from IRS directly to the individuals. So that no one has to do anything about that.
That is my understanding, yes.
So that will be like sort of manna from heaven arriving in the post box or in your direct deposit.
That's the way I understand it as well.
Okay. Thanks. But everything, yeah.
The only other thing I was going to add, because it would probably help your constituents as well, is that beginning next week, we're going to be looking to offer some regularly scheduled town hall meetings, both for employers, small business owners. Eventually, we'll do one on self-employed individuals. We'll probably do one on healthcare benefits and paid leave, and maybe even claimants as well. But we're going to post those on our website. There'll be a couple a week that we do with days and times to be determined, but it'll be a way for an employer to simply dial in and listen to what we can share on individual topics, probably for a half hour, 45 minutes.
Those will be fabulous. And just given our response here in Windsor County with these 4 chambers, I don't know how many, we have ranged from 300 to 600 people on a call. Just being able to hear it and then ask questions has been incredibly helpful. So I applaud you for doing that. It's great. People really need that town hall opportunity.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I echo that. It's very confusing at this point, and you've clarified it quite a bit. And I think the public is very confused at that point. But I mean, it's only, the bill has only been publicly known of the details as of last night. So things are moving very fast at this point. Anything else you or Chris think that we should know about that we haven't covered? This has taken less time than I thought, but I guess we'll get more details in the days ahead. And also in that question, is there anything that you would like to see from the legislature other than to stay out of your way?
And to pay for the computer upgrade. I mean, I can't believe we're still in where we are with the recession. I just can't believe that. Oh,
Neither can I. So we'll work on a solution together.
yeah, my guess is that maybe the biggest thing you want right now.
It definitely would make our life easier for sure.
I'm sorry.
Hi all. This is Jess Vintner. I did just want to let you, anyone on the phone or in the committee, know that I have been fielding questions for the commissioner and the team at Labor because their inboxes are extremely inundated. So please keep using me as a resource for constituent questions if they're urgent, or even if they're not urgent, but you just need to get, you need at least someone to respond within an hour or two. I can be that resource for you all.
And Jess, we appreciate that. I had let Jess know, and I will remind the committee, because we all felt the same way, I think, that Secretary Curley was terrific on the call last night with us on joint rules, and she was very helpful in clearing up some questions we all had, and we really appreciated her calm and her humor and her willingness to interpret broadly some of the direction from on high.
Is the call that during that call, she suggested we email Kendall.
Yes.
With employer questions of whether they would be deemed essential or not. Is that still the preferable way to go?
You can definitely do that. Kendall forwards all of those to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
you can definitely copy. Yeah, you could definitely copy in Kendall for awareness. If I do respond to you, I would copy in Kendall anyway, so you can copy the both of us.
Right. I really want to thank you because, I mean, you have been incredibly responsive. I've been trying to screen as many as I can to send to you, but the ones I've sent to you, you've responded quickly and with thorough answers, so I appreciate that.
Let me interject something, Michael, if I may.
Absolutely.
That's related to the process of providing answers to the letters for exception to the closing rules. In other words, companies who believe that they should be exempt because they fit the categories in ACCD's message. I know that we're talking about ACCD here rather than labor, but these two kind of get conflated to an extent. And from what I'm seeing from at least two constituent companies up here, that process isn't working. The applications aren't being answered, nor is correspondence to the department being answered. I have one company, for example, that laid off 45 people yesterday because they couldn't get an answer as to whether or not they qualified for an exemption. Now, we heard from Secretary Curley yesterday that companies that fit the yes answers on the list that they provided, for example, doing national defense work and so on in manufacturing, would be exempt. But I had one company who said, well, the rules say that I've got to get an answer to this exception letter, and I didn't get an answer, and I can't get anybody to respond to me. And what I found in ACCD, I can't get anybody to respond to me either. So and this is not the only company. I had another large company that elected to go ahead and continue, but they've not gotten an answer yet either. So I do believe that we have a problem that we need to recognize.
Can I speak up? It's Commissioner Goldstein. Understand the frustration. We first we want to make clear that there is no such thing as exception letters. We are sending out guidance as we speak to people who came in to us. And we've collected their emails and contact information. As you can imagine, the response to the executive order have been in the thousands. So what we are doing instead is sending out sector guidance that is happening even as I speak. It started last night. So our advice is that people should look at the executive order, the CISA list, to see if they fit into that category. We want businesses to make that determination based on the executive order, not where we're going to say, yes, you're good, you're not good.
Don't you require them to submit an application?
What we asked for was for them to fill out a form so that we could collect the information so we knew what we were dealing with in terms of numbers and sectors and who's impacted and what are the questions. And that helped us formulate the guidance.
Well, both companies that have contacted me indicated that they expected a response to the application form and were concerned that they got no response.
Understood. I mean, we are getting people saying that, and we're trying as much as possible to get out the list saying, please do not wait for a response from us to determine whether or not you are within the confines of the executive order.
Well, when you do that, are you contacting the companies telling them not to wait, or do you have something published telling them not to wait?
Yes. So what we did is we answered all emails that came into either the COVID email box that we had separately set up. We also wrote to everybody on the distribution list for all the forms that got sent in. It pre-filled a spreadsheet with everyone's contact information. But it might just be where we crossed paths. This started last night because of the volume. It started last night and it went into today. We are still in the process of getting that information out. In the meantime, anybody who does come in, we are sending them a letter to say, do not expect I could read out the exact verbiage, but basically it's not to expect a letter from us saying yes or no. It's really about following the guidance. The calls were overwhelming. We were getting 70 calls a second. It was just, you could not possibly answer it quick enough.
I could understand the volume and the pressure that everybody is working under. But from what I've seen, the guidance is insufficient and unclear. And as an example of, you may have sent things out, but I got one company, 25 this afternoon, has just sent me a note just to let you know we have still received no reply from the Commerce Department on our application to stay open. If the guidance had said something to the effect, and maybe still can, that you should not expect an answer to us that in the event that you fit the guidelines as we have distributed it, you may stay open if that's your position, but it's just not clear to people.
Hello, Joan?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted.
Oh.
Yeah, understood. I mean, we are pivoting, changing messaging on voicemail. I mean, there are bound to be people disappointed, and we're working through it.
So Joan, this is Becca.
Oops, we just lost you, Becca.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Now see
Okay.
Go ahead, Becca.
How best can we help get the word out? It seems like you're all working as hard as you possibly can with the number of phone lines that you have. What can we do as senators to get the word out in the best way to the people that need this information?
I think they should go to the ACCD website, and I think they should read the executive order. And if they do not fit within those confines, and if they have doubt, they should err on the side of public health. That is our guidance.
Okay, thank you.
People do not like the message. I think they don't want to close. I think that's most of the pushback. I mean, The injury is enormous. It's enormous.
Yeah, I just want to speak to folks who were not on the ACCD call with joint rules last night. I just want to speak on behalf of the agency. I know that everyone at the agency who has an eye on the commerce end of the agency feels completely heartbroken at the situation that's happening with companies right now. And I know that we're all feeling so much pressure and anxiety from our businesses. And I know if they could work any harder, they would. And I want us all to hold that.
And may I just echo what Becca said? I thought actually one of the moving things that Lindsay said yesterday was that, this is precise. We are asking people to do everything that we don't want them to do. We want them to be in business. We want them to grow. And here we are having to ask them to do things we would never in a month of Sundays be asking them to do. And Becca, that feeling, you could just feel with her that Joan and Lindsay are asking our business community to do everything that they're wired not to do. And I so appreciated Lindsay's conflict and sharing that very honestly with us. I thought that was that articulated the problem right there.
Look, I'm by no means criticizing Lindsay's message, the importance of it, and what she said. She said the right things. What the agency wants to do are the right things. What I'm suggesting, though, is there needs to be clarity. These problems would not exist. The message that was distributed on ACC's website had sufficient clarity so that people knew what they were supposed to do. What Lindsay tells us as a group of senators is one thing. We understand it, but it needs to be transmitted directly from ACCD to the people who should be reading that message.
Yes, and we are doing that. We are doing that. It's first and foremost, they do not need certification or approval from us. And people did, misconstrue that. Other people got it right away. They knew that the message was a tough one, but they knew that they had to stop construction, like just as an example. So we are asking them to use the guidance to make a determination of whether they may continue in-person operations under the governor's executive order. And we ask them to please go through it. And then there are other people who have federal determinations through the critical infrastructure workers. I'm sorry, it's called the CISA document. It's federal guidance. They look at that and they have to make that determination. We cannot tell them. I mean, that's what a lot of people are waiting for, and they shouldn't. Right. They need to make that determination, and it's a tough one. And yes, it was slower than we expected. We definitely set up a bad expectation that we would have been able to get to everybody and we would have been able to do it more timely, but it's just overwhelming.
Before we wrap up, I had a question back to the $377 billion for business owners and nonprofits. So if I understand it correctly, we don't know at this point whether somebody could get those loans regardless of whether they keep people on payroll. Is that my understanding correct?
You mean for the federal programs that are being implemented as a result of this bill from last night?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Harrington and Chris talked about it, and I think they said they did not know. I mean, it seems to me that there's got to be some connection. Otherwise, somebody who's likely to shut down would shut down, let their workers get unemployment, and then they would continue to go in and get some loans and grants. And it would be financially foolhardy to go ahead and not let my employees get unemployment, pay that, knowing that I'm going to be reimbursed.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with your conclusion. In fact, the businesses that we spoke to, many of them just laid people off and do not have the cash flow, will not have the cash flow to pay.
Right.
Could somebody, what I read briefly, could somebody, I guess it would be Commissioner, can you talk just a little bit about reimbursable employers? My understanding is that the feds are going to reimburse them for 50% of what they pay out to the people they lay off.
I'm not prepared to speak to that at the moment. I don't have that information in front of me. And I will confirm with Cameron Wood, our director, and our general counsel. And maybe Chris Saunders could speak to that based on his knowledge of the bill.
So that's the nonprofits and municipal.
Yeah, I think, and maybe
Yes,
Damien, if Damien's still on the call, maybe he can talk to it. He could be the only person, well, I won't say the only person, but I was amazed to hear you actually read the bill, but that's great.
It was riveting
He had a
read.
slumber party with the bill.
I wish that was the case.
Is that right?
I need a bit of sleep. Yeah, so the provision in there related to governmental entities and nonprofit organizations is there's funding in there to reimburse the nonprofits and the governmental entities for 50% of the amounts that they pay into the state unemployment trust fund. So they still have to make the payments to the state unemployment trust fund, but there will be a provision in there to get them reimbursement for 50% of what they pay in. There is also direction to the US Secretary of Labor to issue guidance to state departments of labor regarding additional flexibility on the payment of the reimbursable amounts and the assessment of penalties and interests.
Is do those workers, I assume, also would be entitled to the $600? Damien,
those workers are treated. They're just how so regular private employers that grew. Oh, am I breaking up?
Yeah.
You are. We didn't hear any of that really.
Okay, let me try again. So the laid off workers from a nonprofit or a governmental entity are treated the exact same as a worker from a private employer in terms of the benefits they receive and their eligibility. The difference is in how their benefits are paid for. With private employer, it's paid for upfront through the tax rate. For the nonprofit or the governmental employer that elects to be a reimbursing employer, it's paid for through reimbursement.
Okay, good. So does anybody else have any questions? This has been incredibly helpful. We're going to continue to learn as we go forward. What I hear so far, I'm very thankful to our congressional delegation and all the work they've done and out of Washington, because this is a lifesaver. We're going to move on to workers' comp, unless anybody has any questions right now.
Michael, I don't know if this is the time to ask, but it has to do with experience ratings. We had a question from adult daycares that are questioning what would happen if they lay people off and then going forward aren't able to rehire their whole workforce. How would they be impacted?
I will ask that question of the commissioner.
So again, I think the question would be whether or not the employer, if the employer does not hire them back, well, in most cases here, we're talking about tax rate forgiveness in most of these cases. So they receive their benefits throughout the period for the maximum amount allotted. And in most of these cases, there would be no negative impact to employers anyways. Other than that, there is no, if the employer closes or if the employer doesn't hire certain people back, that doesn't really weigh into it, unless I'm missing the point of the question.
Well, I think one of the things in the bill we passed, there was some time limitations of 8 weeks or
right
expanded. Is that if this goes on for longer, or if the person, I thought there was a requirement of rehiring or restart up of, well, if the business doesn't start up, I don't know where you're going to get the money from, but
yeah, yes, I understand where you're going now. Yes, so there was a provision, yes, requiring the employer to hire people back. The way we assess the impact to the employer is on a per claimant basis. So when we relieve employers of charges, it's on a per claimant basis. So if let's say they laid off 10 people and only hired 5 of those people back, they would be relieved of the charges for those 5 people that they hired back.
Good.
I guess the question still remains, what protection is there for these, especially things like adult daycares or even childcare, or businesses that aren't able because they don't have the people coming, that they don't have, whatever. How are they going to be affected? And from what I'm hearing from the commissioner, they would be impacted only for those people that they didn't hire back. I mean, I think we talked a little bit about this when we talked about seasonal businesses and the way they would be rehiring. They wouldn't be able to rehire, say, at the end of the crisis because the business wasn't active at that point in the time. But how does this then translate to these other situations? I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I will say in most cases, if an employer does not reopen, that is a loss to the department in terms of contributions. So again, if they were to open on a smaller scale than when they closed originally, they would be impacted proportionally for whoever they hire back or don't hire back.
Thank you.
So we should continue. It's a good question, and I think we need to continue to look at that, Cheryl, because what I'm hearing is that if we've given an exception to the chargeability for a certain time period, but if the person is not rehiring, there could be a negative impact on the employer. So I think we need to continue to have a dialogue about that. And we do have some time because we've given at least an 8-week period there, and it could be longer. So, but I think it's an important point. Okay. Thank you all very much. And we're going to move on to, anybody have any other questions? I'm sorry. No. Okay. You know, that little shake of the head made you come up on my screen, Allison.
Yeah, I could do my jumping jacks now. We all need a 7th inning stretch.
There you go. There you go. Okay, let's move on to workers' comp. I had been approached by some labor groups feeling that there was some inflexibility in our statutes that provisions that could not be waived. I'm a little fuzzy on how much communication there may have been with the department. I think there has been some. So maybe we can start off with Steve Monahan to tell us whether or not they feel they have the necessary flexibility in law, or whether they need some more or want some more in terms of workers' comp claimants getting a fair shake under the circumstances.
Good afternoon, Steve Monahan, Director of Workers' Compensation and Safety at the Vermont Department of Labor. I had not received any communication from any groups until about an hour ago. I heard from some claimants' attorneys asking that we issue a moratorium on discontinuing benefits. There is some inflexibility in that statute because the statute currently provides that the carrier provide the claimant and the department with 7 days notice. And if we are unable to get to it within the 7 days, the termination automatically takes effect. I've been studying for more than 2 weeks now, trying to figure out a way to lessen that harm. I've been preparing a bulletin that would require prior to discontinuing, based on an insurer's belief that a claimant had reached medical end result, that there be evidence that the medical authority reaching that opinion had consulted with the claimant's doctor at least, so we would have some assurance. The difficulty that claimants are experiencing, and some insurers, is that a lot of the medical care that might be provided is not currently available under the current guidelines for what's non-essential care. So things like PT that might be necessary has not been occurring. We've encouraged people to utilize telemedicine. There are ways to do some of this that way. It is acceptable under our medical fee schedule.
Steve, can I back up for a second?
Sure.
I'm not 100% sure that all members of the committee are familiar with the workers' comp system, and I don't want a big tutorial, but can you just lay a framework a little bit about how you get to this discontinuance point in time, so people could understand what's happening here?
Sure. In short, I think people have the basic understanding. If you get hurt at work, an injury arises out of and in the course of employment, you get workers' compensation. Initially, the claimant has to prove that they have an injury and that it occurred at work or was related to work. Once you start receiving benefits, the burden of discontinuing those benefits shifts to the insurance company. But benefits can be stopped if you return to work full time. They can be stopped if you reach medical end result, which means this is as good as you're going to get. Or they can be stopped because you refuse to cooperate with treatment or other requirements, like looking for work. One of the things that I'm proposing is that we not permit discontinuance based on looking for work for the short term, because that might very well be futile. And there's Vermont Supreme Court case law, rather old, but case law that supports that determination in some cases. So in a nutshell, the insurance company seeks to discontinue. Usually it's because they believe either the claimant isn't complying with the rules or has reached medical end result, and they've had an independent medical exam to support that opinion. Claimants then have the opportunity to bring evidence forward in their favor, but under the current situation, they're not able to do so if they can't get a hold of their doctor. I don't know if you want a much more elaborate, because
No, I mean,
everybody knows I could go on for days.
Yeah, no. It's shaping up to be a dilemma. Clearly, you know, people have some rights, but because of the situation out here, they can't fully exercise those rights. And so what do we do about it? I mean, it sounds like one of the things that struck me is that the governor made an executive order or some statement that in terms of unemployment, the work search requirement would be suspended. I'm not sure why it wouldn't be suspended equally in the case of workers' comp. And now we have a secondary issue where a worker who may want to get a medical exam to question the discontinuation has an inability to get that. So what is the department thinking about changing anything? And you said something where you're sort of caught between a rock and a hard place. The statute says you have to do this, and you need a legislative fix, or are there things you could do administratively to get to some more flexible result?
Well, it's been suggested that we have some inherent authority in the face of an emergency to issue a bulletin suspending certain rules. I'm not entirely clear that I would have that authority, but I was preparing a bulletin to, in some respects, change the rules. I think we do have authority to suspend the operation of certain rules in an emergency. And that's what I was leaning towards in preparing a bulletin to go out to do. In terms of the actual discontinuances, you know, I think staff would review, but if we added this requirement that they had to have additional evidence or have communicated with the physician or something of that effect, then the ability of staff when reviewing them would be easier to reject the discontinuance. The other possibility is to direct that payments continued and state that we would give credit against any permanency that might ultimately be owed. That would work in some cases, not necessarily assist where the injury was minor and there wasn't a great deal of permanency.
Okay. Maybe we can turn it over to David Mickenberg, who's on the list representing the concerns that the claimants have, and hear from him, and then we'll go back to you, Steve, and anybody else who might want to comment on this. I have a feeling that after talking with the committee, you know, the suggestion might be to, given the fact that you haven't had much communication, surprised to hear that, but I'm not saying anybody's at fault here, but that maybe that over the next few days, you consult not only with claimants' attorneys and people like David, but also with the insurance companies and see if there's a compromise that can be reached. I think there's a feeling of everybody's in this together, that maybe we can find a solution that works. But let's hear from David at this point.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep, and we can see you.
Yes, happy to be here. So I appreciate, I know that some of our practitioners have sent notes to Steve over the days. I'm sorry he hasn't received them, but we understand everyone's working under difficult circumstances. This issue of discontinuance really focuses on whether or not we put claimants in sort of harm's way or the community in harm's way. And it's not just medical end, but there's a variety of, Steve mentioned work searches, but there's a variety of mechanisms or within the rules, a variety of requirements of compliance, things like work searches, but also to continue medical care, VR work, IME examinations, things that would require claimants to be in the community, either in their medical, in a medical office or to be out there looking for work, which would potentially raise the risk for themselves and the community. So happy to hear that the department is thinking about that. And I think it's important that as we tell people to stay at home, we also don't put them in financial risk of losing their ongoing benefits. It's been suggested that there be a straight moratorium on Form 27s, which is the discontinuance. That's one thought, but at the very least, we'd be happy to work with the department or the committee to figure out ways in which claimants aren't being asked to be exposed to greater risk than they otherwise should be, or expose others to greater risk just to maintain their ongoing benefits. It's already difficult enough because once a Form 27 is filed, you have 1 week of benefits, and then the default is to cut off the benefits until claimants can then produce evidence. There's a potential to get 1 more week at the discretion of the department if you present evidence, but essentially, once a Form 27 is filed, that marks the end of your benefits until that can be adjudicated, and adjudication, even under normal circumstances, can take quite some time. So in the department's rules under Rule 12, there's a list of a variety of reasons to discontinue benefits, and then a catch-all requirement of non-compliance with any and all requirements in the statute that I think is an area that we would be happy to look at with the department and the committee to make sure that claimants aren't unreasonably put at risk or unreasonably have their benefits cut off with no ability to marshal the evidence to demonstrate that it shouldn't be. So encouraged by Steve's comments, but this is something which affects thousands and thousands of workers around the state, and I think needs to be addressed in short order to make sure that people, one, aren't exposing themselves or exposing others, but also are able to maintain their benefits. And I remind you, besides the state, which is self-insured, these benefits are being provided by and large by insurance companies that cover these claims. So.
Has there been, I was going to ask how many people are impacted by discontinuations in any week or month, and have there been, this is probably a question for Steve, has there been any specific complaint to date of a claimant who's been injured by not being able to get to the doctor, and how has that been handled in the department in the last week, I guess?
I'm not sure we've had any in the last week. In the last 2 weeks, this is Steve Monahan again. The last 2 weeks, we've had a couple of complaints from claimants who either did not want to go to an independent medical exam or who were in one case, who were having difficulty getting an alternative position. We had granted a 2-week extension. They're still in that period. We've encouraged physicians to utilize telemedicine. There's no reason why independent evaluations can't be done through telemedicine without having to require the claimant to travel in most instances. There may be some objections. Some people like to actually see the individual, but at this time, I think a more reasonable approach would be telemedicine, both the safety of the physician and the claimant. We're happy to work with some folks. We are committed to the maximum extent possible to maintain and ensure that people get the benefits they're entitled to. And my staff, even though we've been busy arranging for them to work remotely to lessen the risk as well, we're still pretty heavily paper driven, so they're in and out collecting files. But my staff know that our goal is to maintain benefits to the extent practicable. And as I said, we're looking at, it's already in the statute, that if we direct that payments continue, it can, at the request of the insurer, be credited against any future indemnity owed. So I think there is that safety valve already built into the statute.
Right. That sounds like an elegant solution in the cases where there is some permanency, but maybe doesn't work when there's not. Have you talked to any of the insurance companies? We just heard on the other hearing we were having that Blue Cross Blue Shield is like giving an open enrollment period and forgiving premiums. Is there any willingness to do that by the property and casualty groups on workers' comp?
I have not heard of that. I know we got one complaint that we referred to the Department of Financial Regulation that one insurer had decided not to renew policies of certain nursing homes, which would throw them into the pool in a higher rate. And I do have to remind people that while the benefits are paid by insurers, they're ultimately paid by our employers, the same people who are getting crunched on the other end, because they'll pay through premiums.
Right.
So while initially it looked at the start of the year like premiums would be going down, we can't be sure what impact this is going to have on the collection of those premiums if the payrolls drop. Okay. So that may result in a dramatic increase in premiums next year if there's been a dramatic decrease in payroll, and a corresponding increase in claims or claim payments. But
okay,
there are many moving pieces.
Yep. So it sounds like you're amenable to working with David and others on some solution to go forward or to bring back to us. Are there people that, like, in the next week who are going to lose their benefits, as far as you know, that may have an objection?
I would say, I mean, we get, in a normal year, we get more than I'm trying to think, it might be 750 per staff member notices to discontinue in a normal year. Many of them are rejected, but so without, even though it hasn't been directly brought to my attention, I'm sure there are people whose benefits are in danger of ending.
But are they people that may have complaints against their termination? I mean, are they people who can't go to an IME or have different?
Well, there's a lot of people who normally would be returning because they were going back to work, and that's no longer available. So I think there may be issues. There may actually not be a dispute that they reach medical end result, but it'll be a drastic change. They would, if in fact their workers' comp ends, they do, if they apply within 6 months, they are eligible to file for unemployment, but that's a dramatic decrease generally from what they were making in workers' comp.
It sounds to me like you were close to making a decision, at least on that reason for termination, of putting those in abeyance. I mean, just like we're doing with all.
Yes, I think looking at, as I said, some very old cases from the Vermont Supreme Court dating back to the 20s, as support for that. But I am looking at that. I'm happy to work with claimants' attorneys and insurers to come up with some kind of a solution.
Okay. Well, I would
I'm
hope.
happy to convene the workers' comp, the Bar Association Workers' Comp Group.
Right. Well, I would hope that, speaking for myself, I would hope that you would do that in short order and come back to us next week and give us a report. But I also am concerned for people right now who are being terminated because they can't go out and seek another job, or there's no job to be had or whatever. That at least that policy could be put in abeyance for a short time by simply a guideline change or a directive to your claims examiners to say, let's hold off on those until we sort this out. Does anybody else have any other questions or thoughts on this? We'll schedule it again for next week and see what the proposals come back with.
Mr. Chair, can I just raise one other issue after the?
Yep.
One issue just to think about, and there's obviously phases of what's going on related to workers' comp and every other issue we're dealing with now. One other issue is, and this has come up around the country in other civil litigation contexts, but workers' comp would be no different, is around the potential for, and this would probably need to be a statutory fix around tolling the statute of limitations in terms of making claims. You have a 3-year statute of limitations to file a claim, but also within that time, there's a 6 years to make, once a claim has been filed, to make a claim for certain benefits. And in some instances, some people during this time may not be aware of their right to make a claim for certain benefits, and therefore may lose their right to make that claim. So it's not something maybe urgently to look at, but I wanted to put it on your radar as something which is popping up around the country in discussion of with practitioners.
So we're the general rule that we're operating on, at least in these next few weeks, is only to deal with bills that are directly related and urgently needed by the related to the COVID-19 situation.
Right.
So I don't know that we might get to something like that later on, and I don't know that people who are unaware of their rights are necessarily made unaware of their rights because of the virus. They could still file those claims remotely or talk to their lawyer.
Right.
So I don't see it as a pressing need, but we perhaps could talk about it some more next week.
Yeah, I wouldn't see that as, this is Steve Monahan, see that as a pressing need. I think one, Vermont's 3-year and 6 years is a lot more time than people have in most states. And I don't really see it as an issue based on my entirely optimistic belief that this is more of a short term, as in maybe through August or by the end of the year issue, and not one that will prompt. I certainly think if it starts to look like it's becoming an issue, we can consider it later. But it doesn't seem like an issue to me at this point. And I think I think the saturation has been pretty good as to what people understand their rights are out there based on the frequent communications we receive at the department.
Okay. Thank you both very much. All right, committee, do you have any further questions? Like I say, we'll take it up again next week. Hope the parties can work it out. Okay. Thank you, folks. You can sign off now.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to move on to the issue of hoarding, or maybe not. Is Erin Seacrest on the line now? So I wanted to discuss this with the committee. I think we talked about it a little bit. We may not need to prolong this, and we can get in touch with Erin and tell her we don't need it. One idea I had, I've had it for a while, and I'm not sure I've gotten any traction with it. I think there was a press release with the governor and other folks on the urging grocery stores and to have senior hours in the morning and stuff. And I think Erin wrote me at that time saying there might be something forthcoming on the hoarding issue. I don't like to use that word, but the way I define the solution that I would see that I suggested to her and Jim Harrison at one point was just, why don't the grocery stores put limits on precious items that just say at the checkout counter, just say, our store policy is only 12 packs of paper towels at this point. No law, no executive order, just say that to your customers. They have that ability to do that as a business practice. And I said, and maybe my committee or maybe the governor would support you in that. So you could point to us saying we suggested you do that. And so that's what I wanted to talk to her about. I don't know if people feel it's an issue or we should be concerned about it. We could do a resolution if we wanted to. Just so
some stores are already doing it.
Right.
For example, in St. Albans, in their paper towel aisle, limits the number of rolls of paper towels that you can buy to 2 at a time.
Okay. So yeah.
Being done.
So the question is, does the committee feel like we do need to do any more, or is it widespread? Would the grocers appreciate us making a suggestion like that? I don't think it's. Some states have passed laws. Some states have had executive orders. I don't think we need to go that far. I just wanted to give the grocery store some backup. Say the public policy officials want us to do this, so I'm doing it in part because of them. I wish they, like you say, some of them are just doing it on their own. But again, we're all in this together. I don't know if we need to beat this horse anymore, just let it go, or what.
Would it help if is Erin on the line? It doesn't.
She's going to be on the line at 3:45, but we can wait.
Because I think if Erin was able to send out a letter to all the retailers from both the governor, the legislature, and that organization, asking them to please put limits on the products that are,
Yes.
So that's why that's all that's needed.
That's right. And that's all I asked her to do. And she came back and said she was concerned for antitrust that a trade association shouldn't be telling their members to do that.
Well, then maybe just from the legislature and the governor.
That's what I was thinking, that
we
could, if we maybe even just our committee, we could just send her a letter and say, and I say, could you share this letter with your members?
I think that would be great. I think that's a good idea. I think it would be helpful for her to have something to send out to all of them, to give them, to really ask them to limit the products that the public seem to find beyond precious.
I think the governor has already spoken to this several times in the press conferences. But I know that the problem we're running into here is that most of the grocery stores and small stores are putting limits on, but Walmart isn't. And that's a place I'd like to see some direction or some requests for them to start limiting. It's pretty apparent in the Rutland Plaza.
I wanted to talk about this now because I wanted to give you guys some more time off the phone. I know Becca has to leave soon. So Denise or Faith, can you see if you can connect with Erin and get her on now as opposed to waiting another 10 minutes?
Well, while we're waiting, can we ask Becca a question?
Sure.
Becca, joint rules is the tax commissioner this afternoon. Who's on joint?
I haven't received an update yet. I know we were trying to get Craig Bolio on the line, but I was just checking email. I haven't received a confirmation of that yet. I know Tim's been flat out, so, but that's who I think we're hearing from.
That's what I thought. Thanks.
And I have a question about the timing for the new UI um, regs that are going into effect. I know that, the bill has to be finalized, but are we able to tell people how much longer they're going to have to wait before they can start collecting?
Are you talking about our bill?
Yeah.
I think you could tell them they should file right now. I think they're going to follow those. I assume the governor's signing it today or did already. And I think they're all on board. I think they would process it that way as well. So I wouldn't wait on telling people.
Senator
I'm
Sarah, could
not
we have
waiting to
somebody
tell
join
them
the
to
call?
file it,
Who
To,
has?
I'm not sure who it is. You could ask them to identify themselves.
is that Aaron?
It's Aaron.
Hi, Aaron. We were just
Hello,
talking
everyone.
about you.
We're
Perfect
just
timing.
talking about you.
Yes. So we had a few extra minutes, so I sort of set the stage. Where is there any new developments on the issue of grocery stores being encouraged to set limits on products?
So as I shared last week, we are not able to encourage stores in a strong way to set limits. Aside from stores having conversations among their teams, I am seeing, excuse me, increased action in setting limits. My understanding is that they've expanded the limits from outside of the paper products aisle to other areas within the store. I've also been in touch with retailers and distributors, and at this point, large grocers are sharing that anything that customers would want to hoard is not available in large quantities right now. Stores will start to look fuller in the next couple of weeks, and we anticipate that once they start looking fuller, people will become less anxious and stop buying in such large quantities.
Okay. Did you send me something, or somebody sent me something about a press release, I think, on store hours?
Yes, we sent a press release out late last week encouraging all retailers and grocers around the state to designate hours for vulnerable Vermonters or provide access to curbside delivery or home delivery in areas that are possible to handle that. We have posted a link on our website with, I want to say, a little over 100 stores that are providing either designated hours or curbside delivery or home delivery. And those stores are listed with their address, phone number, and what those store hours are, or if they're providing another service.
Okay. I thought in the email that I got, I don't know if it was from you or not, but that there was some reference that there may be something similar coming up on purchase limits on quantity of certain goods. Was that something that you said, or was somebody else that said it?
I anticipate that was somebody else that said that. I will also share with the committee that I was part of a press conference with the governor and Congressman Welch urging people to rethink their purchasing habits. I urged the public to revert back to how they were purchasing prior to the pandemic setting in. One fun note for the committee is I've received my first piece of hate mail because of that. But
now you'll have more empathy for us.
Yes, yes. But we have not issued a press release urging the public to stop hoarding. But I have, because of that press conference, I've been in touch with several media outlets, radio and print, as well as TV. I've done more interviews than I can count this past week on hoarding, as well as the supply chain I'm not sure if a press release would get the public to stop hoarding.
So my question is, it's getting kind of circular here. It's my understanding that if a store owner voluntarily wanted to say to a customer, I'm only going to sell you 2 12-packs of paper towels, that would be within their right to do that. It's their
Yes,
business.
that is what, yes.
They could do what they want,
Yes.
right?
Correct, but it is
Okay, so
not
I'm-
within,
So the direction that I was hoping, because I know that other states have had executive orders, and we've actually, one of the centers did some research on legal steps people have taken in crises like this in terms of product distribution. I don't want to go there. It seems kind of crazy. I just want to do it voluntarily. So I was thinking that either our committee or the Senate could pass a resolution encouraging store owners to impose limits, and then they could point the finger at us and say, you know, the Senate has spoken and told us to do this. So to the extent they're on the fence and they don't want to do it, they'd have a little bit more oomph behind it and say the legislature suggested we do this. Is that
Well,
something that if for instance, the simplest of all things, if we were to write a letter to you
Right.
in the form of a resolution or something and say, could you distribute this on our behalf to your members? Is that something that would be a problem?
I don't foresee it being a problem. I don't know if it would make an impact. Again, retailers across the state are already imposing certain limits. You know, many of the small stores especially are doing the personal shopping and doing curbside delivery, so that's cut back on the hoarding. Frankly, I think it's an effort of trying to relieve some of the anxieties in the public. And without sounding like I'm asking you guys to do anything, it might be more beneficial for everyone in the General Assembly to send out a note to their, I'm assuming many of you have distribution lists that you communicate with, and they would rather hear from you guys than the Retail and Grocers Association or from their retailer that they can't access the products that they want. But maybe just some assurance from their elected officials would be more impactful than a retailer wagging a finger and saying you can't have 2 gallons of milk, or you know, I'm more than happy to partner with the legislature if you feel that I can put something together to send out to constituents, but I just feel like it's the public. The public is anxious, and they're doing everything they can to prepare for uncertain times, and retailers can only put so many limits on so many products.
Okay. Well, this issue is going to be with us for a while. I don't feel like we have to make a decision right now, but we'll talk about it as a committee and we'll figure out a way to go. And I appreciate how busy you must be. It's crazy for all of us. So thanks for taking the time to call in. Does anybody else have any questions for Aaron?
No, but thank you, Aaron. I really appreciate, and I think it is incumbent on us to remind our constituents to please be thoughtful about their purchases.
And could I just ask Aaron, are you seeing any movement in the supply chain? Are you seeing any improvement?
Yes, good question. So in addition to fielding questions, part of my efforts have also been to be in constant contact with members about the supply chain. I'm also giving those updates to ACCD and SEOC, and the supply chain is starting to catch up. Like I shared earlier, we're hoping that the large stores will look fuller in the next 1.5 to 2 weeks. It's taken a little longer for the supply chain to again catch up, but it's starting to regulate.
And some of us, other than the paper products, have noticed absolutely no difference in any of the other products. I mean, there are plenty of vegetables, there's plenty of meat, there's plenty of everything in at our local Max, which is where people are shopping, I think, find more locally, which is great.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, we've had no disruption of product supply except in paper products.
Yeah. The example that I use is I walk into every store and there's plenty of broccoli. Our buying habits for broccoli never changed, and so there's not a shortage of broccoli. So if we all just went back to our normal buying habits, we wouldn't have a shortage of products.
Right.
So maybe there's something catchy I can put together there and send it out to you guys. I'm not sure, but if we just went back to our, yeah. I am more than happy to partner with the legislature in getting a message out to consumers. I'm happy to send a message to my members as well. I think that it's more beneficial for the consumers to hear from their leaders than from the retailer. But again, I'm willing to work with you however I can.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I appreciate that, and we'll be back in touch. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
Okay. So committee, one last thing is I sent out an email about meeting from 9:30 to 11:45 on Tuesdays through Fridays.
Fine.
Next week. Does that work for everybody?
Yep.
Randy, is that okay with you? What is that? What's he doing? I can't.
He's
Something going on.
getting back his audio.
What's that?
Getting
No,
back.
he's disappearing.
Spirit?
He just disappeared.
No, he's there. He was playing a joke. All right, so probably the next meeting will be at 9:30 on Tuesday. Is that okay, Randy?
Okay, I'm back. I was trying to get unmuted here.
Oh, okay.
Those times and dates are fine.
Okay, great. Have a good
Senator?
weekend, everybody, if you can.
Senator, as you depart, please mention that you are now ending live stream so people are clear the meeting's over.
I'm sure we have a large audience. We're now ending live stream.
Thank
Good morning, committee, and good morning, everyone listening in this morning. I'm sorry we're late. We had some technical difficulties that we're not used to. Also, we have to change the order of the agenda because Commissioner Harrington needs to leave us early. And so I think we'll start with Commissioner Harrington, let us know what's happening there, and then in his department, and then probably, I don't know how much time we'll have for questions, but you can let us know. Michael?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Michael Harrington, Interim Commissioner, Vermont Department of Labor. I only have a few minutes before I have to head over to the pavilion for the 11 o'clock press conference. I need to get there ahead of time. So I'll keep it brief so we can ask questions. But what I've been sharing with others is that there are a couple different things that are going on right now that I think are posing a lot of questions for people. But to just put it in perspective, in the past two and a half weeks, we've received more initial claims filings than we do in a given year. It's likely we're going to be up over 40,000 initial claims being entered in within that 2-week period. And we'll be able to release some more numbers starting tomorrow. Obviously, that has overwhelmed our capacity and our system, both on the technology side as well as the people side. So we have done a couple different things. We've tried to automate or make electronic options for people to open those claims. So there is an online form people can fill out. That creates a number of other issues down the road, but it helps people get their initial claims filed sooner rather than later without having to wait on hold. We have upped the capacity of our call center twice, if not threefold. And again, though, personally, I think we could probably add an additional 100 people to those lines, and we would still be overwhelmed with the number of calls coming in because the volume is just so high. And for instance, there are other states that have literally turned their lines off because they can't handle the load and process the claims at the same time. We're lucky we haven't had to do that, and wherever we can, we're expanding either capacity or times during the day. As the committee knows, we are pretty handicapped with regards to our technology that we use. We use a 30-year-old mainframe system that is monitored around the clock to keep it up and running. It does go down occasionally, and luckily to date, we've been able to bring it back online each of those times. But I think we're preparing also for the scenario should something happen where we can't bring it back online. This is also not unique to Vermont. We were on a call yesterday where other states are dealing with the issues that come with maintaining a decades-old system. But we were able to get through the bulk, and I would say most of the initial claims that have been filed have been put into our system. There are still a number of claims that have issues attached to them that need to be resolved, but we were able to start issuing payments earlier this week, and another bulk payment load will go out tomorrow. Certainly, there's a lot of frustration and concern, and rightfully so, from the public that can't get through. We're making every effort to get people into our queues and process those as quickly as possible. So to make room for more people calling in, but wherever we can, we're trying to do that electronically. We are looking at other options. We are partnering with GMP, Vermont Gas, and Efficiency Vermont to help defray some of those initial calls coming in to help people file claims. So the people at those organizations are literally taking calls and helping people complete the online form, especially for people who don't have connectivity where they live. And we are looking at other third-party options for call center options should we need to increase capacity even more. I think, we're all talking about how long COVID will last, but as a department, we're also looking beyond that to see what the long-term economic impact is going to be from COVID, and expecting a long run in terms of high unemployment and pressure on our system. So from that perspective, that kind of gives you our current state. We have a number of federal benefits that are coming our way. So I just want to update the committee on those. The high points or the most impactful are going to be the $600 that people are eligible for. People will begin to see that benefit in the next week or two. Remember, those benefits are eligible for this week, starting this week, but people won't file claims for this week until next week. So it will be 2 weeks or so before people begin to see those funds in their check. There's also a component in there for self-employed and independent contractors. We are telling people that is going to take a few weeks to stand up because that is like a totally separate unemployment insurance system. Separate and apart from the one we have, because our system does not contemplate self-employed individuals and independent contractors because they don't contribute to the fund. So we are working and we'll probably end up partnering with the tax department to roll out that program. In the federal package, there's also the extension of benefits. So you'll see that as well for people who exhaust their benefits. There is an additional 13 weeks of extended benefits should they need it. And then the other component that I think is impactful for people is relief of charges for nonprofits and municipalities who file on a quarterly basis. So we have the authority now to reduce those charges by half and are working on a way to implement that into our system. So that's the high level. There is a press conference at 11 that will touch base on all of those things. But I think from the department's perspective, just what I'm using every microphone possible to share is that I absolutely understand, but can't even imagine what it's like being on the other end of that telephone or internet when people are afraid and can't get through. And I'm just asking people to be as patient as possible. We have all hands on deck. And we are working through these claims as quickly as possible. I did hear on a call today that another state had a 5-week backlog. We're lucky in that we've been able to push through most of our claims, and only those that have issues on them are needing to be resolved. But it is a concern. And it is something we're very mindful of. So we even as early as today are talking about how to up our communication plan to get that word out to people so the public is aware. I'm also letting people know that just because there is a lag in our processing does not mean that's going to impact somebody's eligibility or impact the amount of benefits they get. It will only impact the timing in which they receive those benefits. And we're still keeping that relatively short. It's still 6 to 10 days roughly. But I don't want people to think because they couldn't get through last week that they're going to miss out on benefits. To whatever extent we have the authority to do so, we will make benefits retroactive for people. That's a quick overview. Happy to answer any questions for about the next 15 minutes.
Okay, great. Just one quick question, Michael. We've heard, I think many of us have received some emails from constituent businesses that are worried, especially essential businesses that are worried that this extra $600 is more appealing to people and that essential workers won't be available. Is the 600 a flat rate to everyone, or is it on a sliding scale?
It is a flat rate. So, I mean, we are aware of that as well. In some cases, there may be someone who's eligible for the full state benefit of $513 and receiving $600 on top of that, making their total benefit over $1,000 a week. But we are looking at guidance, and there is federal guidance out there in terms of should a company go back to work and offer employment back to their employees. If someone refuses to go back to work, they will have to be able to articulate and prove that there is a reasonable risk, or that they've been instructed by a healthcare provider or an authority to stay home. And if they can't provide that level of documentation or certification, then they will be ineligible for payments going forward. Or if they were paid payments, after the fact, then they would be required to repay those. So, again, we're still focused on getting payments out the door to make sure these people have the benefits they need. But yes, we are also looking on the back end of that to make sure that only in those very specific cases where there is a health-related concern or a directive from an authority, that those are the people that are able to stay home and continue to receive benefits.
Okay. Jean?
Jean, you're muted, I believe.
Sorry, I missed where you were posting any notices to independent contractors and such as to when and what's going on. Is it on the website?
So as early as probably later today, what we're going to do is take kind of those 3 or 4 components that are significant to the public out of the CARES Act. And we will have information specific on our website. One of those being the independent contractor piece. What we are going to say is, if it is absolutely imperative for that person to file a claim, they can. They may be eligible because they may have already worked for an employer in the past year and be already eligible monetarily. But what we're going to let people know is that it's going to be about, a few weeks to stand up this system, and we will provide them with an opportunity to submit their contact information, and we will reach out to them directly to let them know when that program is stood up and ready to go.
Thank you
and they
so
can
much.
visit our website. Yeah.
One, I think you're doing a magnificent job in a really rough time. What more can the state give you? Can they give you more state workers? We've got a lot of remote workers with access. Is there anything we can do?
No, I appreciate that, and thank you for the support and the offer. As you know, this committee, probably more than any other committee knows, is that the unemployment insurance system is highly complex, and I think we've added to our ability any capacity that we need for kind of that initial call in. But really the calls we're getting now that are bogging down our system are people who have very technical questions about their claims. So we are looking at whether it's going to be a third-party vendor or whether we're going to provide onboarding and training for additional staff over the coming days and weeks. But these are what's called in the UI system unemployment insurance merit staff. So they are certified and trained and certified by the federal government to handle claims. So I appreciate that. We've had many offers for bodies, but really at this point, our focus has to be on highly trained people who have the logic behind, if I receive this question, how do I resolve this issue? And so we're working on a training program. As you can imagine, training becomes exponentially more difficult now that most of our staff are teleworking, and any new staff would be working from home as well. So we are trying to manage that component as well.
Thanks. Is anyone going to ask the question that we were talking about before we went on air?
I have 3 hands up now. So
good.
Let's
I'm off. Thanks.
So the next people are Charlie, then it will be Jim, and then Lynn. So Charlie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Michael, for meeting with us. But a few quick questions. We're getting some as to the process of those $600 pandemic supplements to the unemployment. So is that just automatically going to be part of their weekly benefits so they don't have to do anything extra? Is it something you're going to administer so that they don't have to go to the federal government? How's it going to work?
Yeah. It's going to be automatically applied to their benefit again. So it will be applied to claims for this week. So again, it will be any claims that are filed starting Sunday and throughout next week for unemployment of this week. And that will be automatic, so people do not have to do anything. And that will be part of the guidance we put online, is that for that $600 to take effect, all they have to have is a regular claim in the system, and it will be added to those claims.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was about reimbursable employers.
Yes.
So we're getting a lot of emails, as you can imagine, from nonprofits that have been reimbursable employers to this date, and they're looking for some assistance with unemployment insurance.
Yes. Yep.
What is the department's stance on that, or what are you doing with that?
Yeah, so that was not an option prior to the federal program or relief package that came out. So it is part of the new relief package. And really it's us working on the back end in our system to devise the way to essentially relieve employers of 50% of those charges. And we're going to have to figure out how to do that, because charges are actually attached to the individual, who is then attached to the employer. And so essentially we're needing to say, okay, every person who worked for a reimbursable employer who filed, between as of this date for COVID related items, essentially will be relieved by half. And that, I believe, also took effect as of Sunday night. So again, it will be as of Sunday moving forward.
So just one quick follow-up, and I know you got to go. So that means that any employee that's been laid off by a nonprofit or a municipality, someone who is a reimbursable employee at this point, should still go through the normal process for filing for unemployment claims. And then you're going to work out with the back end as to, is that employer on the hook for 50% of the charges or for whatever percentage, correct?
Correct. That does, that should not, there's nothing that the employee needs to do. They can simply just file their regular claim. There are exemptions or exceptions in that, and that's what we're needing to work through. But for instance, like religious organizations are not part of, while they're nonprofits, they're not taxable and they're not considered reimbursable. And so we have had some concerns from the religious community about that. And I'll have to go back to the federal package, but as of right now, I don't believe those are included in that reimbursable 50% relief, because they, they are not considered, they are waived from the entire UI system. And so we'll have to go back and clarify that. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim. Don't forget to unmute your phone, Jim.
There. Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question from Nathan Johnson, the owner of Little Britain, about one of his employees, and I'm going to run it down for you. It's kind of complicated. He says he's got a question about an employee. She works 20 hours a week, single mother with a child in 6th grade who has an autoimmune condition. My employee is concerned for the health and well-being of her child and feels she needs to stay home with her. I'm trying to sift through the options for her, but there is a lot. Do I lay her off? Does that affect my unemployment insurance rates? Or does she qualify for unemployment on her own because she is staying home to take care of her child? Or am I now suddenly able to offer her paid sick leave that gets paid back to me from the government?
So there's a lot there, and there's a lot of, I could answer that with the standard, it depends, but I'll do my best to just give some general information. So depending on the situation, there may be some opportunity for paid sick or family leave there. The other thing that we're letting people know, part of the issue there, sir, is that so she's a part-time employee. So it's likely that she will not be monetarily eligible based on those numbers. Again, I don't know that without knowing how much she has earned in the prior 5 quarters. So again, she may not be eligible for standard unemployment insurance because of the limited numbers of hours that she has worked. What this employer should look at is, and this would be through the Agency of Commerce and Community Development is that my understanding is that through the relief package and the Small Business Administration, employers are eligible for forgivable loans to maintain
if they keep them employed. Yes.
Right. So in this case, it may be in the best interest of this employee for that employer to apply for a loan to maintain, to keep her on his payroll, even if he's not operating for the public, and then maintain her as an employee throughout this period and possibly be forgiven for that period of time. So that may be what's in the best interest of the employee. Other than the sick time, which is a little bit more complicated, and I can't necessarily answer that straight off, but there's a concern that she may not be eligible for UI given the limited numbers of hours that she has worked.
Mm-hmm. But in order for, what she's claiming is that because of her child's autoimmune deficiency, she has to be home with her. So therefore, how could she then qualify as an employee?
So my understanding is that we are still treating people. So if I'm an employer and I send my people home, as long as I continue to pay them wages, they're an employee. So I don't believe that the federal package requires them to continue to operate as a business, right? So let's say I'm a business that has 25 employees, and I say, okay, we're going to suspend work, but you're still going to get paid your wages. As long as you're paying wages, you are eligible for that loan. And that is because you're following the directive of the governor's executive order, as well as the CDC and other health advice, and she is as well. So if he's saying, listen, I'm going to continue to pay you as an employee, but under federal guidance and under state guidance, you're to stay home with your loved one, given the situation. That again, those are questions I would ask to the Agency of Commerce and to the who's initiating the loan. But my understanding is that it's not based on whether you're continuing to operate as a business publicly. He could simply be operating privately as a business, not open to the public, and continue to pay wages.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Last question, Lynn.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. We discussed earlier the forgivable loan, the SBA loan grant can be converted. And one of the questions was that if somebody chooses to not come back to work because they're making more money with this unemployment, when the employer wants to convert and hire everyone back, first of all, do they have to hire everyone that they had previously back? And number two, if someone chooses not to come back in and work and remain on UI, does that mean they're no longer eligible if they have an opportunity to be coming back to full employment pay?
So the general answer is yes. So if an employer opens back up, if the executive order is lifted, then they would be, and there's no immediate, no severe risk to the employee. So again, what we're trying to countermand that with is that under H742, which was just signed, someone who has a reasonable risk, and reasonable is defined as, should an employer not be following guidance from VOSHA or the health department in terms of operating, and that is putting undue risk on the individual, then they are able to refrain from working and remain home and remain eligible. So as long as the employer is following all best practices and is able to open back up and bring people back to work, should someone collecting UI refuse to go back to work, that would in and of itself make them ineligible to continue to collect benefits.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Charlie, Jim, and Lynn, can you drop your hands, please? And Michael.
Amy has to do that, please.
One last thing. In 681, we had some language that talked about businesses having to be compliant with OSHA COVID-19 rules. And if an employee felt that they were at risk, then that gave them, they could leave their employment and still receive unemployment. What happens if an employee leaves that employment and the business is compliant with OSHA?
So again, it may be that the individual, it will come back to the reason the person left, right? So under 742, if they left to care for a family member, if they left because they have a compromised immune system and were instructed by a healthcare professional to stay home, if they left and could demonstrate and that the employer is willfully, violating a best practice or a directive, then those would all make them eligible. If they simply said, nope, this is too scary for me, and I'm just going to stay home, again, that was part of our conversation. And what we tried to do in that bill is they have to ground that concern in some type of fact-based evidence. And so it would be incumbent upon the claimant to provide that evidence to support their need to stay home.
Okay.
And
now,
to make them eligible.
Yeah. Right. Now, if they were found to be ineligible through state UI, would they still be eligible for the $600 a week?
If they were found eligible, yes, for the state UI, it's anybody who is found eligible for state UI is then eligible for the $600.
Okay. I'm cognizant of the time. Do you have time for one more question, or do you need to leave?
No, I can do one more question, and I would just ask Amanda if she'll just let the governor's office know that I'll be a few minutes late.
Okay. Stephanie, last question then. Thank you.
There we go. Commissioner, thank you so much. I have a quick question, just want a little bit of advice on seasonal businesses that are going to be opening up this summer. Specifically we have a lot of summer camps, children's overnight summer camps in our area. So where best would I send these people to discuss? They have some full-time year-round employees, but the vast majority of their employees are seasonal. And is it something that Department of Labor can help with, or should I send them to ACCD?
So it depends on whether the question is regarding whether their people would be eligible for unemployment, or they're asking as a business. We're happy to assist either way, and we can also direct them to the right place. But what I would say is, if they are contemplating laying people off, or again, maybe it's a summer camp and they're not planning to open this year, right. It really depends on a person-by-person basis, because you have to be monetarily eligible for benefits. So you have to earn a certain amount of money in the past 5 quarters. So if this person, only works part-time for the summer because they're a high school student or a college student, they're likely not going to be eligible for these benefits. So again, they have to have regular work, at least earning minimum wage, if not more, for a period of time leading up to the separation from employment.
Yeah, and in this case, in this case, it's the owners of the camps. There's 2 camps locally. It's the owners. So perhaps they're just.
So they are likely eligible as long as they were receiving a regular paycheck. I mean, part of what we're also going to run into, just so everybody is aware, is that many independent contractors and self-employed individuals typically record losses at the end of the year and on their taxes, and that is going to impact their eligibility for benefits. And it may not determine that they're ineligible for benefits, but it's going to put them on the lower end of the benefit scale rather than the higher end.
Interesting.
But they will still be getting the $600 on top of that. So again, that I think is designed to help defray some of that worry there.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of resorts that are sort of seasonally open, and I think this is going to be a problem with. So thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Sure. And so to answer your question, though, if they have specific questions about benefits, they should call our technical assistance line. The other thing they can do is, because can only imagine the volume that that technical assistance line has, is that if there's any doubt, they can certainly open a claim. We will process the claim and determine their eligibility after the fact, but I don't want them to feel like they can't get through and therefore that held the process up. They can always open a claim and then we can talk eligibility after the fact.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Michael, thank you very much. Please put forth our appreciation to all of your staff. Excuse me, you all at the department, I think, are doing a fantastic job. It's a very difficult situation to be in for Vermonters and for the Department of Labor. And we just ask that people have patience and it'll all work out. I'm sure that your staff will process as quickly as they can, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you for that, and I just appreciate everybody's support. Happy to come back to the committee at any time. But yeah, we have a great staff here. Many of them are not only participating in mandatory overtime to clear the backlog, but are even volunteering for additional overtime. So literally working 7 days a week, and giving up time with their families in order to make sure that people are getting what they need. So it's a great team we have over here, and I give them a lot of credit.
Well, thank you. I'm sure that as the Small Business Task Force gets off the ground, we'll be in contact with you quite often.
It sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.